they're pushing the legs down when they're thinking of technical things, because this just helps the race pass just marginally faster. And that's crew 51 Globe, they're just finishing their course. Crew number 63. Oh, this is our first Dutch crew. ASR Skull from the Netherlands, and to anybody from the Netherlands who's watching, I hope you're watching your crew. Really together crew. Look at the precision of this placements of their blades. Oh, this is lovely, a delight to watch. Some of our foreign crews are just highly accomplished, and I would say this is a quad to watch for later on in the competition. That's crew number 63. Keep your eyes out for them, because they look very tidy. Here we have crew number 56, Leeds University. Look as though they're being overhauled. And that's not Upper Thames, it's maybe, and that's not Reading University either. Sorry, bear with me whilst I get my colours and my numbering right. Crew 57, Bath University. There we go. I should have got the blades earlier than that. But bear with me, it is early in the morning, and sometimes you just can't quite get your eye in this early in the morning. Crew number 65. It's another Dutch crew. Isn't this great? Two Dutch crews in the same event. Aspirational quads. And as I said earlier, the Skull crew, very tidy, very together. And this crew, oh wow, very tidy. Sometimes you get a quad skull and you can see these blades feathering, squaring together, going into the water together. That was beautiful. So that is USR Triton from the Netherlands, crew 65. As you probably gather, I do love watching quad sculls. I love watching quad sculls racing. We just saw Upper Thames there just finishing their course, and this is Bournemouth University just coming in to finish their time trial. And I think this is the AASR Skull crew from the Netherlands, crew 63, further down the course. In their own zone, playing their own, doing their own race. And that's what you have to do in a time trial. You have to sit there and just decide your race plan and just go with it. Beautiful quad sculling from the crew there, just the Dutch crew just going through. And here we have crew number 60. You could just see the steers person there just looking behind. I think for her peace of mind, she's maybe a wee bit too close to the booms. Just keeping an eye on where they are in relation to where she is in the course. So crew number 60, Newcastle University and Tyne Rowing Club is putting in a composite just to race in this quad sculls race. As I said, a lot of responsibility on these steers persons, because these boats are very expensive. The yellow ones you can see there are probably like the Rolls Royce of the boat world, the boat craftsmanship world. But they're built to last, so big outlay, but they do last. Very similar to Rolls Royces, in fact. Crew number 65, Triton from the Netherlands. Still maintaining that really nice rhythm, reaching out with every stroke, just everybody doing the timing together. And this is crew number 67, yet another Dutch crew. Isn't this wonderful? 3 Dutch crews in the same event, and they are DSRV Laga, crew number 67. So I don't know if I told you earlier that we had 22 entries, 16 to qualify. Looking on the start, we're going to move on to the championship single sculls. Championship, these are ladies who are very experienced, very qualified, and these scullers will be coming through thick and fast. Championship sculls for the George Innes Cup. And we had 16 entries, 14 to qualify. So 2 of these ladies sadly will not make it through. So we have Kay Morris from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club from Australia, our first Australian crew this morning. I'm sure from Brisbane she's used to this heat, racing in this heat. It's an advantage, I think, if you can race when the weather's warm. Usually from the northeast of Scotland it's never this warm, so a lot of the athletes from up here, up on the northeast, struggle a bit with temperatures this hot. We can race in snow and ice, but you know, not so much racing in the heat. So Sculler 73 there, just lining herself up to start her race. 73 is Hempelman Adams of Leander, and then we have Horan of Bath University. That's the B crew from Bath University. And crew number 68, distinctive yellow and black ladders up the side of their kit from Sheffield University. That's the B crew from Sheffield University. Let's focus in there on Gallagher of Walbrook. Just really nice long action, just getting those very efficient. Just getting the painted bits of the blades covered. You don't want them any deeper than that. Just reaching out with every stroke and just taking your time. Yeah, one more quad just coming towards us in the finish, and that's the UK Armed Forces crew 66. And then Sculler 73, Hempelman Adams of Leander Club.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I just had a quick glimpse at my watch, and here we are, still 10 to 10. It's been such a hive of activity on the course. Of course, with such a big entry, it is busy. Lots of people out in the course. Sculler number 69 is Morris of Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club Australia. Just coming towards the finish, and then we see another Australian sculler, Grishkoviak, just reaching out there. Just nice action there. Just as she's coming through the course, just coming a quarter of a mile marker, just coming off the start, just settling into a nice rhythm. Just a shot there of all these crews have finished their time trial, just waiting to come in and just waiting to just get off the water. Sculler 76, Robinson Ranger of University of London. Takes a certain type of person to scull successfully. It's a lonely life with just you in the boat. You have to have this mental strength to just go very strong. We just saw Horan of Bath University again, and here we have the last quad, the B crew from the University of Sheffield, just finishing their time trial. And that's Sculler 79, Viesi of Princeton, lightweight woman from the States. That's Hempelman Adams of Leander. I think just picking it up there as she comes through this marker. Just as I said, 16 entries in this event. 14 to qualify, so if you're doing your maths or doing your stats, the chances are your qualifying will be quite good, but if you're not sure, it's best to race it out as hard as you can. It's getting so exciting, I keep having to take more and more sips of water. Lots happening here. So we've got Mole of Birmingham University, just having done her start, back with the sculler from Canberra, Grishkoviak. Just very distinctive kit there. In fact, I really quite like the patterning as it sort of changes as it reaches towards the bottom of our all-in-one. Just, one of the earlier scullers just there looking around to see if she's finished the course. This sculler 82 from Imperial. Just caught a glimpse of the blades there. All these little cues help you. Sculler 76, it was Robinson Ranger of London University. Just about halfway down the course, just going through the enclosure there, just caught a glimpse of going through the enclosure. And often the scullers go through the enclosure, that's where you see them just do a lift, because that's where most of the supporters, their club mates, will be standing. Sculler 83, Keto of Cambridge University, that's the Cambridge University A sculler. Just picking it up there, just looking around to see where she is on the course, just looking to see where the booms are. It's always good to have a good eye on where the booms are. And then we have Viese of Princeton, just in front of us just now. A lightweight woman, yeah, if you're new to rowing, there are weight categories, and lightweight is, I've never been lightweight in my life, so it's quite a low weight, and you have to maintain that weight and still be competitive and fit. So, distinctive kit of Bath University, Hayden of Bath, just picking it up there as she's coming past one of the umpires' launches. And that is Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club. Sometimes when you're watching the time trials, and some people think they're boring. I don't think they're boring. I think they're really enjoyable, because you can get a good eye as to which crews are going well and which crews you think, I'll keep an eye on them for later on in the competition. Just like I said about a couple of those Dutch crews I saw earlier, I think we'll see those later on in the competition. And just glance there to the championship pairs. Now we've had eights, we've had pairs, I've had single sculls. I think pairs are one of the most difficult boats to row in the course. You've only got two people, one blade on either side of the boat. They can be very twitchy. It relies on great synchronicity between the two people in the boat. They have to do everything together. I've seen quite a few pairs go in my time. I've been close to going in my time a few times as well. That's why I've gone back to sculling, because it's a bit more stable. And here we have Ellington of Imperial College, sculler 82. Just having gone through the enclosure, or just, I think she's just 3/4 of the way through the enclosure, just in her time trial. She's probably in her own little zone thinking, I know where I am and I know how much further I've got to race. And here we have our first double sculls. I said that I prefer a double scull to a pair, and because pairs can be twitchy and can go in, but I have actually seen double sculls go in too. One of these nice exercises that you can do in boats is just sitting, taking a stroke, putting your hands away, getting your bodies over, and just balancing the boat. Beautiful example there from that double. Just a joy to watch. I'm sure some coaches out there will be taking clips of this, thinking, yeah, I'm going to show my crews this next time I get them on the water. This is how you should be doing it, girls. Just another double coming through the line. And that's sculler 84, Bath University. Just finishing her time trial. But I don't know if I told you, the championship single sculls for the George Innes Cup. I'm sure we'll be able to tell you later on who the sponsors are, but the George Innes Cup is for championship single sculls, and that is Hayden of Bath University, just coming towards, so probably 2/3 of the way down our time trial. From the George Innes Cup for the championship single sculls, we're going to the championship pairs, and this is for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. We've got 18 entered, 16 qualifying, and the first crew we have in front of us is Leicester. Nice to see Leicester making an appearance here. I've seen them at a couple of regattas this year. I haven't seen very much of them in previous years, but really nice to see clubs moving in and taking on. Well, now there's an interesting one. Crew number 87, a composite from Leander Club and London University, and just spotted the name Abigail Top. And Abigail Top, I'm delighted to say, is an ex-Aberdeen rower. Very successful as a junior, very successful very early on as a junior, and I am so happy that she's continuing her rowing career and still being so successful. And yeah, I'll have to catch up with her later for a wee blether, because really nice example of pairs rowing here. Just both these rowers, as I said earlier, twitchy boat, but if you look at how they're moving, their bodies are moving together, their hands are moving together, they're doing everything together, and that's quite hard to accomplish in a composite, because you know, as a composite, you're not necessarily club mates. You have to train as and when you can together. But really nice long panning shot. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameraman, for pandering to my whims there. That's the Leicester pair, crew number 85, just coming through the enclosure. Just doing things, you know, synchronous. You have to be synchronous in a pair, just moving as smoothly as you can. As I said, quite twitchy boats, pairs. And you have to get on really well with your clubmate, your companion in the boat. It is very much a very strong crewmate. So here we have pair number 89 from Cantabrigian. This is their A crew. In these conditions, it's quite hard to just keep yourself covered up as long as you can and just get yourself prepared for the start of the race, because you don't want to be caught out, and you don't want to be exposed to the sun longer than you have to, because, you know, here we are almost 10 o'clock and it is incredibly warm here. And this is a club that I don't think I've ever seen before, so it's great. New kit for me, something I'll have to remember. So Carmarthen Rowing Club. Boat number 86 in the championship pairs, as I said earlier, for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. Hotly contested. 16 places in the further on parts of the competition. 18 crews vying for these 16 places. Nice pairs rowing there, and then we've got a nice shot of Oxford University Women's Boat Club, pair number 91. Rowing in a Philippi. We're talking about Rolls Royce of boats. Impacker, the yellow ones are sort of German manufacturer. The Philippi is, here we go, a German Impacker there in front of us. Philippi is I suppose the Italian equivalent, like the racing stallion. Would that be a Maserati or a Lamborghini? Probably a Lamborghini. But all beautiful boats, beautiful designs. And there we have Top and I don't know our London clubmate, but Leander and London, pair number 87, just finishing their time trial. Just catching up with Carmarthen, who I just set off in front of them. Really nice shot there of both these pairs. Here we see pair number 94 on the start, Cambridge 99. Here we go, great example of a start, because you're sitting there stationary. You have to get the boat speed up as fast as you can, as soon as you can, but you have to do it smoothly. You cannot attack it. And oh great, we have Aberdeen University there racing in this championship pairs. Spot Maisie Aspirational in stroke seat there, very successful as a junior, yet again coming out of the Aberdeen Schools programme, and she's now at university, Aberdeen University. I did spot the boat. It's a Robert Gordon University. Both universities in Aberdeen share their equipment, share their coach, and work cooperatively, which is nice to see. And here we have, oh, this is Cantabrigian, I think. Again, just another view of them. crew number 89 in this championship pairs. And I bet the cameraman's just having a moment to himself about random people who just walk in front of the camera lens just when you're trying to get a good shot. And here we have our first American pair in this event, Georgetown University Rowing Club, and this is their A pair with Angerhofer in it, just reaching out there in a borrowed, it looks like a Felipe boat. I'm sure they are enjoying this whole experience, this whole ambience, the whole experience of racing on this gorgeous course at Henley. Pair number 92 from another composite, Imperial and London University. Just rowing very strongly there. I love getting these shots where you're side on to the crews because you can actually see what they're doing. And a lot of coaches out there will be watching these races with great enthusiasm. And the championship pair there of, and I think that is Thames Rowing Club. It's the first time we've seen them in this event. That is pair number 88. Just on the start again, here we go. This is a composite from Christ's College, Cambridge, Downing College, and this is pair 99. Watch them on the start, getting poised. That's our first stroke, nice and smooth. Just holding those finishes in, just getting yourself off, getting the boat speed up. You don't want to have a bit of a wobble in the boat, you just want to be as smooth as you can, but as powerful as you can. So it's a balance of getting the power on and getting it smooth. Here's a composite, another composite. I can't quite get the colours there. I'm sorry, you'll have to bear with me. Oh, and looking back up the course, we have Cambridge 99. They're just probably coming through the enclosure area. As you can see, as we talked earlier around the quads, there's a steering plate, and in the pairs the steering plate is with bow person, so bow person has to keep looking around to see where the booms are. I think that bow person is a bit anxious that maybe she's getting a bit close to the booms, because as I said earlier, some of these boats are very, very expensive, and you don't want to be the one to go back to the club and say, sorry, I broke the boat. And this is Oxford University Women's Boat Club, just finishing their course. We'll just pan down to the finish, just see these crews winding down. That's crew 99. No, sorry, it's crew number 90, and we haven't seen this crew before. That's crew 90, and they're from Sabrina Rowing Club. Further up the course, we have the B pair from Georgetown University, crew 101. They're just coming down the island. You just come off the island. Just off the island, there's a bit of stream that catches you, can catch unaware. Just panning to Upper Thames, you can recognise the kit there. Upper Thames 96, just as they are going past us. So in a pair, can be a very fast boat. You know, just two people, no cocks to carry along, no weight, extra weight to carry along. But as I say, you need a great synchronicity between the two crew members. So this is the C pair from Thames Rowing Club, and this is pair 102. Got a nice run on the boat there, just the boat is sliding along underneath them as they come forward. Just sitting up nice and tall, just finishing each stroke out, and then taking their time on the way forward, leaning out as far as they can. Now this is the other composite that I just couldn't quite catch earlier. This is composite from Leeds Rowing Club and Molesey. And there we are again. Obviously just coming together for this event, just right, they'll be fast, and certainly are looking good as they come towards us. So here we are, still with the Molesey Leeds Rowing Club pair. There's a Molesey kit I'm recognising, so can't quite see the number, but just as they come towards us. And here we have one of the first double sculls, and they are flying. Reading University, and I would expect Reading University, phenomenal reputation for producing really good quality scullers. And look at that, talking about synchronicity, blades, oh, beautiful, in together, out together, feathering and squaring together, just really nice and strong. And here we have the B crew from Georgetown University, just coming through the tail end of the enclosure. I'm sure they'll be chivied along by some of their club mates there. I'm sure there's often a really good support from the States in this event, and you know, like the Scots, the Americans stick together, so they will support other crews and just cheer them on, especially in the middle of the course, because this is where it's starting to hurt a bit. You hear some encouragement, it really lifts you. This is crew 97. I was just looking at the kit thinking, I think that's Marlow, and there we go, Marlow just finishing their course. And 105 is a Leander Club Twickenham composite in the championship pair, championship double sculls for the WPR Cup. Just a side-on view of Thames Rowing Club, their C crew there, just as they're coming through the enclosure area. I'm sure there's a huge Thames contingent just encouraging them on. And there's the composite, Leeds and Molesey just coming through onto the finish line there, just to finish their time trial. Oh, the doubles are coming thick and fast. A double from Upper Thames there. I do love watching quads, but sometimes watching doubles as well, you can get this sort of precision from these doubles. And here we have the Reading University one, waxing lyrical about it earlier and just really enjoying watching it race. Just coming through now is the Thames double there, and then we have the composite from Leander and Twickenham. Sorry, that's not the Leander Twickenham. I do apologise. Just thinking that's not Leander kit. That is Strathclyde Park. And how can I hold my head up high north of the border again, getting that wrong? I do apologise. 104. I was talking about the support on the bank from the Americans. Here's another American club, Hydro Rowing Club from America. This is their A double in the WPR Cup Championship doubles. 8 crews entered. No, sorry, 10 crews entered. Only 8 make it through to the subsequent part of the race. And just got a quick shot of crew 110 from a composite from Edinburgh University, Newcastle University, just in the doubles. So this is the Upper Thames double, 1-1-1 from B crew. Just seeing them coming down the island, so they're just fairly early in their race, just off the start. Just they've had their start, and then they're just at that stage where they're just wanting to settle it down, take the rating down, but just give themselves a bit more time on the slide forward, just getting a different ratio in their strokes. Really nice Upper Thames double there. And here encouragement coming from the bank. We've got various cameras, not cameras, microphones up the bank, so that you can get a bit of the atmosphere. It does help. It does make you feel as though you're involved with the event. So here we have Reading University just finishing their time trial in the WPR Cup. And looking up at the start, we have a first of our championship coxless fours for the Avril Velicott Cup. I was just talking earlier, these coxless boats, no cocks in them. Somebody has to do the steering. A bit harder to steer a 4 than a quad. And just panning back to the Upper Thames B crew, 111. And just coming towards the finish here, we have 2 crews. We've got the composite from Edinburgh University. Oh no, it's Leander Cub and Twickenham, I think. Or no, it could be Strathclyde Park and Twickenham. I'm sorry, I'm getting this all wrong. Just can't quite get the colours in these bright conditions. It's my excuse, and I'll stick to it. So as I said earlier, we're going to see the first crew on the start. They've done their start, they come through their timing point, and this is 113 from Vesta Rowing Club. This is for the Avro Velicot Cup, as I said earlier. 14 entries, 12 to qualify. So 2 will get dropped. You don't want to be one of those 2 because that's not necessarily a good place to be. As I said, the steers person is sitting. It's not always by person that steers. Sometimes somebody in the middle of the boat will steer, but sometimes it's in the middle of the boat because they have to turn their head round and see where they are in the course. It's quite difficult. Up on the start, there's little markers that you can look back and see if you're steering a straight line. You can see where the boat's been. You can see the puddles of your blades, so you can see how good a line you're steering. 115. No, 116 is a London Rowing Club, just going through. And then we have Leander, 114, just coming into shot there. That's sort of, if you're sitting at home, you think, oh, those aren't Leander blades. It just gives you an indication just how bright it is out there this morning. 10:15 in the morning, I have no idea how warm it is. But certainly as I was walking up the course, it felt like 21, 22. So as the sun's rising, it's certainly getting a bit warmer. Just over the far side, we can see some of the singles lining up for their time trial later on. You can see singles boating. Nice mix of boats that we were having this morning. Just really enjoying seeing all these different boat classes racing. I hope I'm giving you some information as to what the difference in the boats are. We've seen the quad sculls, that's where each athlete has 2 blades. We're now with the 4s, where each athlete only has 1 blade. They don't have a cox to steer them and to give them the calls that they need. It's all done within the boat. So as a crew, they have to be pretty closely knit and have trust with each other. So that's Vesta, the first of these championship coxless 4s. So just looking there, we have Thames Rowing Club, 117. I just caught a shot earlier and I thought I recognised that kit. Composite from Aberdeen Schools, George Heriot, Strathclyde Park in the championship coxless 4s. And if we get another shot, then I'll tell you who the other athlete in that boat is. But there we have side-on view of Vesta, 113, just as they're coming through, probably towards the tail end of the enclosure there, heading towards the chairman's enclosure, which is down the far end. A lovely view up the course there, just looking up towards Temple Island, up towards the hills in the distance. You can just see that sort of gentle heat haze starting to appear now, and it's just an indication that I think it's going to be a scorcher. Maybe not what these athletes want to hear. And then we'll go back, that's 116 London Rowing Club. And here's 119, the composite from Newcastle University and Tyne Rowing Club. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but Newcastle University you can always spot because they've always got these stars on their blades. Another example of different rigs in boats. This is a bucket rig, as I said earlier, Italian rig when I was racing competitively back in the day. It's just where you've got two athletes racing in the same, with their blades on the same side of the boat. And that is London Rowing Club. Just got a glimpse of their blades. And crew 120 is our first American crew, University of Pennsylvania. And just coming off the start, you can just see the steersperson there, just checking where she is in the course, checking where the booms are, checking where those uprights are. They'll be in a borrowed boat, and of course they do not want to have any incidents. This is the A crew from Thames, just racing down their course. Look at the concentration. These are brilliant camera shots. You can see the concentration, the intensity of the concentration of these faces. And you know, it's not a case of getting in the boat and let your mind go. Rowing is very much a thinking sport. You have to think about lots of things, lots of time. Steersperson will be thinking about steering, where the booms are. Stroke will be thinking about stroke rate, efficiency, trying to think, and the two in the middle will just be backing them both up. I don't know who's doing the calls. Somebody will be doing the calls. They'll be thinking about what they have to do, and very much a lot of thinking going on in these boats. As I say, it's not a case of jumping into a boat and just having a relaxing tootle up the river. A lot of hard work going on as well. So concentration and hard work in the middle of this race, or this time trial for the Avril Velicott Cup. Another view of the Newcastle University Tyne composite. As I said, stroke and bow, either ends of the boats are on one side, and then the two in the middle are on the other side, and that's probably why they're racing a composite, just to maximise racing experience for these girls. And that's the London Rowing Club, crew 116, just finishing their time trial. Just, and here we have the composite 119, just coming just through the enclosure area. As I say, there'll be a big support. There's usually a big contingent from Newcastle University just supporting their clubmates, so I'm sure there'll be roars of encouragement as they come through the enclosure area. And here we have crew 120 from University of Pennsylvania. I can hear the beautiful noise of their blades as they feather and square together. You hear that clunk, just synchronous clunk, and because they're all doing it together, it's just such a loud clunk just as they're feathering and squaring together. Just, another view of Pennsylvania there. And here we have 126, the B crew from Leander. Just, as you can see, they're just motoring up. They're just done their start. They're just getting up to maximum boat speed as they go through their timing point. Because you want to be flying when you go through a timing point, and then just work your way all down the bottom. Crew 122 is the A crew from Georgetown University, another American crew. Just working very hard there. Just see them having come through the island. As I said, in this championship event, the Avril Velicott Cup, it is 14 entries. 12 will proceed to the further realms of the competition, and 2 will sadly no longer feature. Now that's the composite Newcastle Tyne just finishing the course, and now we have Molesey. Distinctive kit, crew 123 from Molesey. Another club that's got a very good reputation producing high quality crews. So just see them coming off the island, coming closer to us in the chairman's enclosure. Really nice shots here from the cameraman. He's just doing exactly what I'd want him to do if I could speak to him. But thank you very much, Mr. Cameraman, just giving us great shots of these athletes and these crews as they are racing. And I'm sure those at home will be delighted to see them too, so it gives them close-up views of just coming towards just finishing their race there. We can see these quads having finished their race, then heading back up the course. And here we have another composite. Another Newcastle University time composite. We haven't seen this one so much. It's a 3-in-1 there. Crew 121. Then got the distinctive yellow of Nottingham University. 125. In their coxless 4s. And a quick glimpse of the Aberdeen, the Scottish composite earlier. Haven't seen them since, so I do apologise if you are sitting up in north of the border and hoping to see more of them. We did see the championship doubles earlier on. I was just checking that we had seen them, and now we're moving on to the aspirational double sculls. Just the last crew to finish their course are coming through the chairman's enclosure. That's the Under Club Crew 126 in the championship coxless 4s. Just a nice shot of them there. It's working really nicely together, reaching out. Steersperson just looking around there. They can see where they've been, but sometimes they sort of just drift a wee bit close to the booms and just want to pour themselves into the best of the stream, but also far away from the booms. This is Avon County in the aspirational double sculls. As I said earlier, we've watched the championship double sculls. And this is the aspirational double sculls for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. Now 16 of these athletes will go through. 30 doubles have been entered. So this will be a fast time trial because you do not want to miss out. And it will be very tight between these double sculls. Just getting a wee bit too much boat noise from the double sculls there. I don't know if you can hear me above it. This is 133 Oxford Academicals A crew in the aspirational double sculls. You can hear the slides of their seats as they come forward. I think somebody's turned the microphone up just a wee bit too much, just up at that point on the bank. It's nice to get atmosphere, but sometimes too much atmosphere is just a bit too much. Bad enough when you're in the boat hearing it that loud. Well, thank you very much. We're back on it. Here we have Warwick. Just in their double sculls, and that is double 129. And they're being followed by Cole Porter's Amateur Rowing Club. Now you don't often see Cole Porters these days, and that's a profession that is no longer in existence, but Cole Porters from Southampton. Great to see them here today. Great to have the historical name still associated with the club too. So the double 136 distinctive kit, and it even says on the back of them, for those who can read the sign, 136 from Upper Thames, and this is their A double sculls. And we've seen Avon County already. And just a nice side-on shot there. Just as I say, a lot of these shots, a lot of coaches sitting back home, or even people new to the sport sitting back home, will be looking and thinking, oh, that's what I should be doing. That's what I should be doing. Oh, that's how. Oh, and just taking tips, because some of these shots are just such great coaching shots. And the double from 139 is from Norwich, just sitting on the start there, just above the island, just preparing themselves. They'll be told when to start off, and they'll have a few strokes to build themselves up to maximum boat speed for that timing point. Just move to a camera up the course so we can just look down the island, looking further down the course. Just get the atmosphere. You can see down the course to the church in Henley and all the people on the bank lined up and cheering their clubmates on. So I think that is 133, Oxford Academicals there. And 139 from Norwich. We're just getting a nice view of those as they come off the double as it comes off the island. A bit of overtaking going on there. 133. So Oxford Academicals and being overtaken by Greenbank Falmouth, and that's their A crew in this aspirational double sculls. And then we have Upper Thames again, just racing along very nicely there. And then we have Queen's Belfast. And they're from Ireland, and it's the Queen's University Ladies. Double 140. And there we can just see De Montfort University 142, and that's them just powering up for the island. And then we have one of our Dutch crews, TSR Vidar from the Netherlands 141. And going by the kit, I think this is Reading University. 137. Great when you're proved right from just spotting the kit, and then you get the number and you look down and you think, oh yes, I'm right, hurrah. Here's the De Montfort University double scull. I really like it when a double or a boat sort of ties their hair up and they all have the same matching bobbles. Just think you're thinking this through, girls, and hats off to you. 134 Greenbank Falmouth, the rowing club, and they've just finished their time trial. And here we have the Norwich double scull again, just picking it up there, just as they come through. I think this is the enclosure area. And here we are at the top of the island again. A nice view of 145 York St John University. You see the barrier of the island there, just and just coming off the island and just checking their course just to see where they are. And then they can settle down, done their start, and they will be settling down. Here we have Queen's Belfast. Just really nice view there. Just heard lots of encouragement. I'm not sure if it's for Belfast or not, but I hope it was. It'll give them a bit of a lift. 139, yet again, Norwich. Just coming through the enclosure area. Oh dear. I thought that just panned round to the finish, and I thought somebody was a bit ill, but no, that's just they've just gone through the finish and just having a bit of a break. This is Vidar from the Netherlands, 141. Really nice double sculling. The championship doubles look very neat and tidy, and the aspirational double sculls also very tidy here from this Dutch crew. 149 is Sudbury Rowing Club. Just winding it up so that, as I said earlier, It's a time trial, so you need to get from A to B as fast as you can. You're given a wee bit of a run up, about 10 strokes or so, to get your boat speed up. You want your boat speed to be pretty much maximum as you go through the timing point, so you can sort of minimise the length of time you take on the course, because, as I said earlier, we've got 30 crews, 16 to progress later on, so as I said, it's going to be tight at the top. So if it's tight at the top, it means that later in the day, or later in the whole regatta, we're going to have some very, very close racing. 149 is the crew from Sudbury, just coming off the island, just settling into a nice rhythm there. As I said, you know, you want to maximise your boat speed as you come off the start, but that has to be sustainable, and sometimes the start is quite hard, very intense, and it isn't, you cannot sustain that rating for any length of time. York St John University just coming through, they've settled into a nice rhythm there, so you want to settle into a nice rhythm, a nice pace that's sustainable. You're still working very, very hard, but you're just giving yourself a wee bit more time on the recovery as you slide forward before you take that next stroke. Crew 142, De Montfort University being overhauled by 143 from St Andrews University. And I'm sure that'll give the girls from St Andrews a bit of a boost, because that's a nice place to be in if you're doing some overtaking. Distinctive kit from Birmingham University, 152 just off the start. And they are just going very nicely there. Just settling down into a nice rhythm. You want a nice, not a relaxed rhythm, you are still working hard. As I said, you just want a wee bit more recovery time, a wee bit more to breathing time. 147 is the double from Georgetown University. That's their A crew in this aspirational double sculls for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. And then we have 145, York St John University. Just coming through the regatta enclosure. Just winding up now, we have the double 156, Harvard University, and that's their C double. Just saw them from going from 0 to a maximal boat speed just as fast as you can, because that's what you need to do, that's what you have to do to get these nice rhythms. 155, Bournemouth University B crew there, just settling into a nice rhythm, nice pace. As I said, just keeping it nice and relaxed. Just panning back to the finish, just watching some crews finish. 156, this is the Radcliffe Harvard University crew. As I said earlier, we were talking earlier about the concentration. Rowing isn't a sport where you can just jump into a boat. There's a lot of thinking to be done, a lot of both members of the boat have jobs to do. And 151, City of Oxford there, just coming through. So the bow person thinks about the steering, the stroke person thinks about the rhythm, the ratio. Two different jobs come together to produce a nice together double. And 145 is York St John University, just finishing their time trial. And followed by Cantabrigian there, 146. And 153 is the United Kingdom Armed Forces. And just racing through the enclosure there. Didn't see them on the start, and we're now quickly moving on to the aspirational single sculls for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. 157 is Blackett from Twickenham. You just see her picking it up just to maximise the boat speed as she goes through the timing line. A great shot there looking down the course. You see the church in the distance. Huge support in the banks on this very sunny Friday in Henley. Sculler there, a bit of steering issues just as she caught a bit of stream there just off the island, but straightened up again very nicely. And that's Blackett of Twickenham. We're still with some of the double sculls coming through the enclosure area. And this is 156 from Radcliffe Harvard University. Just coming on towards the finish. 158 is Lions of Leicester. That's the A sculler here. Just coming off the bottom of the island. Just having done their start, just settling into a nice rhythm. I always think sculling's one of the hardest ones to race. You're by yourself, there's you and your brain and the course and the clock and the time. It's for me it's a difficult thing. Some scullers just like being by themselves and just do a great job of racing a single. Blackett of Twickenham just coming closer to the enclosure now. Sculling very nice and very long, and then we just panning back to Radcliffe Harvard just as they're coming towards the finish in their time trial in the double sculls, aspirational double sculls for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, and that's the UK Armed Forces. Just hear the buzzer there just for them to say they've finished their race. Sculler 160, City of Sheffield, and she is Webb, City of Sheffield. Sculler 158 from Leicester Lions. I said earlier the aspirational double sculls, we had 30 double sculls racing for 16 places. Aspirational single sculls, we have 40 scullers racing for 16 places. So, as I said, with the doubles it was tight at the top. It's even tighter in this event. Great to see so many scullers racing in this event. And just catching the Radcliffe Harvard double, just getting the beep to finish their time trial. Sculler 165, Drury from Maidstone and Victor. Just picking it up, driving on because she wants to be maximal speed as she goes through the start line. And then we have Marinos of Warrington. And that's Lions of Leicester, just trying to get an eye coming out into the Regatta enclosure, and that's Blackett of Twickenham just going through the Regatta enclosure, probably down at the bottom end there, and Drury of Maidstone and Victor just closer to the start, just settling into a rhythm there, just going through past one of these gorgeous launches. And I'm looking forward to this afternoon because I will be commentating from one of these launches. Best gig on the planet, I think, just commentating at Henley, but that's for me. Mybra of Walbrook there, Sculler 163. We're up at the start with all these scullers. Just settling into their rhythm. You know, it was very hot earlier this morning. And it certainly isn't cooling down any. So 160, we're back with Webb, City of Sheffield. Just settling into a rhythm. you know, these scullers know that they'll have to go out there and do it again later on, so they want to save something in the tank, but you can't leave too much because, as I said, we've got 40 scullers contending these 16 places. You see these doubles who have finished their time trial just coming in. They'll be seeking shade wherever they find it on the course. And there are lots of trees, luckily, so there is shade to be had. Blackett of Twickenham just coming through the finish there. We'll hear the beep in a minute, and she will just wind it down and know that she's done as much as she can do this morning to try and get one of these 16 places. And here we have Bain of Aberdeen Boat Club. Now I'm hoping the cameraman will stick with Katrina, because I know Katrina very well. Comes from a big rowing family, lots of pedigree here. Very successful as a junior for Aberdeen Schools many years ago, and I'm delighted to say that she's been going very nicely this year, working very hard. Now working as a teacher in Aberdeen and fitting and training quite a few times a week around the teaching. And here we go, another Scottish double single sculler, 170 Vonikova of Strathclyde University. Now, you may say you don't see very many polka dots on the rowing circuit, and to my mind, I think the only ones I ever see are Strathclyde University. They've been like that since way back in the 60s, and I am delighted that they haven't changed it. They've been adamant and just keep their polka dots, because for a commentator, for an umpire, it's really, really good to be able to look up and think, oh, that's Strathclyde University. Can't be anybody else. So Vonikova, she's been going really well. Been seeing her racing quite a few times over the season up in Scotland. Delighted to see her here at Henley. And we have Drury of Maidstone and Victor just coming through the Regatta enclosure. And I think the cameraman's getting frustrated with boats appearing in front of him, lenses, as my husband calls them. He loves taking photographs. These are the randoms that you can't sort of plan for. So I think that's sculler 160, the City of Sheffield. No, I don't think it is. But 173 is Buell Bridge. The sculler coming through there. Just coming off the island, just looking around. There's a wee bit of a stream as you come off the island, because the river splits round the island, so you get a wee bit of a nudge from the stream. But these scullers all coping really, really well with that gentle nudge. And looking by the kit, I think this is a Marlow sculler there. Just 166, just coming off the island. Hodge is the A sculler from Marlow. And then we have 177, Dixon of Reading Rowing Club. I can see these scullers just powering up on the start here. It's great to be out having the camera on the start, because you can see what they're doing. Sitting at home, you can see the start, you can see the middle of the course, and sometimes you can see the finish as well. You know, and you can do it from the comfort of your air-conditioned house somewhere a bit cooler. Nottingham and Union there, 175, and that is Finlay. Just coming off the island, just settling into her rhythm. And Vonikova of Strathclyde University coming through the Regatta enclosure. Just, I suppose, a nice reverse wing single sculls. All sculling riggers used to be in front of the person in the boat. Now they've been putting them behind, and I think scullers prefer them because there's nothing to impede them in front. It just gives them a feel of openness that they can reach out as far as they want to. 164, Marinus of Warrington, just finishing her time trial. So on the start now, we have Mark Biggs of Martlet Boat Club, sculler 180. You see she's just been given the go-ahead. She's going to start building it up now, just increasing the rating, putting the power on, checking your course, and then just starting to go for it. Here she goes, just to go through the time trial at the start, just flying. And this is Canterbridgian sculler there, 178. Sorry, I do apologise. City of Bristol. Didn't get the colours right. I thought I had my eye in, but I haven't quite got there yet. 178, Minko of City of Bristol. And I hope those two chaps up in their launch there have got enough sunscreen on, because I think they'll be cooked like lobsters if they don't. And Rosenfield of Buell Bridge there, just in shot, just checking where she is in the course, just checking where she is in relation to the booms and the uprights. As I say, it's very nice to have a beautifully straight course with all these booms, but as a steers person they could be very scary. Biggs of Martlet there, just coming off the island, having done our start, settling into our rhythm routine there. And the Marlow sculler has just been overhauled there by sculler 169 from Newry. It's McKevitt of Newry just overhauling Hodges of Marlow. Just on the line, and 184 we have Roper of Tideway Scullers. Just sitting there composing herself, just thinking what she needs to do. Breath, and then she's going to start building it so that she's going through this line flying. And it's as if she heard me. Here we have Mlinick of Thames Rowing Club. She's done her start, just looking around, getting a bit of steering, and just getting herself straightened up so that she is well set up for the rest of the course. Sculler 174, Anderson of Cantabrigian.
Yeah, I say.
Just really nice side-on shots here. The paddleboarder enjoying the weather and the sunshine. Maybe get a bit of bounce off these sculling boats. And it's Roper of Tideway Sculler School there. With one of these nice reverse wing riggers. As you can see, if you come forward, you've got all this space in front of you, so that it feels you can come forward as far as you want, get those hands out as far as you want. And it's Mlinick of Thames Rowing Club just coming into shot there. Just checking where she is again. You know, you think it's a straight course, and it is a straight course. But sculling boats, you know, you've got one person and a wee bit of imbalance in the power one side or the other just can send you just slightly squint. You can see your course behind you, but it's also nice just to check behind every so often, just to check that you are straight. 186, Wigdal of Nottingham Rowing Club. Just coming off her start. And then we have Turner Frick of Nottingham University there, sculler 181. It's getting out really nice and long. Some beautiful boats out there in the river today, some beautiful sculling styles, some beautiful scullers. Just very strong, very long. And we have another sculler from Ireland, and this is O'Neill from Kenmare Boat Club in Cork, 176, just finishing her time trial. And we've got 185, Keane of Imperial College. And then we have a Bartlett of, no, sorry, I got this wrong. Biggs of Martlet Boat Club. Just coming through the Regatta enclosure there. Just keeping it nice and long, keeping it smooth. As I said, we've got a big entry in this Aspirational single sculls for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. And these scullers really going strong. And look at them all ranked up there, just on the start. You see this, there's a white thing with a red V at the top. The red V is so that you can look up at the start, and then that will help you keep your straight line. So 190 is Abul Jadayel of Walton Rowing Club. So there's lots of things in the course that can help you steer straight, but you can also, it's also wise just to look behind yourselves every so often, just to check that there's nothing that's cropped up like a swan or whatever that may impede you. Sculler 186, Nottingham Rowing Club. Just getting some beautiful shots, close-in shots of these scullers. Paddleboarder still gently paddling his way up the course. Different kind of paddling. I have tried paddleboarding. It's I think a scull's twitchy. A paddleboard for me was even twitchier, but it's all to do with the core. So it's Wigdal of Nottingham Rowing Club there, just going very nicely. And there you can see the start and the two lanes set up with the umpires just setting these scullers off. 191 Wake of City of Oxford. That's their B sculler. And just looking around just to get yourself lined up where you want to be, and just and then you can concentrate on getting that boat speed up as fast as you can. It's not a case of you know, I'm talking about getting the boat speed up. You're not desperate to just hammer these catches in. You want to be smooth in getting the boat speed up. Smooth and efficient is the way to be. Smooth and efficient on the start, and then you can relax and just hold these knees just a bit longer, take it longer on the way forward, just maximising the power that's coming out from these big muscle groups in the legs. Sculler 189 is Wild from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. I should have recognised the kit faster than I did. I do apologise. The first Mortlake sculler I've seen today. So this is the B sculler for Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Sculler 193 is the C sculler from City of Oxford, Hasten. Just hearing various shouts of encouragement along the bank from various scullers, and it's so nice to hear. It must be great for the scullers to hear. So we've got panning from one City of Oxford sculler to the other. It's shows you how many City of Oxford scullers we have in this event. Quite a few. I haven't been counting them, and just in the background we can see some more 8s going out. You can see an Edinburgh University 8 to recognise the blades. Just crossing the course. That's not Edinburgh University, but further up it was. And I'm sure you'll see more 8s racing in not too long a distance time. So 186 is Wigdal of Nottingham Rowing Club, and she's been followed by, on the screen, by Hinton of Exeter University. And this is their F sculler. So we're still with the aspirational single sculls for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. I wouldn't want to be one of these 40 scullers thinking about it, because you know you have to beat, to get into 16 you have to leave 24 out, so that means you have to be faster than 24 other people to get through the next stage of the race. And my sculling is certainly not up to that, but that's a big ask, you know. So with time trials, people, as I say, people think they're boring. I quite enjoy them because it gives you a chance to check out who's going well, who isn't. But it also makes really exciting racing later on in the day, later on tomorrow, and hopefully later on Sunday. So, and it, you know, it's great to see the strength and depth of women's rowing in the UK and Ireland, and indeed across the world. So we have Brown of Sudbury Rowing Club here, and these are one of our para athletes. As you can see, she's not using her legs at all, and if anybody's tried sculling without using their legs, they'll know how hard Brown is working, because it is not easy. Just sculling very nice. A bit of steering issues there, but she's back in course. Another sculler for Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, Gowan. Oh, maybe it's Iodile, and that's 192. Sorry. So that's the sea sculler from Mortlake Anglian Alpha we saw. And this is Abulia Dial from Walton, just coming down towards the finish there. You just heard the beep as she finished, and that's her finished her time trial. And this is Gowan from Mortlake Anglian Alpha, sculler 194 in our programme here. Just coming through the enclosure area, just sculling very nicely there, still keeping it very long when she's this far down the course. That's it. Ayodele of Mortlake Anglian Alpha, just sculling very strongly here in the middle of the course too. We're just down at the finish now. You can see these scullers who finished their time trials just taking that time to sort of gently paddle themselves back up the course. Just they've done their hard work. They just need to sort of stretch it out and sort of get the breath back into the lungs. And as you can see from that sculler there, that it has taken a big effort this morning. Sculler 196 is our para athlete from Sudbury, Brown. Swinging beautifully there, getting the arms out, just getting those levers on, just and using our body weight to pull the blades through the water. And she's just coming up the barrier now, and we can see the eights. And in fact, the next event, to just turn the page, it's going to be very exciting for you. If you've got, you can extend your coffee break somewhat, or make it even longer. We're going to move from the aspirational single sculls to the championship eights, and I would say that that will be a great event there. That's some little yappy dog further up the course. I'm sure the cameramans would be quite happy to strangle it. It's the sea sculler from Mortlake Anglian Alpha there, just finishing her time trial. And just coming into the enclosure area, we have Brown of Sudbury, as I said, one of our para athletes. Just taking part in this aspirational single sculls. As I said, 40 scullers in this event, 16 going through to the later stages. And some lovely shots of these championships eights just getting themselves ready to go and partake of their time trial. I think we just caught the University of Pennsylvania. I think the kit, if I recognise it from earlier, just in the shot there. It's still Brown of Sudbury, using our arms and bodies. You know, if anybody's an ergo bunny down there, I'll come back to that. But Hinton of Exeter University, just finishing her time trial. And just, I was just going to talk about para athletes, just using your arms and bodies. If you're an ergo bunny there, if you're sat in an ergo, just have a shot yourself. Just see how hard it is just keeping your legs fixed and just using your arms and bodies to propel, or you know, get some boat speed up in an ergo, or the ergo speed up, and just see how hard it is to get the splits down. Just so much credit to Brown of Sudbury Rowing Club. And looking up the course, look at that view, Temple Island in the sunshine. One of my ambitions, I think, in my bucket list is to have a picnic there one day, but then I think my lottery numbers would all have to come up at the same time. If anybody out there is rich and feels like treating me, you know, I am open to offers. But what a beautiful course it is. And just panning in, and some of these eights just lining up, getting themselves prepared for their time trial. It is a beautiful island, isn't it? So Brown of Sudbury, sculler 196. I hope she's got lots of encouragement from the back there, because it does help pull you along when you're sculling along. Just a little shout of your name or a shout of the club is just enough to give you a lift, just so you're not feeling in isolation. Just help you boat along. I think the cameraman's enjoying himself getting the atmosphere shot. Look at the crowds up the bank. Isn't this wonderful for just 11 o'clock on a Friday morning? You know, it's a school day, it's a work day. People are out there enjoying the sunshine, enjoying watching their clubmates, their relatives, their everybody out there racing. But just a great shot up the course there. I can see Katrina Bain's coach just coming down towards us. And then we can see some more crew boats just crossing the course. So just heading up for their start. We've got some more time trials this morning. We've got just a mix of 1/8 race and a couple of coxless fours, a coxed four, and pair and another singles race. As I said earlier, I am quite surprised to see quite so many people out here, out and about this early in the morning. You know, just maybe they come early so they're not out in the heat of the noonday sun. But then Mad Dogs and Englishmen tend to go out in the noonday sun. But so just coming towards the finish now is Brown of Sudbury Rowing Club, our Paris sculler. She has done this course all by herself, using her arms and bodies, no legs involved whatsoever, and that is a big hard ask. If you think it isn't, try it yourself and just see, and much credit to her. Really good example of a single sculling. You just hear her beep here and I'm sure she'll be delighted with her performance. I've just been I've just been joined by Andrea here. We did some commentary at Bucks Regatta together, and we were just talking about painting a picture of. Well, I've been painting a picture of the scenery, and Andrea was saying that maybe later on this afternoon she'll be able to talk about the athlete experience.
Hi everybody, so excited to be here. Yeah, I know when I commentate, my favorite thing is to talk to the aunts and uncles back home that are just so excited to watch. You know, even my parents, thinking back to my own experience, we all look the same on the water, right? We're in spandex and we've got sunglasses on and we're all tall and we look the same. My parents always ask me whenever possible to wear a bright pink t-shirt coming coming down the course so that they could see, maybe not be able to tell from the angles if I was ahead or behind, but they at least knew which one I was. And so that's what we're here to do today for all of you back home who are sitting behind your laptops and watching your friends and family and loved ones come down the course. We're here to paint that picture for you. But what a beautiful day it is today.
Isn't it just? And I was talking about Temple Island earlier and how beautiful it is, and just the lavender's just coming into bloom. And I always think, you come down to Henley and you walk up the course, and I've done it in the winter time when it's not sunny and it's not, but there's just something that just sort of gives you a wee tug, and you think, this is just so picturesque, so pretty, it's so nice.
It is, and this place has a very special memory to me. This is actually the very first rowing event that I ever won. Way back when I was trying to make it onto the national team, I knew that I was lacking in race experience. Coming from Canada, we have such a large event, or a large country, we don't get an opportunity to race. And so on the advice of people much smarter than my own, they said, why don't you come and you try a couple races? So I did Hollenbecker, and this is my one flex. I beat Emma Twigg to the 500, threw my entire race plan out the window, and then she started rowing, and of course I went down in a ball of flames. But then I came here and I had learned some lessons from that about measured starts and saving yourself, and gratefully 500 meters less for me to make it down the course. And I got my first win. But really what I got out of this race was not just the technical, wasn't just the race experience, but it was the friendships and the people that I met here that would go on to shape the rest of my career. Those friends who would reach out to me and say, hey, you didn't make the world's team. Do you want to come to England for the summer and train? And so to be here full circle, have the privilege to do the talk at the international event yesterday and see myself and so many of the athletes there looking up at me was just, I'm so excited to be here today.
Well, we are delighted to have you. Delighted to have you here and delighted to have the experience. And I can hear people sort of hovering in the background, so I think I'm going to sign off for this morning. I've been with you this morning. In fact, I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce myself first thing this morning. Everybody up in Scotland probably knows who I am, but for the rest of you, I'm Carol Wallace and I'm signing off, and I'm going to be handing over shortly to Lizzie Chapman, who is just going to turf me off my seat. So thank you for joining me this morning. I've really enjoyed it. There's been some cracking time trialling. There's been some good crews out there that you need to keep your eye on for later on, because I think you'll see them later on, possibly in the finals. But you've got lots more to watch this morning, so handing over to Lizzie, and hopefully maybe see you somewhere soon. Bye.
No, that's fine. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Are you heading that way? I only said because it's a very difficult game.
Whoa, guys.
They didn't like it.
It's like freeze when they're about to go to you, and then it will go red. And then have they said to you, like, hold it as a still? They have now, yeah. I was holding it still for
I'm going, just to let you know, I'm going to leave at half.
yeah.
I hadn't even got to my stuff.
Then I gave up and left it. I know what to say.
But that's really hard to say. Oh my god, hello!
So welcome back to our live stream here at the Henley Women's Regatta 2023. Racing started this morning with time trials and continues now with the time trial for the Ron Needs Cup. The Ron Needs Cup is the name of the trophy that will be won by the Championship Coxed 8. First off in our time trial is the crew from Leander, the A crew of Isabel Powell, Laura Mackenzie, Helen Kirkpatrick, Issy Hawes, Franny Hunt-Davis, Megan Halpin, Alice Ives, Grace Denning-Smitherman and their cox, George Farthing. George, the former Cox captain of Exeter University Boat Club and a part-time boatman at Leander. Beautiful footage there from the drone looking down on the course as the Leander A crew in the Championship Women's 8 progresses, leading off our time trial of this morning. So in this event we have 15 entries and only 14 of those entries can qualify. So Leander A making a very firm statement there of their intent as they lead the beginning of the time trial. Franny Hunt-Davis in the stroke seat. She learnt to row at the University of Liverpool. She was a finalist in the Wargrave at Henley Royal Regatta last year. Setting a good solid rhythm there and rate for our leading crew. The second crew to go off in our time trial is the Bristol University A crew. The crew consists of Laura James, Bethany Taylor, Eleanor Harkin and Georgina Parker in the bow fore, Lara Grant, Hannah Laurie, Maisie Barnes and Aoife Wilson in the stern fore, and their cox is Ellie West. An extremely competent crew here from the University of Bristol. For those of you who are new to rowing or new to watching the Henley Women's Regatta on the live stream, you'll see that each crew has their own individual number. And in the case of Bristol University, the number is 198, and they'll have that same number throughout the course of the race. 197 there, you see, was our first crew off, Leander Rowing Club. Looking there at Helen Kirkpatrick in the bow seat, an alumni of the Imperial College Boat Club and a semi-finalist in the Wargrave event at Henley Royal Regatta for Women's 8s last year. You saw a brief glimpse there of the crew from Oxford University, number 199. We'll come back to them in a moment, but here is the crew from Thames Rowing Club. Crew number 200. Helena Barton is in the bow seat, Darla Matthews is at 2, Sarah Portsmouth at 3 and Abigail Pape at 4. Annie Sharp is at 5, Olivia Rogerson at 6, Amelia Crocker at 7 and Georgie Haynes is the stroke. Antonia Stutter is the cox of the Thames Rowing Club crew. On the screen now, Bristol University. Here's the Oxford Brooks crew. Martha Birtles is in the bow seat, Orin Smedding at 2, Ariana Ford at 3, Jenny Bates at 4, Rihanna Sumpter at 5, Grace Richards at 6, Claire Feerick at 7 and Brenna Randall is the stroke, and Cameron Moffat is coxing them. They were the winners of the Champion 8s at the Bucks Regatta, so I'm sure they too will be looking to qualify strongly in this event. And another glimpse of Thames Rowing Club as they steadily make their way down the course. You could see crews crossing in the distance. Now, University of London, crew number 202 with Tilly Ollerenshaw at bow, Selena Jones at 2, Trudy Marks at 3 and Georgie Banton at 4, Iona Dixon at 5, Esme Jones at 6, Jessica Martin at 7 and Alexandra Hollis in the stroke seat with Darcy Burkett stroking them. Oxford Brooks on the screen now, making their way down towards the finish line, which is at the Remenham Club. A good side-on view there of the crew from the University of London. One crew that we haven't seen on screen is crew number 201 from the University of Pennsylvania. A history-making boat for Penn, qualifying for the NCAA National Championships for the second time in their history and placing second at the Ivy Championships this year. Hopefully we'll see them shortly, but here is a great view of the University of London crew, number 202. As they progress down the course. And the Ron Needs Cup for the Championship Women's 8. 14 crews out of the 15 entered will qualify. Looks to me like this is the Georgetown University... Princeton lightweight women's crew taking off now with Sarah Paulson in the bow seat, Lena Schwartz at 2, Hannah Holzbarth at 3, Claire Brockman at 4, Kalina Blake at 5, Daisy DeVore at 6, Lily Feineman at 7, Sarah Fry at stroke and Margaret Murphy coxing them. Crew number 204, the Princeton lightweight women. Rowing in an Oxford University lightweight women's boat, setting a cracking pace. Crew number 203, Georgetown University, Katie Edling in the bow seat, Emma Went at 2, Julia Ashton at 3, Amrit Chapman at 4, Katrina Ksaski at 5, Rachel Green at 6, Clara Weller at 7, Gracie Leone in the stroke seat, and it's Jacqueline Luke who is coxing them this year. Progressing past you'll see in the background there, the barrier. So progressing past one of the iconic landmarks of the course. Georgetown University. And this is the first time that they have competed at the Henley Women's Regatta, so we welcome them and are delighted to see them. Meanwhile, the Princeton lightweight crew setting a cracking pace, as are the University of London. So, University of London, crew number 202, Georgetown University 203, Princeton Lightweights 204, Nottingham University 205, and here on the screen, the University of Galway crew coming across from Ireland. We have Nell Allison in the bow seat there on the left of the screen, Ellen Ford at 2, Jane Hillary at 3, Ethel Rose Murray at 4, Kiara Butler at 5, Emma Fagan at 6, Rania Praxmara at 7, Eva Benson in the stroke seat, and their cox is Amy Curtin. And there's the Nottingham crew. Helena Singleton is in the bow, Georgina Thorpe in the stroke seat, and Ellen Nolson is their cox. On your screen now, Edinburgh University, crew number 207. Anna Buchanan in the bow seat, Charlie Faint at 2, Chiara O'Doherty at 3, Claudia Rossington at 4, Madeline Fatani at 5, Catriona Taylor at 6, Helena Howe at 7, Isabel Johnson in the stroke seat, and James Dearden is their cox. And one of the changes over the last few years in rowing has been that coxes can be of either gender rather than having to have a female cox. I think this must be the Nottingham crew, crew number 205. And here again, the Edinburgh University crew. With Anna Buchanan in the bow seat there. Their cox, James Dearden, progressing past the barrier. Crew number 208 is the Radcliffe Harvard crew, and 209 Oxford Brookes University. In the Radcliffe Harvard crew, we have Alex Smits, who hails from Sydney, Tessa Haining, Bridget Galloway, Alexia Faydeb de Modave, Aurelia Elliott, Lindsay Bratt, Morgan Blind, and at stroke, Sophie Barr. Their cox is Alexandra Scherf. Quite an international crew with crews from New Zealand and Switzerland and the UK, as well as Australia. 209 is the crew from Oxford Brookes University. In the Oxford Brookes crew this year, Maisie Gordon in the bow seat, Jade Colton at 2, Jasmine Bowers at 3, and Chelsea Armstrong at 4. Olivia White at 5, Beth Dutton at 6, Anna Bloomer at 7, and Jemima Furness at stroke, with Emily Mears coxing. Thames Rowing Club, crew number 210, with Aileen Brown in the bow seat, Anna Terry at 2, Katie Matali at 3, and Millie Hopkins at 4. In the stern, Hannah Roberts at 5, Josephine Phillips at 6, Eve Carrow at 7, and Tara Grimsley-Moore in the stroke seat. They are coxed by Anna Young. And our final crew is from the University of Pennsylvania, crew number 211. Eve Chiarello is in the bow seat. Christina Kamenev at 2, Leah Simmons at 3, Griffin Pitt at 4, Catherine Milletta at 5, Catherine Kionaga at 6, Maren Burgess at 7, and Caroline Sosker at stroke, with Helena Wolk coxing. And as we said, 15 crews racing the time trial here, but only 14 of them will qualify, so everybody taking this very seriously. Also a great opportunity to have a hit out on the course ahead of racing later on today. And moving on to our next event, racing for the Leicester Trophy. The Club Coxless Fours. And first off, crew number 212, who hail from Wallingford. I don't think so. I was looking at the colours there. I think that was Vesta Rowing Club. Melissa Nelson, Hetty Palmer. Reading Rowing Club number 213, Vesta Rowing Club 214 and Twickenham 215. So here's our leading crew from Wallingford. So Ruth Haig in the bow seat, Lucy Walker at 2, Samantha Burrows at 3 and Emma Butler in the stroke seat. From Reading Rowing Club, crew number 213 has Julieta Gonzalez in the bow seat, Jessica Shepherd at 2, Catherine Wybrow at 3 and Rachel York at stroke. Just passing us now from Twickenham Rowing Club, Sarah Neville, Constance Lewis, Carrie Griffin and Julia Clark in the stroke seat, representing Twickenham Rowing Club in the Leicester Trophy for the club women's fours. Crew number 214 is from Vesta Rowing Club, the crew of Laura Hayden-Smith, Hannah Turner, Joanna Inns-Hopkins and Jemima Harbottle. Setting a cracking pace and look as though they are closing up on the crew from Reading Rowing Club of Julieta Gonzalez, Jessica Shepherd, Catherine Wybrow and Rachel York. So Curlew Rowing, Sons of the Thames, crew number 216, Curlew Rowing Club 217 and York City 218. In the Sons of the Thames crew, Linda Blakely, Katie Martin, Jennifer Scrine and Ruth Turnock. The crew from Curlew. Crew 217 is Camille Matulanate, Catriona Blomberg, Eloise Heap and Kiernan Louis, a very international crew. They're based in East London, but there's an American, a Welsh woman, a Norwegian, Scottish woman and a Lithuanian in that one crew. And they've pointed out that their acronym is KWIKK, Quick, which they hope to be during the regatta. Our crew from Sons of the Thames. 204, the crew from York City of Sarah Bridge, Rachel Shillitoe, Benneth House and Sophie Nicholson. Crew 219 is from Derby Rowing Club, Emily Carr, Martha Nutkins, Lizzie Wilkes and Catherine Harris. Star Rowing Club, crew number 220 is Neve McBride, Rachel Kuar, Emma Harris and Katie McDonough. Crew number 221 are from Broxbourne Rowing Club. Phoebe Jones, Sophie Wyatt, Joanna Davis and Lauren Wetherill. Minerva Bath, our crew number 222. Crew number 223 3 are from Shannon Rowing Club in Ireland. Roshan Malone, Victoria Haney, Megan Carmody and Kiara Davis. From Agecroft, crew number 224, Orla Holohan, Olivia Hubbard, Madeline Granger and Mary Spence. 225 is the crew from London Rowing Club of Chloe Ramambason, Claudia Turley, Saskia Gill and Jennifer Arthur. And this is Derby Rowing Club, crew number 219, Emily Carr, Martha Nutkins, Lizzie Wilkes and Catherine Harris, coached by James Walker. Also coached by Tim Briley, both of whom have really helped these girls find some speed as they prepared for this event. Crew number 225 is the crew from London Rowing Club. Chloe Rambason, Claudia Turley, Saskia Gill and Jennifer Arthur. Crew number 226 from Canterbridgian, Rebecca Dell, Emily Wilkes, Amanda Clarkson and Rosanna Barraclough. In 227 from Worcester Rowing Club, Elizabeth Haining, Laura Boddy, Frances Thomas and Catherine Jackson. And 214 Thames Rowing Club, Heather Walker, Kaylin Myberg, Eleanor Higginbotham and Ninky Mayinsma. The Marlow Rowing Club are crew number 215, Alicia Redman, Ailish Dudley, Abby Lewis and Ella Holloway, and 216 Leeds Rowing Club, Rose Burnett, Christy Murphy, Philippa Donnelly and Sarah Vincent. Putney Town are crew number 231. Caroline Peck, Bronwyn Ray Leborn, Chloe Paxman and Rosie Climo. So we have 40 crews rowing in this time trial and only 16 of them will progress through to the finals, or to the racing I should say. So highly competitive event here. Crew 232 is from Oriel, Kensington, the crew of Lucy Baker, Mariana Raffaele, Valerianne Buslow and Gabriella Morton. And from the city of Cambridge, crew number 233, Zaina Weich, Katie Price, Sarah Stafford Airy and Rebecca Alexander. Again, a multinational crew, a Welsh, a South African, an English and an American rower. Training on the stretch of the New Bedford River in Erith. Crew number 234, the City of Bristol Rowing Club crew of Henrietta Irons, Caitlin Bloom, Grace Lusby and Amy Gardner. So here we have that crew, the City of Bristol Rowing Club crew, making their way down past the temple now. Followed by crew number 235 from Norwich Rowing Club, Elizabeth Johnston, Olivia Caroline Doubleday, Molly Appleton at 3 and Brianne Considine in the stroke seat. This is half of the 8 from Norwich Rowing Club that rowed here at the regatta last year. Molly Appleton, who rowed at Oxford Brookes for 3 years, from 2013, and a previous winner here in the junior women's double and in the senior 8s. Lizzie Johnston, a former Cambridge lightweight. Brianna Considine, a novice last year, stepping up to the club for this year, and Olivia Doubleday, who started rowing at university and has progressed now to the Norwich Rowing Club. Our next crew, number 236, hails from Barnesbridge in London, the Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club. The crew consisting of Hannah Steedman, Cara Cahill, Elizabeth Sari and Eleanor Preston. Crew number 237 hails from Henley, the Upper Thames Rowing Club crew of Sophie Lane, Lauren Harrington, Becky Norman and Yasmin Ryman King.
One is like worst case scenario.
So that crew from Upper Thames, Sophie Lane, Lauren Harrington, Becky Norman and Yasmin Ryman King. And then number 238 is another crew from Nottingham, this time from Nottingham Rowing Club, Kathy Beaumont, Frances Campbell, Emma Rayleigh and Annie Beaumont. Crew number 239, representing Furnivall Sculling Club. Laura Dan, Charlotte Burns, Beatrix Loveridge and Christina Thorpe. So on our screen now we see Furnival Sculling Club, also known as Furnival Sailing Club from time to time. Christina Kennedy Thorpe is in the stroke seat. B. Loveridge is at 3, so on the left, gradually moving to the left as you look at the screen. Charlotte Burns in the 2 seat and Laura Dan in the bow seat. Crew number 240 is from the City of Oxford Rowing Club with Alice Noel, Tamara Alonso Ayres, Catherine Elmsley and Kira Miller. And crew number 241 is from Molesey Boat Club. Isabel Metcalf, Amory Basin, Emily McCarg and Maya Bentley. So the City of Oxford crew on your screen now. Crew number 242 hails from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. Fran Corby, Eleanor Tunbridge, Katie Ramsey and Sophie Lloyd-Williams. Crew number 243 is from Marlow Rowing Club, just upstream of, or downstream, sorry, of where our race is taking place this weekend. The Marlow Rowing Club crew consists of Philomena Burrows, Pippa Harrison, Emma Boddy and Ruth Naylor. The crew is made up of 3 teachers and 1 veterinarian. And they had very leery t-shirts when I saw them a little earlier. We wish them well. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha on your screen at the moment, 242. So some of these clubs have 2 crews entered in this event. As I said, there are 40 crews racing this time trial with only 16 to actually qualify through to the final. So into the B crews now, we have a Vesta Rowing Club crew at number 245 on your screen now. Alice Peachy is in the bow seat, Carmela Brown at 2, Michaela Blowing at 3 and Daniela Genelard is in the stroke seat. Crew number 246 is from the City of Bristol with Izzy Dyer, Jennifer Bradshaw, Anushka Agarwal and Carmel Locke. Crew number 247, the B crew from Molesey Boat Club of Ella Tarzi, Mary O'Donnell, Francesca Bailey-Tate and Mika Hurd. Crew number 248, the B crew from Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club, Sarah Kelly, Heidi Genvie, Susanna Brown and Vicky Jackson. Crew number 249 is the City of Bristol C crew with Leah Ganser-Potts, Lucy Allen, Lucy Cripps and Ellie Livingston. So with 40 crews entered, we can imagine that the standard is pretty high. Some of these B and C crews may make it through, but competition fierce just to get into the A crew of a large club, let alone make it through to actually race at the Henley Women's Regatta 2023. Twickenham Rowing Club is crew number 250, Margaret Obenshane, Eleanor Sperry, Sarah Edwards and Chantal Ball. 251 Durham Rowing Clubs, Rachel Wilson, Shannon Grealis, Lucy Berethford and Emily Chator. Our next time trial, which has just started now, is the time trial for the lightweight women's single, racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. 28 single scullers, of whom again only 16 will actually make it through to race the remainder of the regatta. Sculler number 253 hails from Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, L. Daniels. So Leanna Daniels representing Hollingworth Lake, sculler number 252. Katie Cooper from Nottingham Rowing Club, sculler number 253. From Newark Rowing Club, sculler number 254 is Laura Bates. And from Totnes Rowing Club, Amateur Rowing Club, Louise Manning. On our screen now, the sculler from Grosvenor Rowing Club, Zara Gauthier-Price. So this is Laura Bates from Newark Rowing Club, just outside Nottingham. Again, this is the lightweight championship aspirational lightweight women's single scull event, racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, with 16 scullers to progress through to racing. Sculler 257 is Imogen Parker Elms from Walbrook Rowing Club. 258 is Amy Wright from Marlow Rowing Club. And 259 Hannah Lincoln from Cardiff University. This is Katie Cooper of Nottingham on the screen in front of you. Louise Manning of Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. Progressing now towards the end of the race course, Katie Cooper representing Nottingham Rowing Club. Sculler number 260 is Rebecca Setford from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. On the screen here from the Bath University, Anna Bradley, sculler number 264. Kingston Rowing Club's Diana Grasso is sculler number 262. The distinctive red and white stripes of Kingston Rowing Club of Surrey there. .261 from Upper Thames is Alice Pictal. 262 Diana Grasso, who we just saw there representing Kingston Rowing Club. Frances Seeley from York City Rowing Club is sculler number 263. Anna Bradley from Bath University, number 264. Representing Durham University and sculler number 265, Chloe Reedman Bell. .267 is Yusra Malaikai from Walton Rowing Club, and 268, Kirsty Dalzell from Nottingham University. So we just saw Chloe Reedman Bell there from Durham University crew, sculler number 265, and now number 270, Naomi Sharma from City of Oxford. So these are all lightweight scullers, which would mean they are within the lightweight limit of 59 kilos. Juliet Broisker from the Netherlands, representing NSRV Focas from Nijmegen in the Netherlands. Sculler number 272. Kirsty Dalziel from the Nottingham University on our screen now. And as with the fours, some of the clubs have more than one sculler in this event. This is Amy Hallett from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club, sculler number 274. Setting off at a cracking pace there in an effort to be one of the final 16 out of these 28 scullers who progresses through to racing. From the University of Surrey, Leonie Kennedy. Learnt to row at Hennington School. The president now of the University of Surrey Boat Club. And the University of Surrey who have done so well at the British University Championships in the last few years under the guidance of their head coach, Sam Tuck. From the King's College Boat Club, the University of Queensland, this is Inez Crittler. This is the first time that we've seen the King's College from the University of Queensland race at Henley Women's. It's wonderful to see them here. Inez Kritzler, a fine sculler on the national scene in Australia. Great to see her here representing both Australia and the King's College Boat Club, University of Queensland, here at the Fiona Dennis Trophy event. Being challenged by the sculler Juliette Broisker from Nijmegen, from NSRV Focus. On our screen now, Naomi Sharma from the City of Oxford Rowing Club, sculler number 270. And we haven't yet mentioned the person following her, number 271. Having a great row there, representing the University of Birmingham, Erin Meredith. She is the current senior women's captain for the University of Birmingham Boat Club, and she's seen great success this year in the women's quad, medaling at Bucks, looking as though she will be one of those qualifying 16 here at the Fiona Dennis Trophy event. Sculler number 278 also represents the University of Birmingham. This is Helen Gilbody.
Were you topless as well?
This is Farah Jedidi, is representing the Fulham Reach Boat Club. Just in front of her, sculler number 275 is Molly Late from Cardiff University. And 274, Amy Hallett from Totnes. Sculler number 277 is Joanna Heyman, representing the City of Oxford.
I'm going to see where the other guys are. Forward coming by now. I'll catch up with you later.
And our final sculler in this 28 lineup is representing the University of Exeter, Isabel Fire.
Good luck, Minerva.
Sculler number 279. Moving on to the next event, where we have 8 crews to qualify out of 9 entrants. Racing for the Parkside Trophy, we have our championship lightweight women's coxless pairs. Leading off our racing are Durham University. The Parkside Trophy crew from Durham University is Ella Thompson and Megan Finn. This combination won silver at the British University Championship Regatta, very narrowly behind another Durham crew. Last year, Megan Finn competed in this event with Izzy Sellers and they reached the semi-final. Wishing the best of luck to our crew from Durham University, crew number 280. Crew 281 hails from Quintin Boat Club, Sophie Young and Jess Hardwick.
Go on, girls, yeah! That's it!
So crew 284, again from Princeton Rowing Club, rowing in a Molesey boat, the Princeton Lightweight Women. This is Bonnie Pushner and Madeline Polubinski. As well as the Princeton Lightweight Women, we have a crew from Radcliffe at Harvard University, Ava Sack and Elsa Andrews, and they are crew number 283. You can see them there now on your screen. Crew 285 hails from Germany, Laura Heinemann and Pia Otto from Kölner Ruderwein von 1877, and crew number 286 from Mortlake Anglian at Alpha Boat Club in London, Ella Rachiva and Mina Frost. Rowing in a development 4 last year, but forming a pair a month ago to come and compete in this event here at the Henley Women's Regatta. On the screen now from the Molesey Boat Club, the crew of Claudia Lauren Williams and Sasha Kennedy. Sasha is from the Surrey University, and so they are rowing as a composite, but coached also by Sam Tuck, who we mentioned before. Just fantastic conditions here at Henley today for these time trials this morning. If you are beaming in from overseas and like me, who hails from Sydney, Australia, a little confused by the fact that there's a time trial and a regatta in the one event, the reason being that the British regattas run a system of holding a time trial to establish speed, and then from the time trial you progress through to the side-by-side racing. I don't think anybody remembered to tell the crew from Harvard that. I think they are trying to race side-by-side now, certainly putting in an enormous effort there to try and overtake the crew from Molesey Boat Club. So both Princeton and Radcliffe coming off the back of some really fantastic racing side by side, certainly coming here to do the business today. We have two more crews in the time trial that we haven't mentioned yet. Crew number 287, who hail from Cambridge University Boat Club, Madeline Jackson and Olivia Allett. The first time racing as lightweights at the Henley Women's Regatta, so pretty excited to be on the course. Both of them in the lightweight winning boat race crew this year, with Liv Elliott in the stroke seat and Maddie Jackson rowing in the 3 seat. And our final lightweight women's pair hails from Princeton again, their B crew of Madeline French and Nathalie Verlinde. So again, 8 of those lightweight pairs will qualify to progress through to side-by-side racing. We now move on to the event, the time trial for the event racing for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. These are the academic women's coxless fours, where we have 18 entries and 16 of those will progress through to side-by-side racing. First off, Oxford Brookes University. In the Oxford Brookes University crew in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy time trial, we had Darcy Wynne-Jones, Shelby Colbeck, Isabella Larder and Hannah Ashley Carter. That's Darcy Wynne-Jones, I believe, and the bow seat. They were winners of gold and silver medals in the intermediate eights at the British University Championships this year. Always a formidable opponent, the Oxford Brookes University. Crew number 289 in our regatta. Crew number 290 are the University College London, of the crew of Alicia Blaze, Jennifer Goodyear, Justine Stanley and Alice Cosens. So again, the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy is for the academic women's coxless fours. Great shot there on our screens of all the crews lining up to come back in, having completed their racing or on the far side paddling out to do their time trials. So a good solid performance here for Oxford Brookes University in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy event for academic coxless fours. Meanwhile, back on the course, we have both the University College London and Leeds University, crew number 291. The Leeds University crew, Alice Cassidy, Emily Moore, Abby Davison and Emily Butler. On our screens now from the Oxford University, their women's boat club crew of Phoebe Mountain, Lily Frysham, Maria Nielsen-Scott and Juliet Russell. So University College London, one of the colleges at the University of London who have an umbrella boat club, the University of London Boat Club, but a number of college crews. Oxford University Women's Boat Club, and crew number 293 on our screens now, representing Oriel College, Beatrice Fridiani, Amelia Monaghan, Beatrice Vernon and Catherine Muir. From Leeds University, Alice Cassidy, Emily Moore, Abby Davison and Emily Butler. From Imperial College, crew number 294, the crew of Lauren Bowles, Yasmin Khalif, Orla Johnson and Julia Capox. From Newcastle University, Hannah Hills, Jessica Proctor-Crozier, Isabel Lack and Annie Bates. Two of these crews rowed for Henley Rowing Club previously and won the Junior Women's Quad event. And Isabel Lack is the women's captain this year at the Newcastle University. Crew number 296 come from Aberdeen University. The crew is Marion Caskey, Alex Castle, Sarah Gilhooly and Kirsten McCallum. This is the Aberdeen University crew, the one composite event in the Cathy Cruikshank event for women's academic coxless fours. From the Edinburgh University, crew number 299, Beatrice Beaver, Emma Ramsey, Olivia Schmidt and Georgie Neeson. Some ferocious racing going on out there on the course, neck and neck. The Oxford University Women's Boat Club crew just crossing the finish line now. And the heat really starting to rise here at Henley. Beautiful conditions, but definitely hot. Crew number 297 is the University of Glasgow. That's the crew of Gemma Collins, Rosalind Wilson, Jessica Odell and Kirsty MacArthur. Hailing from Ireland, the crew 298 is the University of Galway Boat Club crew, Ireland, with Shaylee Kiefer, Saran Gallagher, Eve McMahon and Eve Lowe in the stroke seat. So a good solid row coming there from the University of Galway crew. Trying to chase down the University of Glasgow crew of Gemma Collins, Rosalind Wilson, Jessica Odell and Kirsty MacArthur. Crew 300 comes from the University of Nottingham, and that's the crew of Natasha Jones, Hannah Clegg, Neve Cunningham and Tessa Marley. Setting off out of the blocks now, crew number 304, the Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. Our rowers are Chloe Matthews, Frances Curtis, Clara McClements and Megan McDermott. A relatively green crew with Chloe, Clara and Megan only learning to row last season and racing at the beginner level. But they had great success with multiple medals at the British University Championships, both the head and the regatta. A great experience for them, and they're very keen to come back for more and extend their repertoire to the Henley Women's Regatta. On our screens now, the B crew from Imperial College, which is Bonnie Price, Alice Dewham, Imogen Breeze and Lucinda Dowse. Imperial College, again a college at the University of London. And how wonderful to have a B crew from the University of Galway Boat Club of Ireland also. This crew is Ciara Thornton, Madison Donnelly, Mia Fox and Vika Mulroy. And with 16 crews to qualify out of the 18 entrants, they do of course stand a great chance of getting through. So I don't think we've mentioned this crew before. This is the Edinburgh University crew crossing the line now. Beatrice Beaver, Emma Ramsey, Olivia Schmidt and Georgia Neeson. And now we move on to coxed fours. These are development crews and they are racing for the Frank V. Harry Cup. We have 55 crews doing the time trial and only 16 will qualify through, so enormously competitive. And we have crews coming from all over the place. This first crew is representing our local club, Reading Rowing Club, just upstream of Henley. In our Reading crew, we have Rebecca Carahar, Anissa Orbin, Anna Bridgen, and Cece Chenji, coxed by Thomas Surridge. from Plymouth University, crew number 308. I think you can see on your screen there the B crew from the University of Galway Boat Club, one of our final competitors in the time trial for the academic coxless fours. So on the screen now are the first of our development fours, hailing from Reading University. Second will be the Plymouth University crew, and third the crew from the Warwick Boat Club. So this time trial is being held over approximately 1,400 metres. So they start halfway along the Temple Island, as you can see from the screen there now, and they finish at the normal regatta finish, which is at Remenham Rowing Club. So on your screen now, I think it said crew number 312, so that's Lancaster University, the crew of Georgia Rattigan, Sophie Rain, Miriam Stewart and Katie Phillips. Their cox is Helena Lee Bowler. Crew number 308 on your screen is the Plymouth University crew. That's the first time we've got a shot of them. This is Grace Lord, Kate Moore, Jess Allen and Emma Sherwood, and their cox is Trudy McCoon. This is the first time they've had a University of Plymouth crew racing at the Henley Women's Regatta, so very exciting for that university and the first bit of history for them. Crew number 314 hails from Oxford Brookes University. The crew is Georgia Cholmondeley, Cleedna Murtar, Maria Cowing and Ella Shaw. Their cox is Rebecca Follett. So Vesta Rowing Club have a crew in this event of Lorraine Wiley, Eliza Argyropoulos, Isabel Brentford, Madeline Blowing and their cox Jaina Patel. Relatively new combination, racing at the Met Regatta a couple of weeks ago and winning the Club Women's Coxed 4. So hopeful of placing well in the Development Coxed 4, racing for the Frank V. Harry Cup here at Henley Women's. On our screen now, Lancaster University crew number 312. Crew number 317 is from Minerva Bath Rowing Club, the crew of Rebecca Taylor, Jessica Otto, Rachel Stitt and Kerry Harben, coxed by Emily Royce. The crew's been together for 5 weeks now, so looking forward to seeing what they can do here at the Henley Women's Regatta. Furnival Sculling Club are crew number 318. The crew of Emily Rochester, Millie Andrew, Elena Waji and Anne Pinkett, coxed by Eve Nuntisha Bowana Owaru. Annie, Millie and Emily all learnt to row at the club this season, and Elena learnt to row a couple of years ago. Part of a successful crew entered at the Women's Head of the River race that came second in the beginners category. So looking forward again to seeing what they can do here this year. Stourport are crew number 315, the crew of Jodie Howson, Emily Shepherd, Sophie DiMambro and Adrienne Rogers, coxed by Debbie Edwards. All full-time workers and one student paramedic balancing work and study life with rowing. The women's squad at the Stourport Rowing Club has grown tremendously over the last couple of years, so it's great to see them here racing in the Frank V. Harry Cup. The University of Liverpool are crew number 320. Alice Taylor, Ellis Tubb, Alice Sims and Rosie Bowden with their cox, Catherine Byrne. Crew 321 is Queen's University Belfast, and 322 the Leeds University. You'll see them there on your screen. Lizzie Aston, Olivia Skilbeck, Rachel Barton and Abby Gifford. They are coxed by Alice Johnson. Pushing down towards the finishing line now, the crew from Oxford University Boat Club in the developmental women's coxed 4, looking very smooth and powerful. They'll be keeping their fingers crossed for a place, as only 16 crews out of the 55 racing here will progress through to the side-by-side racing. Crew number 324 hails from Tyne. Tyne Rowing Club. It's the crew of Anna Burton Cole, Elizabeth King, Sarah Grove and Zoe Fox, who are coxed by Alice Lankin. Closing in on the finish line now, Vesta Rowing Club. Lorraine Wiley, Eliza Agaropoulos, Isabel Brentford and Madeline Blowing, coxed by Jaina Patel. And on the start now from Cantabrigian, the Cantabrigian Rowing Club crew of Camille Lardy, Daphne Martin, Eve Baldwin and Laura Downs, who are coxed by Maria Chukanova. Crew number 323 represents Bath University and is the crew of Poppy Harrison, Amy Bell, Abby Smith and Lara Robinson, who are coxed by Phoebe Packman. Crew number 328 hails from Glasgow, the University of Glasgow crew of Katie Broom, Emily Finch, Kira Inns and Caitlin Dyer, coxed by Alexandra Lenny. Cantabrigian on your screen now. In the stroke seat, Laura Downs, who started rowing at Sydney Sussex College before joining Cantabrigian. This is the City of Cambridge Rowing Club crew with Jennifer Rankin, Stephanie Warmack, Isabel Mastronardi and Annabelle Dorgan-Hansen, who are coxed by Bruce By. Another multinational crew with Italian, Danish, American and British rowers on board. They say that they are ready for today after some hardcore training in the windy fens at Spalding and Erith. And big thanks to their coaches, Vincent, Nez, Alex, Mike and Paul. They hope to make them proud today. This is the Leeds A crew who've just crossed the finish line. There's a Leeds B crew coming. Our Cantabrigian crew again making their way down the course. And here, the University of St Andrews Boat Club, the crew of Tate Inns, Ella Hall, Sophie Isberner and Ellie Bain, who are coxed by Bronwyn Rooser and coached by Alan Sinclair, the head coach there at the University of St Andrews Boat Club. Our University of Glasgow crew now. Katie Broom, Emily Finch, Kira Inns and Caitlin Dyer storming towards the finish, guided by their cox, Alexandra Lenny. And in hot pursuit, our crew from the University of St Andrews. Crew number 333 hails from the Robert Gordon University and is the crew of Laura Stewart, Katharina Kusarau, Brooke Callender and Eleanor Black, coxed by Jill Adam. Agecroft Rowing Club are crew number 334, the crew of Erin Mulderig, Isabel Hine, Ellie Bainbridge and Paige Cox, coxed by Amy Picton. New College Oxford, there on our screen, crew number 329, Kristen Koopmans, Mia Zipperl, Catherine McKee and Emma Grummett, coxed by Jonathan Elkin. Crew 332 is the Newcastle University crew of Abigail Gricewood, Matilda Mossop, Bryony Sharp and Phoebe Burden, coxed by Ellen Thomas. They won the Durham Regatta Championship Cox Fours last weekend and their middle pair only started rowing this year, so very keen to qualify for this year's Frank v Harry Cup. Crew number 336. Representing the University of Warwick, Alyssa Bassinger, Audrey Figenon, Maisie Higgs and Tiwalola Obadei, coxed by Christian Russell. Crew number 335 are from Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club. This is the crew of Astrid Blee, Rebecca Stackhouse, Samantha Weston and Mina Dalleroy Ruffard, coxed by Sue Cole. So just starting their race now, crew number 340. Representing the United Hospitals Boat Club, Molly Drennan, Rose Maloney, Lauren Waller and Madeline Rose, coxed by Annabelle Thompson, a crew selected from the medical schools across London. Warwick University progressing nicely down the course now. Just saw a glimpse there of the University of Birmingham crew of Emily O'Connor, Bethany Anderson, Evie Kendrew and Isabel O'Toole and their cox, Amy Haysdorfer, giving them great encouragement as they progress down this course. For some of them it will be the first time they've raced at this regatta. Hopefully it won't be their last. Crew number 342, representing University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club, Emma O'Neill, Orla Nichuk, Kerry Hendrick and Duran Nyan, coxed by Elizabeth Ryan. Crew number 338 represent the Lee Rowing Club from the east of London. That's the crew of Rebecca Hall, Grace D'Souza, Sinead Booth and Ellen Hughes, coxed by Danielle Slavin. A very proud tradition of women's rowing going back a very long time. The Lee Rowing Club from London. Crew number 338. On our screens now, the University of Galway Rowing Club crew. Crew number 337, represented by Lucy Callally, Rebecca Johnson, Natalie O'Connor and Roshan McHugh, and coxed by Anna Malloy. Agecroft Rowing Club crossing the line now. As the Lee Rowing Club close in on that finish line. Number 344 from the University of Western England, Cameron Foulis, Chloe Saunders, Louis Locus and Iona Wasdell, coxed by Will Nesbitt. Iona is the women's captain and vice president of the club this year, and Cameron is going to be the captain next year. Crew number 345 in the familiar colours of the Tideway Scullers crew, the crew of Megan Neely, Mariana Ragusis, Tara Desai and Charlotte Crocker, coxed by Emma Shepherd. Crew number 346, representing Nottingham University, who have a great presence at the regatta here this year. In this crew we have Emily Lasika Ennis, Isabel Frampton, Amy O'Grady and Lucy Bushell, and their cox is Emily Whittier. Now, we haven't mentioned this crew yet. Crew number 343 is from Oxford University Women's Boat Club. It's the crew of Grace Glover, Ruby Mullin, Chloe Howgate and Harriet Cooper. Finley Jordan is their cox. Looking very determined indeed. Crew number 348 hails from Worcester Rowing Club. Ellen Jeffries, Eleanor Shepherd, Grace Horrocks and Juliana Aristizabel are in the crew, with Madeline Belsey Day coxing them. Birmingham University on the screen now in front of you. The crew number 341, Emily O'Connor, Bethany Anderson, Evie Kendrew and Isabel O'Toole, coxed by Amy Hausdorfer. And on the course now, York University, crew number 349. In this crew, we have Ella Hoskins, Connie Penkman, Rhiann Setti and Lucy Barker. They're being coxed by Elena Baban. Great to see so many B crews from the clubs and universities entered here into the developmental 4. That's Worcester College you're looking at there, crew number 348. So usually these developmental 4s will consist of women who have not been rowing for very long, and often will have started at one club and maybe moved on to a university club, or from university to an open development club. This is Oxford University Women's A crew. And their B crew will be crew number 351. Here they are. This is the crew of Leakey Rovers, Madison Hall, Isabel Rockroy and Tina McCauley. They are being coxed by Branwyn Phillips. And just ahead of them, on your screen now, Edinburgh University's B crew. That's the crew of Grace Chapman, Vilda Ellingson, Sophie Morgan and Lauren Cole, being coxed by Charlotte Waymont. Taking off from the start line now, crew number 353, representing the City of Cambridge Rowing Club, Marta Greta Piekarski, Camila Zanella, Runya Zhu and Olivia Snudden, being coxed by Felix Apolka. Oxford University Women's B crew, progressing steadily down the course, looking very calm. Very difficult, very easy, I should say, to be distracted on a course like this, where, as you can see from the footage, so much is going on, with traffic coming up one way and lots of crews coming the other way. A good opportunity, though, for every crew to just familiarise themselves with the course and settle in to racing, able to take whichever station they like in this time trial, but obviously when we get to racing they will be racing side by side, where it becomes can sometimes be quite alarming with the booms, those wooden beams on either side of you. University of York B crew progressing steadily down the course in this time trial for the Frank V. Harry Cup developmental coxed 4s.
Oh man, this is going to be the most expensive summer ever.
Crew number 355 hails from London, the Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club. Their B crew of Corinne Hedker, Jean King, Tanya Bishop, Amelie Gordon Kanhukame and their cox Siobhan Galloway. Just ahead of them, the crew from Vesta Rowing Club, crew number 354. The crew of Isabel Thomas, Georgina Leach, Christina Jensen and Maya Varley, coxed by Amy Young. Crew number 357 is representing Birmingham University. It's their B crew of Maya Highland, Darcy Nash, Isabella Eckerold and Emily Lavelle, coxed by Holly Blake. Oxford University winding it up now as they come to the finish line. Crew number 359 is on the start line now. This is the City of Cambridge Rowing Club's C crew. Chiara Gandini, Alexandra Krugelokoff, Ella Housel and Charlotte Bryan, coxed by Holly Parks. So their cox, Holly Parks, started coxing in 2018 with Durham's Val Mildert College Boat Club. All of them learnt to row in different places, but now combining together at the City of Cambridge. Crew number 356 are representing the University of Exeter. The crew is Rosie Holland, Katie Utley, Georgia Collins and Cleo Allen. Their cox is Philippa Mundy. City of Cambridge coming across the finish line now. This is Vesta Rowing Club's fourth crew in the event, Vesta Rowing Club D crew. The crew of Jennifer Golf, Olivia Sermon, Tina Stronach and Bridget Hall, coached by Alice Alphonse. Crew number 360. So the crew's coming down the island now, and you'll see their crew is steering closer to the bank, closest to the camera, in order to get out of the stream that's flowing the opposite way. In the background now, just passing the temple of Temple Island. Vesta Rowing Club progressing steadily down the course. This is Vesta Rowing Club C crew. And our final crew in the time trial from the Frank V. Harry Cup for the developmental coxed fours is from Exeter University. It's the crew of Elizabeth Jessuk, Jeff Cox, Annabelle Spears, Grace Bennett and Gracie May. Their cox is Felicity Quiney. So all of these Exeter coxed fours are novices. They've only rowed as a crew once before, so this crew put together specially for Henley Women's. They've had a very successful season at the Exeter University Boat Club in the novice squad. One of their highlights for this year for the squad has been the British University Championships. And they've asked us to give a special shout out to Sam from Vespoli. Felicity Quiney, their cox, you can see they're lying down in the bows. So, and in this crew ahead of us here from City of Cambridge, the cox is sitting up in the stern. Wonderful drone footage there of the layout here at the Henley Women's Regatta. It's a beautiful day. It looks like being a lovely weekend. Some fantastic racing in front of us and ahead of us. This 3-day festival of women's rowing. And for many of our developmental coxed fours, the first time they will have raced at this regatta. We welcome them and we hope they have a really wonderful experience, as many of us who are volunteering here at the regatta have done over the years. So 55 crews have now raced in this time trial for the Frank V. Harry Cup, and 16 of them will qualify through to the side-by-side racing to follow. And given that our Exeter crew are novices, this is probably the most amount of footage they've ever seen of themselves. Hopefully it's useful.
Where's Casper? In Bath.
So Vesta Rowing Club coming across the finishing line now. They've certainly emptied the tank in that time trial there in an effort to be one of very few, I would think, D crews that would qualify for the final 16. Wonderful effort. Great to see them coming out and racing like that here today. And there we have it, our final crew across the line in the time trials for the Frank v Harry Cup. We will wait now for the qualifying crews to be announced, and we will shortly commence the side-by-side racing, where we will see crews race on the Buckinghamshire and Berkshire side of the river. Of course, the draw can be found following the links through Instagram and Twitter or on the Henley Women's Regatta website.
Well done, ladies! Can you take the wave?
University of Warwick. University of Warwick. I'll leave it like, yeah. I think most
Here are the results of the time trial. The following crews in female order have qualified. Finished University A, Edinburgh University A, Lancaster University A, Marlow University A, Vesta A, the University of Liverpool A, the University of Glasgow A, Southampton University A, the University of St Andrews A, Robert Gordon University A, the University of Birmingham A, University of Lady Oakland, Edinburgh University, Oxford University B, the University of Sheffield, and Leicester Road C. Finally, include not qualified and unavailable online.
So we need to look at the original draw.
We were like 35.
Slip out onto the far side.
I realised there's lots of stars and sauces. Did you want to do that?
It's close to testing us. So, that's not a feeling different.
Oh dear, you're all coming in the opposite direction.
We were going to go find a shade spot on the radio bank.
Yeah, there's one to the car, I think. Grab blankets and chairs and they're going to come along.
I just went to get my
didn't go on it. He didn't go back in the car.
Well, some of it is then I was finished Marshall, so it's really good.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why.
And like these poor like Dutch people were like, by the end of it, like they were torturing like mortally broken.
We just had to accidentally walk past the.
I have complex emotions.
I'm anxious for job, I'm anxious for growing.
Have I said that? Charlie.
so not bothering. Yeah, I think it's normally like on the
You can be on the river as early as you like, as long as the sun has
We did one but said, and like where we are, it's like kind of windy, but they're really strict on when you can and can't go out because it's a reservoir. So literally, I could take you and just run.
pick the wrong corner.
Good, thanks. How are you? Settling in?
Leave it like that.
Yeah, we found our base.
Is there a sec?
like, well, that was stupid, wasn't it?
Alexis is working. What will they do?
Yeah, probably.
It's surprising.
I've just got the bag with the pink one because like it's just nice, but yeah. And like it will do the job for like Oh, I think a bird just pooed on me. On my face. Oh, it was a bird. It was a bird. It went on my top. Sorry mate, I've eaten a bit too much. Yes, I group chat. Yeah, and I'm going to get back. Our experience was fine.
Well, we basically grounded
And well, people coming in every direction. And then what I need to do after that is get my rigger on the other trailer. I didn't see it until then. Yeah, so you're talking about it. It's got that things on it.
Okay. Perfect. Already.
Sometimes it's nice because you save yourself out like every long period of time.
One, Max. Hands mute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you join us here on the Friday afternoon of Henley Women's Regatta 2023. Side-by-side racing has begun, and you join us for race 16, a heat of the Championship Single Sculls for the George Innes Cup. It's Brisbane on the Berkshire Station and Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station, and at the moment it is the sculler from Brisbane who has had the better start coming out of the end of the island. She's got about a length's lead. Delighted to be joined here by Ed Evans, who will be keeping me company for the next couple of hours. Ed, we can see here what looks like a pretty uneven contest at this stage.
Yeah, this is a pretty sharp one to start the afternoon off with. Great weather, obviously, if these scullers get on the course and start Henley Women's Regatta's side-by-side racing. You can see there, just on the shot, how close the scullers are coming to the booms, and the sort of correction on the steering there from the Brisbane sculler coming back into the centre of the course. But at the minute, both looking quite comfortable, quite happy. And I think that gap, Tom, is starting to close up.
Lovely overhead shots there of the crews making their way down the course. Doesn't look like there is too much for Morris to worry about at the moment.
Morris, of course, having made the trip over here from Australia. A long way to come if you're not completely confident in your sculling, but from the way that she's dominating this race already, she looks very, very confident. A long, relaxed stroke, sending her puddles down to her opposition, giving her complete control of the race. Just passing the first marker on the course there, you can see just how confident she is with her opposition from Nottingham Rowing Club not really being able to come back on her at this stage of the race.
Yeah, these shots that come from the side of the bank can be a little bit deceptive at times. Not entirely clear what's unfolding in this scull, but at the moment it does look like Morris hasn't really extended her lead over Titterington from Nottingham Rowing Club. She's still sculling pretty neatly, pretty composed, and she's certainly got clear water, but I don't think this one is completely done and dusted at the moment.
No, Tom, I'd agree. I think perhaps a little bit deceptive. The Nottingham Scull had a little bit of trouble getting off the start cleanly and sort of had to do some wiggling around to get herself back on the racing line. But now they're sort of both in full flow. I think clear water for now, but that might be under threat as we come into the latter stages of this race.
3 heats of the championship single sculls to come, followed by an intermission from championship pairs, and then we move back to championship singles. So 6 heats to look forward to in this specific racing format for the George Innes Cup. Of course, these athletes will have time trial this morning, so they'll already have 1 race in the legs, and we're only sort of halfway through the first day of this 3-day, 72-hour event here at Henley Women's Regatta. It is very warm. Scullers and rowers will be aware of that, trying to maintain hydration, trying to maintain temperature. But as we watch this race, it certainly looks like Titterington's come back into contact with Morris.
This race is heating up hugely. Nottingham, of course, one of the UK's premier centres for sculling, and Titterington demonstrating that well here, coming back on the row from Australia, not letting her get away. And I think we're going to start watching 2 races simultaneously now, but keep an eye on the right-hand side of your screen as this race comes to a close, because this could be very, very close and potentially even see Titterington overturn the Australian sculler.
Yeah, definitely keen to keep an eye on both races, but race number 17 has started between University of London, Georgie Robinson Ranger on the Berkshire station, and Leander Club Hempel Adams on the Buckinghamshire station. And I think we're going to probably want to watch the closing stages of race 16 before we move out to watch the opening stages of race number 17. And there we go, panning back. It does look like Titterington from Nottingham is mounting a bit of a charge here. This is a great opening salvo for our side-by-side racing here at Henley Women's Regatta. I think, Ed, you might correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but I think maybe the sculler from Australia went out a little bit too hard. She used a few too many of her beans in the early stages, and she's starting to pay the price as Titterington sculls her down.
Titterington is coming back, and with an absolute vengeance. I think after that wiggle off the start, she got back to where she wanted to be and is now just rowing down the sculler from Australia. I think she's moved out ahead. We have to wait for the camera to pan around properly, but I think she's moved out ahead, and this is going to be sort of a roller coaster of emotions for both scullers. But Morris, who controlled this race from the start, being rowed down by the sculler from Nottingham.
Wow, what a result that is. Morris dumping out, or rather Titterington dumping out the Australian sculler from Brisbane. That is a shock that we were not expecting in race number 1 side-by-side format at Henley Women's Regatta. A fantastic opening little cameo from those 2 scullers. So Titterington advances in the championship single sculls. So we move back to race 17, and this is between Georgie Robinson Ranger on the right-hand side of your screen and the sculler from Leander Hempelman Adams on the left-hand side. And it looks like Georgie Robinson Ranger has a significant lead at the moment. But then we saw this in the last race, Ed. Let's not count this one out too early.
Yeah, let's not count this too early. Georgie Robinson Granger, you can see there on the left of your image, leading the race. This is her 8th time sculling at Henley Women's Regatta, sculling for University of London, one of the UK's premier university rowing programs. And you can see there that even over an athlete of Leander Club, who you can argue on the club side is sort of the leading program here in England, has already established quite a lead. It's Georgie's first time sculling here at Henley, but she learned to row on the Henley stretch with Henley Rowing Club as a junior, and she's bringing all that expertise back now to get a nice clean start. We didn't see the steering issues that we had in the last race, and it's allowing Georgie to go out and control this race from the start. But as we said, do not count this too early. Leander Club have a really reputation for coming back through the field to hunt down their opposition, and I think, although again camera angles be a little bit deceptive, I think we could see another very, very close race here.
I don't know about close. I'm going to have to call you out on that one, Ed. I think this one looks like it's pretty much under control here from Georgie Robinson Ranger. Every race will help her in her assault on the George Innes Cup. She was at the Duisburg Regatta a few months ago in British Rowing's winning Development 4. Only been back in the single for a couple of months, maybe less than that, probably around a month. So every race that she undertakes here at the Henley Women's Regatta is going to help her develop up the curve and try and mount a serious assault on the title here. She'll be certainly one of the home favourites. She did race the single at the Under-23 Worlds in 2019, so she is no stranger to this particular boat class, but she'll want to make sure she closes this race out, doesn't allow Hempelman Adams any sniff that there's the possibility to come back. She'll want to maintain control all the way down the course, and it doesn't look like she's going to relinquish any of her stranglehold at the moment.
No, Georgie's certainly controlling this race, although coming quite close to her side of the course there. She's been a little bit careful of where the booms are in relation to her. But, like you say, a new challenge, a new opportunity for her to get out and ahead. We'll keep an eye on that race on the right-hand side though for now.
Yeah, race 18 starting, Walbrook Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Phoebe Heron of Bath University on the Buckinghamshire Station. We have to admit we are a little bit biased here in the commentary tent for this particular one. Phoebe is a member of the JRN Junior Rowing News team that we are both a part of as well, so we'll keep an eye on her progress as we watch Georgie Robinson Ranger on the right-hand side of the screen sculling her way to what looks like a fairly assured victory. I don't think there's much chance that she's going to have Hempelman Adams overturn her in the closing stages. The left-hand side, you can see the opening strokes of a single sculls race at Henley. Always so dynamic, always so difficult to maintain that straight line as you're coming out past the island. And it looks like Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club has control of this race as they lead the shadows of Temple Island. She's got probably near enough clear water over Phoebe Heron of Bath University.
Yeah, I think Gallagher just opening up a small lead there over the Bath sculler as they move out of the shadows of Temple Island. You can see there, actually Temple Island can be a little bit deceptive for the scullers. It can push them into each other, but as soon as they're into clear water, it's up to them to start being more dynamic and start controlling the race. And I think we'll switch to a drone shot. There we go, and you can see that as we expected, Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club has led out to establish some dominance in this race, moving over into the middle of the river a little bit, as you can see, and just sending some puddles down to make it a little bit more challenging for Phoebe to come back on her as they come up towards our commentary position here on the side of the course.
Yeah, great that we get this split screen effect. Henley Women's one of the trailblazers for the broadcast operation at Rowing Regattas. They actually beat the Henley Royal Regatta to it. They've been doing this for nearly 10 years now, and it is a superb operation. And we get to see both races, both the closing stages of race 17, where Georgie Robinson Ranger is going to be progressing through to the next round of the George Innes Cup just there as she crosses the line ahead of Hempelman Adams. And then we also get to watch the first half of race 18, as I say, Gallagher from Walbrook Rowing Club there in the foreground of your shot, crew number 72. She is leading Phoebe Heron. Poor old Phoebe, I was talking to her in the week, and she was under no illusions. The scale of the challenge that faced her this afternoon, I think she just was pleased to make it through and pleased to get a bit of side-by-side racing on the Henley course under her belt. She's not eligible for the student events at Henley Women's Regatta because she actually won the Henley Royal, the Prince Philip, with Headington School back in 2021. So has to race up, has to step up into the big leagues, and here being taught a rather harsh lesson by Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club.
I think worth noting, of course, as well, Phoebe is almost in a lightweight category competing against sort of some of the foremost open weights internationally. So not only in this race, but I think across all the races you'll see here at Henley Women's this weekend, you see a huge range of experience, of background in those different boat classes. Georgie Robinson Granger, in the previous race you were watching, her first time sculling here in the single. Phoebe, as we can see in the closing stages of this race, a hugely successful sweep sculler, sweep athlete even, in her junior career. And people trying new things and trying to see how they can take their rowing career forwards. And as we were saying, Henley Women's always a great opportunity to do that and push themselves to new challenges and to new heights.
Yeah, composed scull, this from Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club. So we move back to the start for race number 19, the opening heat of championship pairs. And championship pairs, the cup is the Redgrave Challenge Vase, and it's Leicester Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and they're up against Christ's College Cambridge and Downing College Cambridge, a composite on the Buckinghamshire Station. Pairs a notoriously tricky boat to row here, as you can see there, the umpire already having to get involved and warn the crew on the left hand side, the Cambridge composite, to move back onto their station. And every twitch on that rudder does slow the boat down, and that means that you are costing yourself valuable time, valuable resource. There again, the umpire getting involved, warning the crews to stay out in the middle of the course. There is plenty of room. It's quite deceptive. If you've never rowed on this course, you don't realise, actually, when you're on the course, it feels like there's plenty of room between those booms. When you see it, sometimes it's not immediately apparent, but it looks like Leicester Rowing Club have had the better of the two starts here.
Yeah, a very, very challenging start for both crews. Temple Island sort of pushing them together. Worth noting the Cambridge composite there haven't entered this event as a CUBC crew, but both raced and won the lightweight boat races this year. So a lot of pedigree in that crew, 5 and 6 seat of the winning 8 that raced against Oxford earlier this year on the Tideway. And I think you can see just once both crews have sort of sorted out their lines a little bit, and as they come out into clear water, I think we're going to have quite a good contest on our hands here. Leicester Rowing Club, of course, quite a strong history here at Henley Women's Regatta, have progressed through plenty of rounds over the years, so a name to watch out for. And a very, very strong pairing from Cambridge University coming up against them.
Yeah, Molly Varley and Sophie Connolly of Leicester Rowing Club, as you say, had second in the Women's Championship Pairs event on the Sunday of the Metropolitan Regatta. So a crew with form and pedigree, and I think in these sort of events where you're sort of racing just the one person, the operative word here to me is form. It's like speed in the moment, and this crew are coming in hot, as I say. They are being clung on to by the Cambridge Composite, so it's not a race that is already run by any stretch of the imagination, and we do often see this at Henley. A crew jumps out once the island sort of vanishes out of sight. The crew jumps out to about a length, and then they're unable to really break clear, and then the crew that sort of trailing them just slowly reel them back in, because as every stroke they take and they realise that their opposition aren't moving away from them, they just gain that bit more confidence, and confidence is a massive, massive thing in side-by-side racing. But see there on the left-hand side of your screen, the pairs race, the singles race, the third of 6 of our heats of the championship single sculls is coming to a close here, and it is going to be what looks like a fairly comfortable win for Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club. She is going to see off the challenge of Phoebe Heron from Bath University, pending any last-minute disasters, Ed.
Always worth keeping an eye on the racing as it concludes. Things can change here on the Henley course very, very quickly. And I think as soon as this race concludes, as we were saying, with Gallagher progressing to the next round of racing, we'll pan back to the pairs race and see what's going on there as well. But like we say, anything really can happen here at Henley.
There we go. So Walbrook, Gallagher progressing through, and a reminder who else is already through. We had a great race in race 16 between the sculler from Australia, Morris, and Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club, and the latter rowing the former down in the closing stages. Georgie Robinson Rangers secured her passage through to the next round of the championship single sculls with a fairly comfortable win over Hempelman Adams from Leander, and Gallagher joining those two in the next round after beating out Phoebe Heron. But here we have race 19, Leicester in your shot there, rowing really nicely together. That's an accomplished pairing, and currently leading the Christ College Downing College Cambridge Composite.
Yeah, the Leicester crew have come out to control this race after some difficulties off the start. And again, both crews actually looking very composed, looking very comfortable in the way they're rowing. But that Leicester crew, with their history this season, having done pretty well at some of the events that we've seen so far this season, have just managed to edge out a lead. Though keep an eye on the Cambridge crew. They've got the experience of that side-by-side racing, and it could be that they come back in the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on the right-hand side and one eye on the left-hand side. It's the beauty of Henley Women's Regatta. We get to watch 2 races simultaneously. Race number 2020 is underway. Another heat of the championship pairs, 2 of 4. Leander Club and the University of London Composite on the Berkshire station against Aberdeen University on the Buckinghamshire station. This is why I love summer racing. We get crews from all over the country, all over the world, come to compete on the famous Henley Straights, and Aberdeen, who have a long and rich history of producing very fast small boats. They did win the Championship Girls Pairs at the National Schools Regatta last year in 2022. Currently being led though by this very accomplished pairing, Abigail Topp and Phoebe Snowden of Leander and UL, who both were part of the women's 8 that took silver at the 2022 World Under-23 Championship. So you would expect, Ed, these girls to be amongst the favourites for this category.
Absolutely. Not only have they got that sort of recent international history, but in fact they started rowing together back in 2019 as a pair. So not only have they both individually sort of bringing together their fantastic talents, but this boat has a long history, and they both understand the nuances of each other's stroke, and they're going to be able to work together to really maximise every last inch out of their stroke. Phoebe has just finished her degree at King's College in biomedical engineering, and Abigail, obviously resident at Leander, both down that sort of under 23 into the senior pathway of the GB rowing team. So both names to keep an eye on over the coming years as we head towards Paris and later LA. But right now in this race, they look to be controlling it quite comfortably.
Yeah, panning back to watch the last few strokes of race number 19, Leicester Rowing Club securing their passage through in the Redgrave Challenge vase, not vase, we're not in America, for championship pairs. They beat out the crew from Christ College and Downing College, Cambridge. So we move back to watch this exhibition in pairs rowing from Phoebe Snowden and Abigail Topp. They are rowing superbly well together.
They look to me, Tom, like the class crew in this event that we've seen so far. They look comfortable, they look powerful, they look controlling, and I think whoever comes up against them in the following rounds, assuming they hold on to their lead here, I think is going to have quite a job overturning them. So tune back into the finals of this event, and this is a boat that you're quite likely going to see lining up there on the start line.
Yeah, Aberdeen, no slouches themselves. Maisie Aspirational, who, as I mentioned earlier, she was part of the crew that won the Championship Girls Pairs, the National Schools Regatta, alongside Zoe Beeson. And she has just come off the back of a very noteworthy junior career. She did win a gold medal last year at the Under-19 Munich Regatta. And again, no stranger to performance rowing, but just being outclassed here, outgunned by this composite from UL and Leander. And it always begs the question, Ed, if you're teaming up with a crew, with a sort of a contemporary from another university, another club, you know that you've got speed, because otherwise why would you come together?
Composites are always fascinating. They can be, like you say, they can be at the top end, they can be taking the creme de la creme of one club and combining it with that of another university, or they can be the other end, they can be trying to sort of pull a crew together from scraps. But I think we can pretty safely say this isn't a scrappy crew whatsoever. Huge history of rowing together, a huge career ahead of them for both athletes in this boat. But right now, they look to have taken their rate down. They look to be saving their energy for the later rounds that are sure to come as they head towards the finals. But so far in this event, they have absolutely dominated.
And if they want to reach the finals, they're going to have at least, let me just count. So we've got 4 championship pair heats now. We've got another 4 to come later this afternoon. So they're going to have, at least another 3 races to get to the final. This is a heat. They'll have quarterfinals, they'll have semi-finals, and then if they make it all the way through, they'll have a final on Sunday to take home the Redgrave Challenge vase. Why do I keep saying vase? The Redgrave Challenge vase. But yeah, watching Leander Club and the University of London rowing beautifully together, it has to be said, that is a really accomplished unit. No doubt about it, and you can see that they've been rowing together for a very long time. Not much more to say, really, Ed. I'm sort of running out of superlatives here to, embracing upon these girls. They are just doing a really good, clean, controlled job. And rowing, when it's done well, looks incredibly easy, I always think, and these girls making it look easy. So we'll keep one eye on that just to make sure no, late drama happens. But this is race number 21, Georgetown University from the US of A on the Berkshire station up against Canterbridgian Rowing Club from Cambridge on the Buckinghamshire station. Canterbridgian with a long history of producing very fast women's crews, and you can just see there Georgetown having a bit of trouble with their steering, overlapping with the boys and soon to be the booms if they don't correct.
Yeah, I think the booms and Temple Island causing quite a few problems for crews as they head off the start here in these early rounds. Later crews will have the opportunity to sit on the bank as they watch these opening salvos and kind of work out what's going on. But for these crews that are coming off the start, it's a pretty difficult place to be. You can see there, though, it looks to me as though the Canterbridgian crew has got a slightly better start. We'll just watch the conclusion of the previous race before we pan back to that start.
Easy stuff here from Phoebe and Abigail. Little round of applause from the bank. Class meets class. I think they know what good crews look like here at Henley Women's Regatta, and this is certainly one to watch out for. The composite from the University of London and Leander Club heading through to the next round of championship pairs. So we move back to what looks like a pretty compelling narrative between Georgetown and Canterbridgian. I think I agree with you, Ed. It looked like Canterbridgian had the better of the 2 starts. Georgetown just struggling to stay on their station. Curious interpretation, as I say, of a straight line. But at the moment, I think it's fairly well balanced. It looks like Georgetown have come back into this.
Georgetown look to be struggling perhaps a little bit more with the steering. Perhaps not surprising, the Canterbridgian composite Cantabs club based in Cambridge has in recent years had a bit of a resurgence in their women's program, quite likely due to some of the recruitment they've been doing. And in fact, this combination of Freya Sutcliffe and Laura D'Urso is really quite a potent combination. Freya Sutcliffe there in the bow seat, multiple time winner of the boat races with Cambridge, hugely successful junior career to go alongside that. And her partner stroking the boat there, hugely successful not only on the water but also on the ergs as well, a multiple-time indoor rowing champion, which means this boat has not only vast quantities of experience, but alongside it a lot of power and a lot of technical finesse, actually. A lot of sort of good things from different programs around the country being pulled together in that Cantabs crew, coming up against one of the best offerings that the US has. So a really compelling narrative we've got unfolding here, Tom.
Yeah, Tom Copeland's put together a really strong program at Canterbridgian, but looking like they're being a little bit outclassed here by Georgetown. We're going to keep coming back to it. It's the age-old cliche that if you come all the way across the pond to race at Henley Women's Regatta, you aren't here for the sights and for the scenes. You're here to take home some serious silverware. Georgetown proving that theory to be the single source of truth in this particular heat of the championship pairs. They are doing the good stuff here in the middle of the race, trying to maintain their lead, if anything, trying to stretch out from Cantabrigian, but not having it all their own way by any stretch of the imagination. They're having to work hard for every single inch that they gain. And Cantabs will still fancy their chances here. Georgetown are not out of sight. This race is definitely not run. And like I said earlier, if these two crews stay in touch all the way down the course, you can see there the bow of the Cantabs crew just tickling the stern of the Georgetown crew. This race remains fairly open.
It's something you'll probably hear quite regularly over the weekend, is a kind of mental component, that sort of one-on-one gladiatorial style racing here at Henley Women's, but it's very true. And unless you can really shake that crew off your stern, you can really develop some clear water. It's very, very easy for the crew behind to get that sniff of motivation and try and come back on the crew that they're hunting down. So we'll keep an eye on that. Really quite interesting race there between Georgetown and Cantabs. But Tom, there's another race starting on the other side.
There is, and it is the final of our 4 championship pairs heats for now. It is Sabrina Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Oxford University Women's Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station, and this one looks like a bit of a one-sided race at this stage. Oxford on the left-hand side of your screen in their distinctive dark blue, doing a really good job here in the opening stages of just clearing out any Sabrina Rowing Club interest. They have, well, it looks like several lengths of clear water already, so maybe the race to focus on for now is race number 21 between Georgetown and Cantabs, because the rate is still high in the Georgetown boat. They are being made to work pretty hard for this progression. They're not being allowed to row away from Cantabrigian, who, as I say, have that fierce racing mentality instilled in them by a program that has developed and produced a number of very, very strong female athletes over the last decade. So you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen the race unfolding there. Georgetown and Cantab still going at it, hammer and tongs. The other race on the left-hand side, less of a race, it has to be said. Number 22, Sabrina, struggling to keep pace with the poise and power from the crew from Oxford University Women's Boat Club, made up of Laurel Kay and Claire Aitken, who were the bow and the 2-seat of the Oxford Women's Blue Boat. For those who watched the Oxford University, Cambridge University boat race this year, they were in the Women's Blue Boat. Bow and 2 will know each other very well, having stared at, having had one of them staring at the other's back for quite a long time. They'll know exactly how the other one rows.
I think testament to the strength of the Oxford University women's program. A little bit more unlucky against Cambridge in recent years, but still a very, very strong program, especially when we're comparing to what we'll go on here. But just to pan back to the closing moments of this race, this really is a very, very close race, but I think Georgetown are just going to hang on and come across the line ahead.
Yeah, Georgetown maintaining their length there at the end. You could see nice long strokes from those girls, just ensuring that they didn't loosen up, they didn't tighten up, that they didn't get crazy or panicked or lose control of their race, and they progressed through to the next round of the championship pairs. Oxford University having it all their own way in this particular heat of the Redgrave Challenge. Vars just able to pretty much enjoy themselves in the sunshine at this point. You can see that Sabrina aren't even in shot at the moment. Difficult when you come up against a crew of this sort of class. As I say, both members of the Blue Boat this year, and both also were part of the 2022 Osiris crew, so the women's reserve boat. So loads of class and pedigree, and interesting actually, Ed, to see them training all the way through for this event, having basically maintained or tried to build their peak in for the boat race in April. They've continued to train all the way through and want to compete here at the Henley Women's Regatta.
It's a discussion that we sort of come back to fairly regularly within the rowing world. Traditionally, Cambridge and Oxford, like you say, Tom, peaked for the boat race in late March, early April, and then would sort of disappear from the rowing scene. And for a long time, it was a real shame, because you had these athletes often from all over the world that came together to train and compete in the boat race, and then would disappear off the face of the earth come summer racing season. So actually to see, there's some Cambridge crews coming up as well, but to see the Oxford crews out here as well, actually carrying on that class. And this is a pair that's come through from the reserve crew up into the blue boat, and now seem to be pushing even further in the small boats as well. It's a really, really exciting trajectory to watch unfold, and really, really good for the rest of the rowing community to have Oxford and Cambridge back sort of deeply embedded into the summer racing scene. we'll keep an eye on that race just in case anything dramatic changes, but like we say, Oxford likely to have it their own way. But we have the next round of single sculls beginning on the left-hand side of your picture.
Yeah, we will watch Oxford more than likely progress through in race number 22, so 23 underway. Bath University Hayden on the Berkshire station and Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association Christoph on the Buckinghamshire station, as Ed points out, championship single sculls. And I have to say that I don't know a great deal about either of these scullers, but it's very obvious who's had the better of the opening exchanges. It's the sculler from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association Christoph, just doing a bit of the early running here, trying to maintain or secure some sort of initiative as they leave Temple Island behind.
I think we could be in for a slightly closer race than those opening exchanges would have led us to believe. Phoebe Hayden, closest to you in the photo now on the left-hand side of your screen, is part of the World Class Start program currently being run by British Rowing to develop the next generation of athletes, looked after by Dan Harris, who's got a long history of developing some quite phenomenal crews out of Bath University. Very, very successful in the slightly larger sculling boats in the double and in the quad, winning some golds and silvers at Bucks earlier this year, and has actually competed quite a few times here at Henley Women's before in the past, and Henley Royal, reaching the semi-finals of the Princess Grace Challenge Cup in 2021. And you can see here this wonderful drone shot, which I'm sure we'll go back to in a second, that actually those crews are back together, so one to definitely watch unfold. But just now, just the closing moments of the previous pair's race, with Oxford coming home to take the win.
Yeah, comfortable win that for Oxford in race 22, I should say. They join Georgetown, Leander UL and Leicester in the next round of the championship pairs. And you're right, Ed, this is shaping up to be a pretty exciting race between Hayden and Christoph of Bath and Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, respectively. Basically, nothing to choose between those two crews, neck and neck. And I hate that phrase, it's like rowing bingo. What not to say when commentating, but this is the definition of neck and neck. Basically inseparable bows. I would say maybe the sculler from Nottingham has, you know, a canvas a quarter of a length, but the two athletes locked together in perfect harmony at the moment.
And I think it's worth bearing in mind, of course, the single obviously relatively the slowest of all the boats that you'll see here at Henley Women's, but one that can change speed very, very quickly. And it means that when you've got bow ball for bow ball racing down the course, actually that result can be flipped almost instantaneously. All it takes is one slight slip up, one slight mistake, one slight push, one little ounce of motivation to come through, and that sculler can make a big charge very, very quickly. It can be quite difficult to respond. This single can be quite a lonely place at times, so actually having the motivation and sort of grit within you to keep going can be quite challenging. But this race is definitely one we're going to keep watching. You can see both scullers there. I think as we just pan around, we're going to see again still bow ball for bow ball. It's a very, very difficult thing to try and move out when you're this close to each other. But all these sculls will be trying to do now is break one another. And I think the Nottinghamshire sculler may have just started to edge out our lead.
It's interesting you say that, Ed. I would argue in the other direction. I would say it's a sculler from Bath who has the lead, which probably tells you how close this race really is. Very little to choose between the two of them. Interesting that we've thrown up this level of competition so early in proceedings. As I say, this is only heat number 4 of 6 in the championship single sculls and early stages. So if this is the level of competition we're seeing in the opening side-by-side contests, then we should expect a really, really fast and furious latter stages when we get to semi-finals and indeed finals on Sunday afternoon. But it doesn't look like there's much to choose between them. We'll certainly keep an eye on the right-hand side, because race 24 has started between Imperial College Ellington on the Berkshire station and Freya Keto of Cambridge University on the Buckinghamshire station. So we will keep an eye on both of these races. And it does look like Hayden of Bath maybe has a slight lead there on the right-hand side. Race 23, she is just trying to get ahead, just trying to squeeze out some sort of margin. Any move now, Ed, would be probably quite decisive.
Absolutely. At this stage of the race, the athletes are putting everything they've got into maintaining their speed. So if you've got that gear to go up into, if you can take it to the next level, you can break your opposition, this is just about where the race is going to be won. If you can make a move now, you can get a little bit of clear water by the time you get to the finish line. you've got a fairly comfortable victory, but definitely one to keep an eye on there on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, we can see the next heat unfolding, as Tom said, between Imperial and Cambridge University. Cambridge currently with a slightly better start. Freya Keto, a member of the winning blue boat from this year's boat races, not traditionally from a sculling background. A lot of experience in the sweep boats, but the raw training and the raw power that she's developed throughout her time at Cambridge and before in the States, I believe, has led her to have quite a compelling start there, quite a convincing lead. I think just clear water over the Imperial sculler. But again, one to keep an eye on as it progresses. Things can change very, very quickly in the single sculls.
Yeah, let's see what happens there. But I think race 23 is the one to focus on. Hayden and Christoph of Bath and Nottinghamshire Rowing County Association closing up here. Their stroke is just getting a little bit short there from Christoph of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. She's desperately trying to cling on to Hayden from Bath, and there's little to choose between those two scullers. Do you know what? I'm not even sure who got it. We heard the beep basically in sort of they were completely inseparable from each other, so almost impossible to tell who took the win there. If I were a betting man, I might have said Hayden from Bath. We'll try and get some confirmation on the result of race 23 as we move back to 24. And as you say, Ed, it is Keto from Cambridge who is controlling this, sort of a fairly frantic style at both ends. She's not a traditional sculler in the sense that she spent a lot of time in sweep boats. She knows this course well, though. She was part of the Brown University crew who swept all before them last year at Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta, winning the Ron Needs Challenge Cup at Henley Women's before going on to win the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal. So she is a woman who knows what it takes to win on the Henley stretch, and showing us exactly that here as she tries to put away the interests of Ellington from Imperial College.
Yeah, Freya Keto, a scholar from Brown University in the States, finished second place at the Ivy League Championships in her time there. And you can see, like you say, Tom, that experience that she's developed, even if she isn't traditionally a sculler, has just translated beautifully. She understands the course, she knows what it takes to win, she has the training and the fitness and the strength behind her, and that's all coming together to allow her to quite frankly dominate this race ahead of the Imperial sculler, who is no slouch, of course, but is no match at the minute for Freya Keto.
Yeah, the rate is still high for the light blue sculler. She's not letting up at all, despite having probably 3 or 4 lengths of clear water over Ellington from Imperial College. So it looks like that race is pretty much sewn up for Freya, pending any real surprises. So I guess that race number 25 is underway. Another heat of the championship single sculls between Grosvenor Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station Mackay and a sculler from Princeton University, their lightweight women's program of the United States of America, Vatesy, on the Buckinghamshire Station. So we will have to watch how that one goes. Princeton with their distinctive orange and black blades, the Tigers as they are colloquially known, on the left hand side, and on the right Freya Keto, just a little look over her shoulder at the bank, just checking how far she's got left to scull before she can assure herself a passage through to the next round of the championship single sculls for the George Innes Cup. I think she's pretty much got that one wrapped up. And on the left hand side at the moment, it is the sculler from Grosvenor who is doing the early running, more than the early running. She's out to, well, at least a couple of lengths of clear water there. A really assured start there from Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club.
Yeah, very strong start there from the Grosvenor sculler. Again, another program that perhaps isn't always as successful in the big boats, but come summer racing season, when they get out into the smaller boats and they can really let their top athletes shine, is very successful, with a bit of history here on the Henley course. And you can see there the Princeton sculler on the right hand side is by no means letting go at this stage, but it's going to take a big push from the American sculler to come back on the domestic favourite for this race, as the Grosvenor sculler just starts to inch out her lead ahead of her opposition.
Yep, 2 races that there's not a great deal to commentate on in the traditional sense. It's sort of an exhibition in sculling from the 2 athletes athletes who are leading. Freya Keto on the right-hand side and McKay of Grosvenor Rowing Club on the left-hand side, both showing what it really takes to challenge for this trophy as Freya crosses the line in race number 24, assuring herself passage through to the next round of her competition. So we'll see more of her probably tomorrow. Those athletes now focused on trying to recover, trying to condition and make sure that they're in the best possible shape for the racing tomorrow, because it is hot here at the Henley Women's Regatta. I can attest to that, having been sat in this tent for no more than 30 minutes and already pretty sweaty as we commentate on this heat of the championship single sculls. McKay from Grosvenor continuing to lead the sculler from Princeton.
Princeton sculler again, perhaps quite similar to Freya Keto in the last race. Not a huge level of experience, I think, in the single scull, but a vast level of racecraft coming from the sweep side, taking the Eastern Sprints varsity bronze medal in the 4 in 2022 last year. Now I believe in her senior year at Princeton, she's got all of that racecraft under her belt and will be trying to utilize all of it now to come back on McKay of Grosvenor. But I think it's going to be quite a tall ask to overturn what looks like a very, very comfortable lead there from the Grosvenor sculler. Worth noting, of course, that even though this is the openweight championship sculling event, you still have a mix of openweight and lightweights. The Princeton sculler in here is part of the lightweight program at Princeton. May have chosen not to make weight for this event, or may have been in here for some other reason. But regardless, you've got a huge sort of range of athlete sizes coming together here, which always makes for some quite interesting racing, and of course the conditions having a big impact on that as well. But today, pretty much picture perfect.
Yeah, go on, nines!
Yeah, race 26 beginning as well now. Cambridge 99 Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and a composite from Imperial College and the University of London. Two crews coming together there. You can see the Cambridge bow girl looking over her shoulder, just trying to readjust so she doesn't steer headlong into the composite from Imperial and UL, comprised of Lizzie Witt and Emily Lindberg. So that race is well underway, just moving away from Temple Island as we watch on the right hand side McKay of Grosvenor Rowing Club just easing up a little bit, dropping her rate, enjoying her scull down the course. She did all the work she needed to do in the first 50% of this contest and can now just take the rate down, drop down a gear or two, and try and conserve a bit of energy for what is a long weekend of racing if you intend to progress through to the latter stages. And the left-hand side there, Cambridge 99 struggling to keep pace with the elite speed of the Imperial UL composite. Lizzie Witt, as I say, and Emily Lindberg, who both raced in the pair at the April GB trials. Not together, it must be said, but they were both present and accounted for with promising results. So another development crew maybe to watch out for here, Ed, on the left-hand side of our screen.
Yeah, certainly. I think this race is quite interesting. You're sort of seeing two development curves here in two different directions. Tom, as you say, the London pairing coming together, ones to keep an eye out on the world rowing roster over the next couple of years. Highly successful so far, and certainly great things to come. The pairing from Cambridge 99s, this is their first season in the pair. Fairly new to the sport of rowing, it has to be said, but kicked off with a win in the club category at pairs head on the Tideway early this year. So no slouches, and certainly a hugely successful pairing and one to watch as we go forward, but being outclassed a little bit by the GB development crew that we just see coming past our camera there on the left-hand side of your picture. Just to circle back to the conclusion of the single sculls race previously, the Grosvenor sculler coming a little bit close for comfort, perhaps, to those booms on the right-hand side of the picture, but I think, barring absolute disaster, the Princeton sculler will be knocked out in this first round of racing.
Yeah, I think she's got such a commanding lead now, McKay of Grosvenor. She could probably afford herself a short interaction with the booms there as she crosses the line. She will be progressing through alongside Keto of Cambridge, and we actually don't know the result of race number 23. I'm just going to have a look on my screen to see if I do have any results that I can bring you on that front. And as we watch the race number 26 continue its way down the course, just having a little look at race number was it 23, wasn't it? I don't think we've got a result for it yet. So when we know, we will let you know whether Hayden of Bath or Christoph of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association were the winners of that. As we watch Lindberg and Witt make their way down the course, both enjoyed success at Bucks Regatta this year. Lindberg winning gold in the Women's Championship Coxless 4 and Witt winning the championship pair. So both individual demonstrations of capability in sweep. This will be an interesting test of how they perform together, and at the moment, passing that test with flying colours, they too can just enjoy themselves on their way down the course. No fuss at either end, no real dramas anywhere in the stroke, minimal check on the boat. A really good exhibition of what it takes to row a pair competently on the Henley stretch.
I think worth noticing, of course, by the time you get to the level that these athletes are at, there are slightly different programs, they've had slightly different junior careers, and in that time they'll have picked up minutiae details that to the untrained eye you can't spot. But with the athletes in the boat, those slight differences in technique can spell disaster. They can't always overcome those. So actually for a composite to come together, having not rowed together earlier at trials this year, and make a boat that just looks super smooth, super comfortable, super enjoyable to row, I don't mind being in that boat, is just a huge testament to the ability of that crew.
Of course you wouldn't mind being in that boat. Your glittering rowing career speaks for itself, I think. Was it C final at Cambridge? Yeah, quite, yeah. Not sure any of us would mind being in that pair at the moment. They are doing an exceptional job of rowing it down the course. Of course, this Henley Women's event running until Sunday afternoon, the precursor to Henley Royal, which kicks off in about 10 days' time, Tuesday the 27th of June, for a 6-day bonanza of racing on the Henley course from Temple Island right the way through to the 2,112 metre finish point down by the boating area. This race course a little bit shorter at Henley Women's. You just see there at the bottom, this is a bit of an erroneous label. This is not the championship singles, this is the championship pairs for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. But as I was saying, the Henley Women's race course slightly shorter, about 1,500 metres. It closes up around Romanham Club. And these girls taking their rate right down. This has become a bit of a training paddle for them at this point, but they did all the hard work. It's quite reasonable for them to want to conserve energy. As I keep saying, it is very warm here. We're blessed with great weather. Not expecting perfect conditions all weekend. I think there is rain forecast for Sunday. So enjoy the sun while you can. It's the UK. We know it's only a passing thing. As they cross the line there in race number 26, Imperial and UL progressing through. So we move back to the start, I think, for race 27, which is another heat of the championship pairs between Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and a Leeds Molesey composite on the Buckinghamshire station.
So just seeing the other pairs race get underway now. Both crews having a pretty clean start, not being thrown off by Temple Island. It looks like that Thames crew is coming out to establish a pretty comfortable lead in the early stages of this race. Thames, of course, perhaps the, if not one of the leading women's programs on the Tideway in London. Huge amount of experience, no doubt, in that boat and within that program. Often a name that you're going to see if you come back, as we were saying, in about 10 days' time to watch the Henley Royal Regatta unfold. Thames is a name that you're going to see over and over again, and it's a name you're going to see over and over again this weekend at Henley Women's as well. You can see there the fantastic shot. They look dynamic, they look fast, they look punchy. And for me at this stage, they're the class crew in this event, and it's going to take quite a lot for the Molesey crew to overcome them.
And it wasn't always like this for Thames Rowing Club on the women's side. They've always had or certainly in the last decade, had a very strong men's programme. Of course, claiming that win in the Thames Challenge Cup opened the floodgates, I think back around 2015, I want to say, when they first won it, or first won it for a while under Ben Lewis. Their women's programme has developed quite considerably in the last few years, though. They've come on leaps and bounds to, as you say, had established themselves as probably the racing programme for women of sort of club level on the Tideway, which begs the broader question, how do you topple a club like Thames? Because they are so just dominant on the club scene, both for the men and the women. It's sort of like the Brooks conundrum on the student side. Success just seems to perpetuate further success, and with every win that they accumulate at the national regattas, people who are seeking out a rowing club to better their fortunes and to potentially win Henley medals, why would you go anywhere else but Thames? Your best chance lies. With even getting in Thames's second, third or fourth crew, you stand a pretty good chance of medaling at Henley.
It becomes that kind of paradox of success breeds success, and like you say, why would you want to go anywhere else? Just a brief note on the Molesey crew, of course. Ellen Buttrick was part of the gold medal winning PR3 coxed 4 at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. She's partnered by Charlotte Coburn, previously rowing at Agecroft, so a mixture of sort of experience there coming together. But Ellen, no doubt, taking Charlotte under her wing and putting in a fairly compelling race here at Henley Women's, but just like we were saying, unable to topple the huge success that has led to the development of this really strong crew from Thames Rowing Club.
Yep, Thames doing the business there in race number 27, so 28 underway. Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire station up against another Thames crew. As you say, Ed, we're going to see this name a few times, I think, on the roster over this weekend. On the Buckinghamshire station, so it's Thames with interest again in another heat of the championship pairs. Up against Marlow, the two crews really converging on each other in the middle of the course. The camera is a little way back from where the crews are at the moment, but you can see, although Marlow looked to have had the better of the opening exchanges, both crews almost adopting a head race style format here. Not really sticking to their stations, but at the moment it doesn't seem to have had too much of an impact on either boat. Marlow out to a massively convincing start. I think they've got 3 or 4 lengths already on their opposition from Thames. No stopping this Marlow crew at all, flying out the blocks.
Marlow versus Thames. I think we've already sort of covered the glory of Thames and the strength their program provides. But Marlow, another one. And again, as the junior programs, the junior events even roll around this weekend and come Henley roll in about a week's time, Marlow's another name you're going to see again and again. And Marlow's sort of known for being pretty good, but when they produce a crew that has the ability to win medals, they sort of come out of nowhere and absolutely dominate a race. And you can see here, Marlow have just taken numerous lengths out of the Thames crew in what's still a fairly early stage of this race. It's going to take a lot for Thames to come back from this, Tom. And we can just see there on the right hand side of your screen with the paddle boat in the background, the first Thames crew coming home ahead of the Molesey crew of Ellen Buttrick and Charlotte Coburn to, I think, fairly safely secure their place in the next round of racing, alongside the London crews that we've seen earlier in the racing, the university crews. This is definitely a crew to watch as we head towards the sharp end of racing in this category.
Yeah, it's been a strange thing this afternoon. We've either had relative processions, as we can see here on both of our screens, races 27 and 28, sort of dominated by the crews who are in respect of themselves sort of leading, Thames and Marlow. Thames there crossing the line. And we've also had races which have been really close. You know, I referenced race 23, which I still on my screen haven't got a result for. So clearly someone doesn't know who won that single scull race between Bath and Nottingham. I'm just going to scroll down and see if we do have a result at this point. I think actually we do now. And it was Bath, I think, who took the win. Anyway, we've had sort of processions and we've had really close racing, and that's sort of symptomatic of this stage of the competition, in that we get crews coming out of the time trial who may not be that evenly matched, and so we do get larger margins at this stage of the racing. We do get some crews who are going to be favourites for winning the event and some crews who frankly are just pleased to get through a round. So there is that disparity in talent, and Marlow really showing that here. They are the class act in this heat of the championship pairs for the Redgrave Challenge Vase.
And I think worth noting, Tom, there's that note about sort of where you are in the pecking order, and there's some strategy as well that comes into how hard you race each event. But we'll just pan back now to the start of the next race.
Yeah, it's race 29. Upper Thames on the Berkshire station up against Georgetown University Rowing Club B from the United States of America on the Buckinghamshire station. This is Upper Thames home water. They will not want to be dispatched on the part of river that they row on every day and doing a pretty good job so far. They should be experts at steering this course. No excuses for any deviance in their line at the moment. Straight as an arrow down the course and showing Georgetown exactly how it's done. The girls from the United States of America unable to keep pace with this crew from Upper Thames, who have gone out like the clappers.
A little interesting story there for the Upper Thames crew. They raced against each other here at Henley Women's in 2018 and have now come together to join forces in the pair. Rachel rode for Bath and Cantabs, and Emily for Brooks and Marlow. So again, we've seen this a few times in some of the pairs that have come down the course so far, but you see kind of the strengths and the attributes of different programs coming together into a crew that's giving them the tenacity, the experience, the strength to, as you can see here from that drone shot on the left-hand side of your screen, that they can totally come on the race.
Oh, not sure where Georgetown are going. They're quite lucky to know that there was that. Oh, there we go. They've had to stop. That's a real shame. They were very lucky, to be fair, that there was that gap in the racing course, that they were able to just sort of row into it instead of rowing into the booms, but they weren't able to correct their course quick enough, and as such, Upper Thames now, already with a commanding lead, now have complete control over this final heat of the championship pairs. So Marlow on the right-hand side of your screen, currently leading Thames Rowing Club C by a substantial margin, and Upper Thames doing something similar against Georgetown University Rowing Club B on the, well, formerly left-hand side, but now we can see full shot of Marlow coming up towards the line with the familiar buzz of the drone in the background. Great to have that drone both here for Henley Women's and hopefully for Henley Royal last year. I think it was flown into a tree last year, so it was unavailable for most of the racing week last year, but I'm hoping we have it back. And then back to the race number 29, Upper Thames leading Georgetown, and here we have Marlow leading Thames. Marlow coming up towards the line, just able to enjoy their final few strokes and refocus on the racing to come. Likely tomorrow afternoon we'll see those guys back in action after they dispatch Thames. So, back to the start for race 30. We will keep you updated as to what happened in race 29, but it looked like Upper Thames had basically complete control over that one. There we go, panning back. It's almost like there's a producer listening to what I'm saying. Remarkable. So Upper Thames now just enjoying their row, able to establish themselves, able to iron out any kinks in their armour because they know that sterner tests lie ahead. It's a great little shot. I love that house just peering out from between the treescape. Always a lovely little shot as the camera pans round. Upper Thames not taking it easy, it has to be said. Their rate's still pretty high. They're still keeping it pretty firm on the legs and in the upper body, not allowing themselves too much dispensation. And there's the margin of control they have, Ed. You can't even see Georgetown at this point.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where Georgetown have got to, whether they've actually pulled out on this race or whether they've continued. I'm sure we'll get some update for you sooner or later. But back to the start.
Yeah, race 30, Nottingham University on the Berkshire station in their distinctive green and yellow, and it is Newcastle University Tyne Rowing Club composite on the Buckinghamshire station. Two boat clubs who, of course, know each other very well, both racing and rowing and training on the Tyne every single day. A powerhouse of performance up there from the north of England, and Nottingham University struggling a little bit with their steering. They're overlapping with the boys, which gives the composite from Newcastle a bit of a chance to establish themselves. They've moved into the middle here, Ed.
Yeah, not fantastic steering from either crew there off the start, actually. I think Nottingham tried to give Newcastle plenty of room. Newcastle tried to do the same, and Nottingham were lucky, of course, being on the Berkshire side of the river. They have the boys to contend with rather than the island. But I think both crews have managed to sort of correct their line. But I think that sort of opening battle there has favoured Newcastle, who look to be settling a little bit into their race pace and are hoping now, I'm sure, to just start to eke out a lead. But I think Nottingham just about maintaining contact, not quite clear water between those two crews yet. This is certainly one to watch. I think the fours there are a fantastic shot of the Newcastle crew, chosen to bucket rig their boat. As you can see there, you've got the two athletes in the middle of the boat, the 2 and 3 seats, both rowing on the same side. A number of reasons the coaches could have chosen for that, But so far, it's absolutely paying dividends for them as they look to command this race, and I think just squeezing a little bit more out of each stroke than their counterparts from Nottingham.
And if you are waking up on the east coast of the United States of America, welcome, thank you for joining us. And if you're wondering where Georgetown University Rowing Club B in the championship pairs are, well, they have continued to race. They did suffer a bit of a problem earlier on. They did steer somewhat into the booms and now are back on the course. They are back racing, but being pretty much dominated by Upper Thames. So we can see here on screen the race underway between the coxless fours. We have a myriad of screens in front of us, and I can tell you that Georgetown are continuing with their race. They did not pull out, they did not have a race-ending accident, but they are being led fairly comfortably by Upper Thames as we watch race number 30 come down, and it's Nottingham University at the moment who are being, well, fairly well controlled by the Newcastle Tyne composite.
Great shot there, as you can just see, as we're saying, Newcastle leading the way. But actually the course, although it is of course straight, it sort of runs through a winding section of river. So at the start they're very, very close to the bank on the rower's right hand side, and then that bank totally falls away and it can leave you feeling a little bit isolated out there on the water. So I'm sure these crews are quite happy to have their teammates around them in the boat, unlike some of the smaller boats that we've seen earlier on this morning. But it seems that the miles that the Newcastle Tyne composite have put in up north are really paying dividends. Quite a chunky, strong rhythm they've got going there. It's allowing them to control this race.
Yeah, it's coherent, isn't it? It makes a lot of sense as I watch it. Rowing nicely, smoothly, just picking the boat up at the right points in the stroke. Curious that this crew have come together to do this from the northeast of England, more accustomed to facing off against each other in the boathouses across the river from each other, but this year combining to put together fast crews, and we'll keep an eye on them as they make their way down the course. Race 31 now underway, another heat of the championship coxless fours for the Avril Velicott Cup, and this is between Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station and London Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station, and it looks like potentially London have had the faster of the two starts. But as always, commentators curse. The camera angle can be very deceptive, so I'll wait for confirmation as those boats move away from Temple Island. Neither need much of an introduction, to be honest, Ed. Both established programs here in the United Kingdom. London, one of the premier clubs on that little stretch of embankment in Putney, and then Edinburgh, a boat club who always turn out class crews. They've been established for quite a while now and have a really, really robust program on the men's and the women's side. So left-hand side, we'll keep an eye on race 31. Race 30 coming towards its conclusion, and I think it is going to be a win for the Newcastle Tyne composite in the first heat of the championship coxless fours.
Focusing back in then on race 31 on the left-hand side of your photo, the Baby Blue Army, as they're sort of colloquially known, not quite able to come up against the might of the London Rowing Club crew. Another crew here from London who come from quite a sort of a varied background, each crew member coming from a different part of the country. Millie Perrin learned her at Cantabs as a junior, winning the Club 8s with Cantabs as that junior in 2017. Elizabeth Cottrell is now the captain of London Rowing Club and has a huge amount of experience. This whole crew, in fact, having won the medium club pennant at Women's Head of the River in the 8 earlier in the year. But despite that experience, they're not quite able to shake off the Edinburgh crew, which I think will be causing a little bit of frustration because Edinburgh are not giving up and might even be starting to claw back a little bit of distance. And to me, from that shot there, the Edinburgh crew look the slightly more composed one. Even though they're not in control of this race, they're a little bit more composed, a little more comfortable. And that might be what allows them to come back and actually overturn this result.
Yeah, our commentary perch is around 500 metres in, equivalent to where the barrier would be on a Henley Royal Regatta course. And we know if it's a good race because we can hear people. There we go, you see the barrier there on the left-hand side. We know if it's a good race because we can hear people shouting, and we can hear cheers for both London and for Edinburgh. And you're right, Ed, London will be frustrated that they haven't properly shaken off the keen interest of Edinburgh, although it does look like that was a bit of a move there from those girls. That's just real compulsion to push the boat away. Really powerful finishes. They've got faster, this London crew, and they're getting faster as we progress through the season. They were 4th at Wallingford and then 2nd on the Sunday of Met Regatta. So they'll be looking to establish themselves here in this category and doing just that, looking like they have moved away and broken clear of Edinburgh University.
This London crew will combine with London's Aspirational 4 to enter the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Regatta in just over a week's time. So these 4 athletes, look out for them in the Henley Royal live stream as well. They'll be leading that boat. But for now, Tom, like you say, they seem to have made a move that's been fairly decisive and has allowed them just to shake off the attack from Edinburgh. Edinburgh, of course, as we said, looking very composed. They wouldn't have given up just yet. That was a very, very decisive move from London and will take quite some coming back from for Edinburgh to come back on that.
So these women here making their way down the course, and it does look like London have control as we move back to the start. The beauty of the split screen. Race 32 underway between the University of Pennsylvania closest to our camera up against Thames Rowing Club A. Penn having travelled here to race at Henley Women's and Henley Royal in about 10 days time. Just having a little bit of trouble with their steering as well. Trying to correct course. Thames straight as an arrow. Should be a good race this, Thames and Penn. I have to say, 2 crews that should be both pretty competitive in this race.
I think we had a great opportunity there just at the start of this race. You could hear the microphones picking up the noise that you get at the start of a race. And you know, sitting here in our little tent, it's quite easy to forget just how noisy and how intense those starts can be. And of course, once you get down the course, it can get a little quieter, a little bit less exciting. But as you can see there, London taking the win and will be progressing to the next round of racing, whilst Edinburgh go home empty-handed. But just now panning back to the race between the University of Pennsylvania and Thames Rowing Club. University of Penn, a program that's only growing in depth over in the States. They finished with a top 4 finish at the head of the Charles early this season and have finished again as a top 4 Ivy League program just before they jumped on a plane to come over here for Henley Women's and later on Henley Royal. But this looks to be a fantastic race.
Yeah, 2 crews, I think, who would have expected to meet perhaps a little later in the competition and showing their speed here, unable to separate themselves. I think Penn probably have a quarter of a length as they come past our position here at around the barrier stage. But you have to say, Ed, these are 2 really, really good crews. Just referencing back for a moment there, race 31, I think, is in its closing phases, and it is, or was, I think, a win for London Rowing Club in that one. So this is race 32 between the University of Pennsylvania and Thames Rowing Club. And Penn, they've only just arrived in the UK. I think this week they got over here. So they're settling in to what is a 2-week campaign in both of the Henley events, and they will be keen to lay down an early marker, and they'd be horrified to have travelled all the way here then to get dumped out in the first heat of the championship coxed fours. The bow girl there just checking her line, making sure that the booms are not going to interfere with the narrative of this race at the moment, doing a pretty good job, but struggling to shake off the advances of Thames, who, as we all know, a very competent program in and of themselves. And this is Thames A, so it's going to be a fast crew, the fastest coxed 4 that boat club could put out.
Thames, like we've said a few times before, they've got that program that just breeds success, and these athletes will have confidence in the coaching structure, in the training that they've done to carry them through this race. But so will Penn. And Penn have been on such a surge in recent years that actually they're going to see this Henley campaign as kind of the way to the top for them as they head back to the States after these couple of weeks. They're going to want to go back with some silverware. And actually establishing this kind of lead against Thames in the early stages of the race is going to give them a great morale boost. But it's not over yet, and they're coming a little bit close, perhaps, than they'd like to the booms. So we're going to keep an eye on that race that unfolds.
Yeah, this not being Penn's top boat. They did not race in the NCAAs, but doing a good enough job at the moment to just hold off the advances of Thames as we move back to the start for race 33. A Scottish composite from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, George Heriot's and Strathclyde on the Berkshire station up against Vesta Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station from Putney, London. So two opposite ends of the country coming to face each other on the Henley Straits. And it looks like the crew from Scotland having the better of it at the moment. This crew containing Zoe Beeson, who under ASRA, but she is actually a Yale University athlete like her brother Miles, stroking this crew. And they have about a length's lead over Vesta as they come out from behind the Temple Island.
Yeah, some big names in this event actually. As you mentioned, Zoe Beeson, their very, very successful junior career, has carried her over into the States. But Vesta, another crew, a little bit like Thames, perhaps a little bit further back on the development curve than their counterparts on the Putney embankment. But Vesta have been on the upwards curve over the last few years, and in fact 3 of the athletes in this crew won the Aspirational Club Cox's Fours in 2022 and were semi-finalists in the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Regatta that same year. So a bunch of athletes that's definitely on the way up, and we'll be interested to keep going. But just panning back now to our previous race, it's still neck and neck, Tom, between Penn and Thames.
Yeah, we'll come back to that race 33 because race 32 is coming into the closing stages, and I think Penn have just about done enough there to hold off Thames. They will progress through to the next round of the Avril Velicott Cup for Championship Cox's Fours there. The beep just signalling they take the lead probably by around 3/4 of a length over Thames Rowing Club. So disappointment for Thames. They're not used to being beaten on day one, but that is a fine crew to go out to from the University of Pennsylvania. So we move back to race 33, and it is the crew from Scotland comprising Aberdeen Schools, George Heriot's and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club who are doing the business here against Vesta Rowing Club. As you say, Ed, lots of sort of a miscellaneous of talent in this boat. 3 girls who ply their trade from September through May at universities in the United States of America. Zoe, as I mentioned, from Yale, Morven from Duke, and Isla from Brown. And then Amy Newton joining them from George Heriot's, who did win the pair at the championship, in the championship girls pair at the National Schools Regatta just a few weeks ago. So she is a talent to watch out for. And there is just this production line in Scotland, isn't there, of really, really top level, particularly female talent.
Absolutely. We've seen ASRA dominate, like you say, their championship pairs event at national schools for a few years now. They're never very far off the mark in the small boats. And actually having a junior athlete step up into a championship level 4 alongside some big heavy hitters from the States is a testament to what Scotland's able to develop. And no doubt over the last couple of weeks, having been training together at Strathclyde Park, the Olympic level course that they have up in Scotland is going to have given them the chance to get some really solid straight lane racing in. It's going to help them with their steering, all those kinds of things that can easily go wrong in an event like this. And that experience and that talent and that power is letting them just absolutely dominate this race ahead of what is a very talented crew from Vesta Rowing Club.
So if you are joining us for the first time today, you are with us on the Friday afternoon of the Henley Women's Regatta. It's day 1 of a 3-day festival of rowing here. All things women's rowing, from single sculls right up to 8s. And it's we're currently on race 33 of our side-by-side roster. It's the final heat for now of the championship Cox's Fours for the Avril Velicott Cup, and it is being led at the moment by the crew from Scotland, comprised of 3 boat clubs: Aberdeen, George Heriot's, and Strathclyde Rowing Club, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, I should say. They are leading the boat from Vesta, you can see there on the left-hand side, who are struggling to regain parity with the crew from Scotland. And we keep coming back to it, Ed, if you are boating a composite here at Henley Women's Regatta, the likelihood is that you feel that you are better served teaming up with people from outside of your own boat club, and thus the speed is likely to be there. So we'll keep one eye on race 33, but race 34 has begun between Norwich Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and another crew from Georgetown University, strong supporters of the regatta this year. This is for, I think, aspirational doubles. So we'll see how this one unfolds as it makes its way down the course.
So just to watch then the closing stages of this fours race, you can see there the Strathclyde composite just coming over the line, looking fairly comfortable as they secure themselves a place in the later stages of racing. And you can see there with a wonderful shot of the Henley Valley, Temple Island there on the left-hand side, and the Aspirational double sculls getting underway. From your picture there, Georgetown University Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your photo, currently not quite able to match the power of Norwich Rowing Club on the right-hand side. The double sculls, again, like we were saying in the singles earlier on, a boat class whose speed can change very quickly, but it looks to me as though Norwich are really controlling this race from the word go, Tom.
Yeah, Aspirational doubles, the Rosie May Glothling Trophy. Norwich certainly turning up here. It's an interesting thing in side-by-side racing when you've got this level of lead so early on. I mean, that is probably 3 or 4 lengths of clear water. It's almost impossible for Georgetown to come back, because not only can they not see you, of course, the nature of rowing is if you're losing to your opposition, you can't see them full stop, but you can't even hear your opposition at this point. You don't know where they are on the course, especially if you're sat in the stroke seat where you're not really supposed to turn round. You've got no idea where your opposition are. They could be a length ahead, they could be 5 lengths ahead, and anywhere in between that, basically. So it's really difficult for Georgetown to mount a comeback here, as Norwich, who do look the classier of the two crews, continue to scull away.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tom, actually, that drone shot is one of my favourites in the sculling modes. You can see just the class and composure that double have. There's no check, there's no unbalance. They just look super, super comfortable. And that the blades dropping in together and accelerating away from the Georgetown crew. Georgetown, of course, a name that we've seen several times already, even though we're only in the opening rounds of this regatta. But Georgetown has come over and forced the Henley Women's Regatta, a program who's brought over a mixture of open weight and lightweight athletes, and will intend to test their mettle ahead of Henley Royal before most of these athletes actually not in their senior year. Georgetown, most of them will return next year to try and compete in the American National Championships as well. But all eyes in a minute on this race of the Aspirational double sculls being controlled by Norwich Rowing Club, who just took the absolute class out. It's going to take quite a lot for Georgetown to come back on them at this stage of the race.
Yeah, this for Aspirational doubles. So the step below championship level, but still extremely competent crews. No doubting that this Norwich Rowing Club outfit would not look out of place amongst championship boats. They are sculling really, really well together, and putting paid to any notion that Georgetown are here to rumble domestic home favourites, because Norwich doing the business. They have not relinquished a single inch of that lead that they established pretty early on, and are continuing to just scull with poise and control and a pretty relentless rhythm, it has to be said.
Yeah, they look comfortable, not complacent. I think that's the key to doing well in this sort of side-by-side racing format. You can try and establish that early lead as quickly as you can. You can try and hold on to it, but throughout the whole thing, you have to stay calm, you have to stay composed. And it's an absolute demonstration of that ability from the Norwich double there. You can just see as they head into the latter stages of this race, as they come up to the 3/4 mile mark, that will be used later on for Henley Royal Regatta. They can see what's going on with that over behind them, and they can absolutely control that race. We'll keep an eye on that side of our screen as well, but on the left hand side we've got the next round unfolding as well.
Yeah, it's race number 35, another hit of the Aspirational doubles. Queen Elizabeth High School and Tyne United Rowing Club, another composite on the Berkshire station up against Sudbury Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And there we go, we can see the umpire getting involved very early on, warning the crew from Sudbury back onto their station. They had pushed the composite out into the boys. Both crews now correcting their course. Just takes a little bit of a teething period, doesn't it, in the opening exchanges at Henley for crews, just to get comfortable with the course, understand what their line looks and feels like. And it does seem to me that Sudbury now have returned to their station and are moving away from the crew from Queen Elizabeth and Tyne United. They've got about 3/4 of a length.
The Tyne United composite, both women in that crew are, in fact, juniors, both 17 years old. So sculling up into the aspirational category, giving themselves a challenge. And so far, even if Sudbury got the better start, that crew looks powerful. They look punchy, they look demanding. So I wouldn't write this race off yet, but it is the crew from Sudbury that's just managed to control the race a little bit earlier on. And I think the Tyne United composite is struggling a little bit more with the steering. But one to watch as we carry on with this afternoon's racing. Plenty of racing to come, of course. But we could just see there the previous race being white flagged, meaning the result will stand. And Norwich Rowing Club will progress through to the latter round, with Georgetown having a lot of those sent out in the early heats of Henley Women's Regatta 2023. But just focusing back in on the race in front of us now between Tyne United Rowing Club, who will be closest to you as they come past the camera, and Sudbury Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Sudbury controlling this race as they have from the start, and again, much like in the race that we've just seen, a very, very classy double scull that's just gone out very composed, very relaxed, and is just controlling the race. Worth noting, of course, as you can see quite well in this shot here, that the crews not only have to contend with what's going on in their race, but the conditions going on around the race course as well. The river is still very much live, you've still very much got traffic flowing up and down that's causing some wash. The booms, the little bits of wood floating the river there, are there to kind of try and dampen down what's going on. With a big boat coming past, you can get some wash that can throw athletes off and disrupt the racing. But so far, Sudbury have not fallen foul to any conditions that Henley has to throw at them, and are just sculling away beautifully. So a very comfortable lead so far in this race.
Yeah, it's an occupational hazard of rowing on the course, and it only gets worse as the 2 weeks that contain the Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta unfold. Lots of pleasure craft, lots of cruisers, lots of other boats just on the water, creating quite a congested feel and disturbing the water as well, which is not always that easy even on the best of days. So you're right to point that out, Ed, that crews have to be aware, they have to not be naive, they have to row the river as it needs to be rowed, not try and row as if they're rowing on their home stretch. But Sudbury looking like they are in control at the moment. Good synchronicity at either end of the stroke. They look like they've been rowing together for quite a while. And continuing to lead this boat from Queen Elizabeth High School and Tyne United.
We've mentioned it before, but worth mentioning again. If you win your first round here at Henley Women's, you've got at least one more, possibly up to 3 or 4 more rounds of racing to come before you can even consider laying your hands on a trophy. So once you've established this kind of lead, it becomes a game of strategy, a game of what can we do to maximise our chances in the later rounds. So we'll keep an eye on how Sudbury manage that dilemma. But on the left-hand side, we have the next round of racing beginning between doubles from the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club and a crew from the Netherlands.
Yeah, you're right, Ed. 36 underway. UK Armed Forces and TSR Vida from the Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire station. Another international from overseas here to try and win some Henley Women's Regatta silverware. And you can see here the two doubles just trying to get comfortable. Just trying to get comfortable with their line, but it does look like the Armed Forces boat probably enjoying the marginally better of the two starts. We're talking probably a third of a length at this point, nothing more than that, ahead of the crew from the Netherlands. So this race very much one to watch, no clear favourite as we progress through the opening 250 metres.
Yeah, not a huge amount in it. I think our domestic crew there had a little bit of a struggle getting off the start. Again, deceived by the lack of booms on your right-hand side. If you're starting on the Berkshire station, that lack of booms can make that seem very open until suddenly they come back into play. And if you haven't cleared the buoys by the time those booms come back in, it spells disaster. But you can see that, I think, sculling in a boat lent from Tideway Scullers School, the Dutch crew certainly making up for lost time and coming back onto the UK Armed Forces. We just saw that at the end of the previous race with Sudbury Rowing Club having knocked out the junior double sent by Tyne United Rowing Club. So all eyes now back on this very close race unfolding between the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club and TSR Vida from the Netherlands. Both crews actually looking very comfortable. I think the UK Armed Forces program is one that's come on leaps and bounds in the last few years. Rode, I think most notably a few years ago for the centenary of Henley Regatta, they rode in the, I think the King Challenge Cup was the name of the event. And since then have been a sort of a staple of the domestic scene, with active servicemen and women taking their time to row together, and actually over time just completely sort of created more and more compelling crews as they come down here, the Henley Women's Course.
Yeah, they are certainly holding off the advances of the crew from Vida. This is a Dutch development double at the moment. A crew that have been together for not too long from Holland. Coming here, short trip over to race on what is a picturesque day at Henley Women's Regatta. The weather and the conditions are basically perfect. I acknowledge it could be a little bit cooler, sat here in a fairly stuffy commentary tent, but out there on the water I'm sure it's glorious. So we'll keep one eye on the right hand side on race number 36, but 37 is underway between Warwick Boat Club on the Berkshire station and Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Another heat of the Aspirational double sculls, race 37. So 36 is on the right, 37 is on the left.
Just watching the closing stages of race 36, the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club, with their training camp happening just a couple of weeks ago to bring these crews together before Henley Women's, has paid its dividends, and they seem to have sculled down and come back from a slightly wobbly start on the Dutch crew, and bar disaster will likely end up in the next round of racing. Switching over to race 37 in front of us now on the left hand side of your picture, crews from Warwick and Greenbank Falmouth are facing off against one another. Greenbank, another club that seems to really come to the fore at this time of year. They always seem to be a name to watch at Henley Women's Regatta, and with good reason. In the Greenbank crew, Izzy, a third-year medical student, has been studying at Exeter University for the last couple of years and has a good history with Exeter University Boat Club. She's partnered by Sarah, a regular competitor here at Henley Women's, having reached the final of the lightweight single here in 2017. So a crew there with a lot of experience, both more widely and specifically at Henley Women's on the Henley course, and they're absolutely using all of that experience now, just, I think, maintaining perhaps a foot or two of lead ahead of Warwick. But I think Warwick are on the charge, Tom.
You've got to say, two good races here on the course, races 36 and 37. The UK Armed Forces at the moment leading the crew from Vida, the Netherlands, and I think they probably will have enough to secure passage through. But yeah, like you say, at 37, Warwick and Greenbank Falmouth, I think the latter have the advantage at this stage, but the advantage I'm referencing is probably no more than a quarter of a length. So it is a tight contest, but it does look to me like Greenbank Falmouth are starting to motor here. There's a bit of a move going on from the women from that boat club, and I think they are looking to just start to get control of this race as we watch the crew from the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club cross ahead of Vida, the Netherlands. So that's them through to the next round. And can Greenbank Falmouth join them? Well, a move here would be, don't want to say decisive, but it would be pretty incisive to the narrative of this race. And I think it's important now that one of these two crews steps up and thinks, you know what, no more of this side-by-side rubbish. I want to take control. I want to move on and try and give myself the best possible chance of progressing through to the next round of aspirational doubles. And Greenbank Falmouth doing just that here, Ed.
Yeah, it looks to me like you say the Greenbank have taken that mantle on and are just stretching out their lead. Difficult to see the perspective from where we're sat right now as to where their opposition from Warwick is. But Greenbank don't look to be under the same pressure. They haven't managed to take the rate down, perhaps like some of the other crews have in the regatta so far. You can see there Warwick, I think, probably within a length of the opposition from Greenbank, and coming a little bit close to the booms there, perhaps feeling the pressure. Again, it's a mental game. If you can push your opposition back, they're going to try everything they can, and perhaps you can just nudge them into making a mistake that makes your life a lot easier. Warwick haven't made that mistake though, and Greenbank might have a race on their hands, but I think if I had to put money on something now, it would be Greenbank winning this heat.
It does give me heart palpitations when I see those blades just creeping ever closer to the booms. It's one of the great things about racing at Henley is this boomed course that sort of demarcates the racing lanes. You don't get this at Dorney Lake. It's all boys, which if you collide with tend to not have too much of a significant impact. But if you hit a boom here at Henley, it is race effectively over. It's very rare that a crew comes back from that and wins. So we'll keep one eye on the right-hand side as Greenbank Falmouth try to secure their passage through to the next round of the Aspirational doubles as we move to Aspirational singles. Baker of Nottingham Rowing Club on the Berkshire station up against Armstrong from the City of Oxford on the Buckinghamshire station.
City of Oxford, the premier sort of club rowing club in Oxford, surrounded of course by not only Oxford University but the colleges that make up the college scene there as well. Caitlin here, the captain of City of Oxford, completed her bucket list last year in fact by racing at Head of the Charles, but is back here in the single in a more decisive manner to try and make it through some rounds of racing in the single scull. But it looks to me as though it is Poppy Baker from Nottingham Rowing Club who's got the early lead. Looks there to be racing in one of the start programme singles as well, so perhaps might be on that Dan Harris sculling school pathway towards international success, so one to keep an eye on over the coming years. But for now, it's a pretty tight race between these two scullers.
Yeah, that start programme I think being rebranded and reprogrammed in the next few months, but it has been a stairway for success for Great Britain, and many of our finest exports and exploits have come from that. So hopefully Baker from Nottingham can be the next little step towards success, and she is at the moment leading Armstrong of City of Oxford, but not by a great deal, probably half a length, which in a single is next to nothing. Singles change speed very, very quickly. It's not like an 8, which takes a long time to get up to speed and a long time to slow down. Singles can be moved on decisively pretty quickly. So the sculler from the City of Oxford Rowing Club will definitely fancy her chances here. And you know it's a good race, Ed, because we can hear the shouts going up from the crowd assembled on the banks as these two scullers make their way down the course.
When you can't quite make out who the crowd's shouting for, you know that the crews are pretty close together. It looked to me as though the City of Oxford sculler tried to make a move there. They tried to break the Nottingham sculler, but didn't quite manage to. And you can see there from this drone shot, both scullers still very much in contact. And like we've said before, once you've still got that sight, that smile, you can still hear your opposition. That race is still there. It's not until you break away and you end up with some clear water and some sort of deafening silences even between the two crews that the race sort of starts to fade away. But right now this race is very much on. I think from this perspective the City of Oxford sculler might be making a move back.
Don't try and guess. This angle is so deceptive. We always try and say, oh, we think this is happening, and then the camera pans around, because you've got to remember where this camera is on the course is actually quite a long way from where the scullers are at the moment. So not only is what we're seeing right now not representative of what we're going to see in about 100 meters, it's also the angle is so deceptive. So I think probably she's certainly trying, the sculler from City of Oxford, Armstrong, but to me it looks like Baker from Nottingham, with the slower rate of striking, it has to be said, there's a bit more power on board. She looks a bit more composed, and I think she's just trying to break that elastic band. And single sculling, Ed, is as much a battle of the mind as it is the body. I think just knowing that your opposition, it's just you, one-on-one, being able to mentally compose yourself and being able to mentally deal with the trials and tribulations of a race in a single scull is well over half the battle, I think. I think it's all about what you can do upstairs as well as sort of through the legs. So Baker from Nottingham just doing herself justice at the moment. I think she's just stretching away with every stroke from Armstrong of City of Oxford. And we move back to the start. We will, of course, keep one eye on race 38, but 39's underway. Nottingham University, Turner Frick on the Berkshire station up against Walbrook Rowing Club. Merber of, as I say, Walbrook on the Buckinghamshire station.
All these crews are looking pretty punchy off the start, Tom, it has to be said. Like we've been saying time and time again, the singles get up to speed very quickly, and they'll look to try and break their opposition as early as they can. The struggle that we can see going on in the race on the right-hand side is that for most of the race, the Nottingham sculler was unable to break away from City of Oxford's offering, but I think that now is more in the Nottingham Scullers' favour. On the left-hand side, both crews pretty much level pegging. Another outing from one of the Nottingham outfits on the water today. A real sort of powerhouse of English rowing.
Yeah, you get these pockets, don't you, of excellence across the country. London obviously being an obvious one. Thames Valley, Nottingham, the North East, Newcastle, Tyne and Durham. And it's strange that it sort of cultivates, I suppose it's a lot to do with natural resource, the fact that there are big waterways there. But it is strange that you get this sort of cultivation of talent in specific pockets of the UK as we watch Baker of Nottingham Rowing Club on the right-hand side, just straying into the middle of the course somewhat, but it doesn't look like the umpire's going to get involved because I think she has enough of a lead now. Her slow, I don't know if it's slow, her sort of methodical, very understated style has just led her to just creep attritionally away from Armstrong of City of Oxford. I think she's now in prime position to progress. And in race number 39, it looks to me like Turner Frick of Nottingham University in the distinctive green and gold is in control of her contest against Merber of Walbrook.
There we go, we can just see the conclusion there of the battle between Nottingham Rowing Club and City of Oxford. The Nottingham Sculler has managed to break away, and we can just hear there the toot of the buzzer as both scullers cross the finish line. Poppy Baker of Nottingham Rowing Club will progress to the next round of racing in the single sculls. In a second, though, we'll pan back to the battle between Renee Merborough of Walbrook and Sinead Turner Frick of Nottingham University. You can just see there, I think we're a couple of minutes perhaps away from the start of the next race. Crews waiting there on the sideline to be called up to attention by the umpire, but as crews from Nottingham and Walbrook pass through the barrier, it seems to be another good day for Sinead Turner Frick of Nottingham Rowing Club as she just starts to edge away from the Walbrook sculler. Again, as we've said, very much a mental battle in the single sculls. If you can break away, if you can watch your opposition shrink onto the horizon and become a dot in your periphery, they become less of a concern, and your bigger challenge becomes around managing your resource. What can you do to make sure that your next round is as successful as possible? And that's what we're going through the mind now of Sinead Turner Frick of Nottingham University as she heads towards the latter stages of her race.
Yeah, race 40 also starting now between Maidstone and Victor Drury on the Berkshire station up against another sculler from the City of Oxford Rowing Club, Wake, on the Buckinghamshire station. And it looks like the Oxfordshire sculler, maybe with the slightly better of the two starts, had a look over her shoulder to ensure that she is staying her line as we watch Turner Frick, Sinead Turner Frick from Nottingham University, just punching it along. She has established a significant margin at this stage. She's got several lengths of clear water. She is not going to be caught in this heat of the aspirational singles, so we'll watch her conclude her efforts as we see if the City of Oxford can fare a little better in this particular heat. Wake on the Buckinghamshire station certainly doing a better job out of the island. She is already probably a length or so clear of Drury from Maidstone and Victor.
Hazel Wake, a name that's been knocking around in the small boat circuit for quite a few years now. An ex-lightweight who's made the transition into the open weight category, has done some bulking, has tried to increase their potency in the single scull, and so far it seems to be absolutely paying dividends. Hazel Wake finished 7th at Sculler's Head earlier this season with a pretty fast time that served her well through the winter. And as she comes into regatta season now, she's going to look to capitalize on that kind of lightweight style of rowing that she would have learned a few years ago. She's got that very dynamic, that very quick start that allows her to break away from her opposition in the first instance, and then is going to try to cling on to that. But worth bearing in mind that Bay Drury of Maidstone and Victor doesn't seem to have fallen off the mark too much. Even if she can't quite see Hazel over her shoulder, she shouldn't be letting go just yet, because this race is very much still on. Looking back on our previous race, though, it looks to me as though this race is pretty much over for Caitlin Armstrong. Sorry.
For Turner Frick.
Return of Frick. The race is very
Come
much...
to your aid.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Return of Frick, who looks to have come home to complete a very successful race in the opening heat.
Yeah, Sculler to watch, I think. She is very good. A really accomplished Sculler, it has to be said. I think she is one to keep an eye on as Aspirational singles unfolds there in her Felipe shell. Moving up towards the line, she can now wind down and reflect on a job well done as we pan back to race number 40. Wake of the City of Oxford leading Drury from Maidstone Invicta. And it does look to me like the City of Oxford Sculler on the left-hand side of your shot is running the gauntlet here. She has at least a length or two of clear water, which at this stage of the race, as we say, we're probably around coming up to halfway on this 1500 metre or so Henley Women's Regatta course, is probably fairly terminal, I would say, for Drury of Maidstone Invicta. I can't see her reclaiming parity. I can't see her recovering that deficit. Never say never. You never quite know with Henley. You never quite know what Scullers may or may not fall foul of as they make their way down the course, but there doesn't seem to be much of a chink in the armour of Wake from City of Oxford.
Yeah, Hazel Wake, very much an expert in that kind of mental battle. She has experience here at Henley Women's, vast experience on the tideway, and experience in bumps in Oxford as well, which is very much on the mental game, where you're literally trying to catch the other crew and knock your boat into them. Teddy Hall on their way to headship for the first time since 2011, I believe. There's a live stream of that going on this week, so you can tune into that if you fancy some more rowing action later on this evening after the conclusion of Henley Women's. But for now, Hazel is very much using her experience to come through and control this race, and I think, Tom, like you say, it would take a bit of a miracle now for Bay Drury to come back on her.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ed. She is enjoying her scull. So if you are joining us here for the first time on the Friday of the Henley Women's Regatta, it is glorious weather. So if you're in the vicinity, if you're at an odd end this evening on your Friday in June, come down to the Henley Women's Regatta, experience the best female rowing athletes often in the world, certainly in the country. Come and watch some rowing in the seat of the Oxfordshire countryside and witness all this firsthand. My dulcet tones don't really do it justice, and I think that's fair to say, so please do come down and enjoy Henley Women's Regatta. The regatta would welcome you and will welcome the support as we move back to the start line. Race 41, Martlet Boat Club, Biggs on the Berkshire station up against Kenmare Boat Club from Cork Island on the Buckinghamshire station.
The Irish Sculler there, who seems to have got a bit of an early lead ahead of her counterpart from Martlet Rowing Club, is the first Sculler from her club to represent the institution at Henley Women's. So a big day for her to come down onto the course and a big day for the club. And so far, it's certainly doing it justice. Not thrown off at all by those looming trees off the side of Temple Island. Hasn't been tempted to roll out into the centre of the river. And instead is commanding a fairly convincing lead, I think, so far, perhaps even up to a length ahead of Pippa Biggs. But as we've seen time and time again in the sculls, that could change very quickly. Pippa there just coming into shot, certainly not letting go of her counterpart just yet.
That's such a great shot, isn't it? That drone shot. Temple Island framed in the background and two scullers doing battle in the foreground. Always a beautiful picture for those of you tuning into the live stream to witness as we see Neil of Kenmare Boat Club from Ireland trying to break that intangible elastic band that sort of connects the two scullers. It's a strange thing in rowing, you sort of face away from your opposition. So if you're in the lead, it's a beautiful sight because you can essentially watch every assault that your opposition mounts. But if you're behind and your opposite number pulls away, breaks contact, as we say, that elastic band, then it is a really difficult position to come back from. And the Cork Sculler just trying her hardest here to establish control of this single sculls race. The final heat of 4 of the aspirational singles. We will return to it in about 20 minutes. We're going to do some doubles before that, but 8 races to enjoy in the aspirational single sculls for the Bernard Churcher Cup. Of course, Ireland, great supporters of the regatta as well. Always come with an armada of crews from various institutions across the beautiful country of Ireland. And they, like us, do not have the most favourable weather patterns, so they'll probably be just as surprised as us resident UK or Englanders to discover that Henley is bathed in sunshine today. Beautiful racing conditions here on the course. Not too much has changed, it has to be said, in the last minute or so. Sometimes we see moves of epic proportions unfold around the barrier mark, but it is a race of attrition, I would say here, Ed. The sculler from Ireland just continuing to inch away from her opposite number.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite difficult for Ireland's opposition to come back at this stage of the race. The Irish sculler looking immensely comfortable. Her coach unable to be here this weekend, but instead looked after by her daughter, his daughter even, just keeping a watchful eye, no doubt, from the umpire's launch. Of course, the coach is under very strict instruction, both the Henley Women's and Henley Royal. They're unable to communicate with the crews in any way. In fact, you see every year a couple of crews might get knocked out of the regatta for not quite following that guideline as strictly as the umpires and later on the stewards would like. But so far in this race, all looks to be very clean racing, with Isla O'Neill from Kenmare Rowing Club, Cork Island, just sculling away to what I think will be a fairly compelling victory in this opening round of the Aspirational Single Sculls.
And I should apologise to Arla here, because I've been calling her Neil the whole way down, and the reason is because my paperwork in front of me has O and then an A with an umlaut, a euro sign, and then TM, and I was fairly confident that that wasn't her name, so I thought let's just stick with Neil. But it is O'Neill, and it is Ella O'Neill, and she is doing a wonderful job of maintaining her lead. If anything, she's building on it, I think, he says. Famous last words, but I think she is in control of this race. As I say, that camera is a long, long way away from where the scullers actually are. Just being warned there by the umpire, so that gives you a bit of an indication that this race is not completely run yet. He still feels, or I think it's a he, but he or she still feels that there is something left here for the sculler from Martlet Boat Club. As we move back to the start, we will keep an eye, of course, on race 40, race 41 I should say, as race 42 begins. St Andrews University A on the Berkshire station up against Delfster Studenten Vrijvereniging Laha of Holland on the Buckinghamshire station. Always distinctive in their red and white kit. Laha, they come over in force, both for the Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regattas. Winners, I think, of the Temple Challenge Cup for student 8s, men's 8s, at the Henley Royal Regatta in 2013, I want to say. Testing the limits of my memory there 10 years ago. But always keen supporters of the Henley series, and certainly here with resolution to win the aspirational doubles, as they are doing a pretty good job of opening their account here, Ed.
Absolutely, they haven't made the trip for nothing. As you can see, that clear water, perhaps 2 lengths up over their opposition from the University of St Andrews already. Worth noting, of course, as we start to see some of the academic crews come in, that these athletes are often balancing their rowing commitments with full-time academic commitments as well. And the Laha crew having athletes studying industrial engineering and molecular science and technology, so quite a difficult balance to strike between excelling academically and being able to excel on the water. But so far an absolute masterclass from Laha, who lead comfortably but not totally convincingly ahead of the University of St Andrews, who I'm sure will be looking to make a move to try and get back, but it's going to be a difficult move at this point.
Yeah, Laha at the moment saying ha-ha to St Andrews University. They are leading them by probably 2 lengths of clear water, and we're only just approaching the barrier marker. So a dominant display from these women from the Netherlands. But these are crews, if you've come across from another country to race here, we know the attraction and the interest that Henley Women's Regatta holds for so many female athletes around the world. But even with that in mind, if you're coming here to race and to invest into that campaign, you're not here really to go out in the first round. That's not to say it doesn't happen. The strength of the UK crews has grown and grown over the last decade to the point where often we do see international interest dumped out in the earlier rounds. But this Laha crew doing the business here as they scull away from the barrier. They are probably 2 or 3 lengths ahead of their opposition from St Andrews University, who probably saw the draw and thought, that's not amazing, to be really honest. That's not really what we wanted to come up against international interest, because it's always unpredictable, Ed. You either get really fast crews, as we're seeing here from Laha, or you get crews who maybe not as quick, and you're able to dispatch with relative ease. But this Laha crew certainly in the first category and doing the business as they scull their way down the course.
Luck of the draw favours some and is the villain to other crews, but so far, Tom, like you say, Laha have been pretty, I think, happy with the way the draw has turned out for them, and will certainly be happy when they come off the water should the race continue to go their way. University of St Andrews, of course, another Scottish programme that has developed its strength over recent years, but just isn't quite coming up to the level set down by the Laha crew, as you see them there sculling into perhaps the final third of their race, looking pretty comfortable, hoping to eke out to a convincing win. And again, it comes back to the old debate of how much they save now, how much they leave in the tank for the what they hope will be the numerous rounds of racing that are yet to come.
So we're approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon here at Henley Women's Regatta. This is the Friday. It's heats all the way until we have a batch of time trials to round out the day. We have 2 more full days of racing to look forward to tomorrow and Sunday. Beautiful weather here. We're blessed in the Oxfordshire countryside, enjoying the finest female sculling and rowing available as a precursor to Henley Royal Regatta, which kicks off in around 10 days' time. In fact, Ed, in a week's time, to the moment, we'll be here, won't we, at Henley Royal Regatta qualifiers. We might well see some of these female crews doing battle to try and secure passage through to some of the events at Henley Royal. But a really exciting 2 and a bit weeks to look forward to here. The residents of Henley, I'm sure, probably don't feel as strongly about it as I do. I'm sure their town is overthrown with chaos and craziness and rowers descending on it for basically this sort of 2 or 3 week period. And Laha, I'm not sure if they have any crews in Henley Royal this year. I know we do have a lot of strong Dutch interest, but I didn't see or recollect seeing a Laha crew on the starting roster. But it doesn't matter, because they're here at Henley Women's and they're doing the business here in the aspirational doubles for the Bernard Churcher, I should tell a lie, it's the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. They're doing the business here, crossing the line comfortably ahead of the crew from St Andrews University, and they will progress through to the next round of the aspirational doubles. Next race on the docket will be race 43, another heat of the aspirational doubles, and it'll be Durham University up against Upper Thames Rowing Club, as we look there at people enjoying their summer, people enjoying the first vestiges of summer we've had here in the United Kingdom. We've had an extended period of nice weather, but before that it was pretty miserable. Here it is very British, isn't it, to talk about the weather when you've got time to fill, but it really has been a grey, wintry period from Christmas till about 2 weeks ago, where the sun finally broke through the clouds and we were gifted with this weather and these crews enjoying it as they make their way off the start here in race number 43. Durham on the left-hand side up against Upper Thames. And now I look at it, Ed, that doesn't look right at all. I think we must have missed race 43. So I'm going to assume what we're instead watching is Radcliffe Harvard University C, which is race 44 on the Berkshire station, and I think it's Kingston in their distinctive red and white kit on the Buckinghamshire station. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing that race exactly. I'm seeing, like you see, the very distinctive stripes of Kingston on the left-hand side of your picture now, but coming up against another very strong crew of Radcliffe Crew Harvard University, one step down from their top-level program, the Harvard Run, but demonstrating here that even if you don't compete at the very sharp end of what Harvard has to offer, you're still one of the top crews in the world in this event. And it looks to me as though the tenacity of that program is shining through these two athletes as they extend a very, very confident lead, at this early stage of this doubles race. Kingston there not quite able to get back in contact with the Harvard crew that seems to be striking quite a few beats higher than their Kingston opposition.
Yeah, Radcliffe Harvard over in force for Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. They've brought almost a full complement to race the Henley course. They don't come over that often, Harvard, and when they do, they mean business. And this boat certainly re-emphasising that emphatic lead here as they move away from the quarter mile signal on towards the barrier and down the course towards the finish line. They have, well, quite a substantial margin at this point. Kingston probably hoping for the finish line to come sooner rather than later, because they have been completely obliterated here in the opening spell of this aspirational doubles race number 44. We're not exactly sure what happened to race 43. We didn't see it on our screens. We certainly didn't commentate on it between Durham and Upper Thames. So maybe we'll have that one later on. Maybe it's been moved for a reason that is not yet known to us. But here we have 44, Radcliffe Harvard University C up against Kingston Rowing Club, and Radcliffe certainly looking like the form crew, perhaps in any of the doubles we've seen in this aspirational category so far.
We spoke about it briefly with Thames Rowing Club and with some of the London universities as well. But it's worth bearing in mind that places like Radcliffe Harvard, they have this conveyor belt of success that comes from masses of students training together, and it gives you this confidence that you can go out of the blocks and blast away at rate 44 and just try and open that lead with the backing and the knowledge that all the training that you do, that volume that you do to develop your fitness, is going to carry you through the rest of the race. And this American crew here absolutely demonstrating that kind of tenacity and that kind of ability to go out from the word go and control a race. And it's that kind of racing style they're going to want to employ in a week's time at Henley Royal as well. But right now, look pretty difficult to challenge as they come towards the last stage of this race. Kingston there fading away into the periphery.
Yeah, it's a short, sort of punchy stroke there from Harvard, of course more famously known generally for their rowing as opposed to their sculling, but these girls taking 2 oars instead of 1, sitting pretty bolt upright at the finish and just leaning over to make sure they get as much water as possible at the catch to extend out the length of their stroke. They can probably afford themselves a bit of a breather in this second half. They are not going to be overturned barring any calamitous incidences, so I think Harvard can rest assured that if you are watching from the east coast of America, welcome by the way, if you are watching these women, you can be fairly comfortable that you'll be seeing them again tomorrow at an as yet undetermined time in the next stage of the aspirational double sculls.
Yeah, very much a punchy race profile there from the Radcliffe crew as they head towards the end of what they hope will be a successful race in these heats of the doubles. We look now to the next race lining up on the start line.
Yeah, 45, Queen's University ladies on the Berkshire station up against a crew from Birmingham University on the Buckinghamshire station. You heard there the umpire just getting involved a little bit earlier than perhaps he would have liked. It looks like the crew on the left-hand side, Birmingham, have had the better of the opening exchanges. Certainly out to, well, nearly a length, I think, as they come past our camera point.
Yeah, you can see there the Birmingham crew in their distinctive colours, both on the unisuit and on the spoons of their blades as well, have commanded a lead so far in this race. Queen's University Belfast following them up the course, another programme on the rise over the last few years, hugely successful in recent renditions of Bucks Regatta. This pairing both learned to row at the university, and they've been together for the last few years and are looking to sort of make that step up to the level of competition that Henley Women's Regatta offers. But so far it is Birmingham that are managing to control this race.
We just saw there Radcliffe, Harvard University, the women's rowing program for Harvard University, progressing through to the next race in aspirational doubles. So we'll be seeing more of those girls, those women tomorrow, as we watch Birmingham University making their way past. Well, you can almost see us, can't you, Ed, as we pan past this enclosure. You'll be able to see where our commentary team, both on site and the web commentary you're currently listening to, are perched. And they are, at the moment, Birmingham, probably around a length and a half up. But the race, as I say, has not yet had every chapter written, I don't think, because this is not enough of a lead, as we've seen in previous incidences, for Birmingham to take it easy in any way. They'll still be very, very aware of the crew from the Queen's University, and they will need to be on their A game throughout.
Queens, I think, struggled there a little bit with their steering. A little bit nervous they're headed towards the barriers, but corrected, which kind of gave them a little bit of a surge, actually, unusually, up towards the Birmingham crew. But Birmingham's kind of controlled, relaxed approach to this race has served them well so far. And you can see there the catamaran bouncing around. The course is a little bit bumpy now, there's a little bit of wash going on. And actually being in front, being the crew that's controlling when those conditions come in, means you can sit on top a little bit more, be a little bit more confident in what you're doing, and actually just respond to whatever Queens throw at you as the Birmingham crew. But I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge now for Queens to come back on this.
Yeah, not a university renowned as a centre of excellence, Birmingham, but they are one that produces smaller boats of real pedigree, and this Birmingham crew looking like one example of that. As we look on the left-hand side of our screen, this looks to me like race number 43. This is Durham against Upper Thames. Durham on the right, Upper Thames on the left, so the order is slightly mismatched here. But yeah, that is Durham, most certainly, in a Filippi with their distinctive, and you're going to have to pronounce this for me because they do have a word for the purple that Durham wear. I don't know if you know it. It's Palatinate? Palatinate? I don't want to butcher it on comms because I know we'll get complaints, but it's purple and it's distinctive because it is Durham's purple, and they are enjoying themselves in the opening stages. They have what looks like about 3/4 of a length lead over home favourites from Upper Thames.
Upper Thames, a crew brimming with experience here at Henley Women's Regatta, both previous finalists in this regatta, but so far outclassed by what looks like a really, really punchy double from Durham University. Durham, again, one of the big powerhouses, a high performance centre in the north of England, and so far utilising all that experience to edge out a lead. You could see there in those opening shots just how much that boat was moving up and down, the speed at which the athletes moving up and down the slide and giving them the punch that they needed to go up to a nice clean start. But they have the experience, they have the caliber, and that Upper Thames crew seem to be crawling back a little bit on Durham at the minute. So it's going to be a battle to see who can respond better to their opposition's challenges.
Yeah, some crews just blast out the start and have 3 lengths within 100 metres, and some crews just turn the screw. Some crews prefer to go a little bit slower, build into it like a crescendo, and they end up just moving away stroke by stroke, inch by inch. And I think Durham are of the latter category. They haven't blasted out, they haven't really established complete control, you know, when we got to the quarter mile, but now, as we look at these crews from the overhead shot from the drone, Durham have probably half a length, maybe more, of clear water, and to me that margin is ever increasing. As we look on the right hand side of our screen, we'll keep an eye on both and try and commentate on both. Birmingham just coming up towards the line. I think they're going to have enough here to secure passage through to the next round of the aspirational doubles. That is race 45 on the right hand side of your screen and race 43 on the left, and it's Birmingham University coming up towards the line. I think they are going to progress through. Just a little look there from their stroke girl, checking that everything is in order. Indeed it is, and they can enjoy their evening, safe in the knowledge that they will be back out on the water tomorrow to face fresh tests. And we look here, this is races coming thick and fast now. Race number 46 underway. Imperial College, Keene on the left hand side, up against the City of Oxford, Haysom on the right hand side. So 2 races on the course at the moment. We have race 43, Durham, leading Upper Thames fairly comfortably here, Ed, and the race that just panned off screen was race number 46, Imperial College Keene up against Haysom of the City of Oxford. But Durham here doing the business, a phrase I've used a couple of times, but I'm quite fond of it for some reason. Durham enjoying their scull, able to just exert control over this race, and I don't think as we approach the 3/4 mile mark they're going to be caught.
Yeah, Durham's bouncy style of rowing giving them a lot of strength actually as they approach the 3/4 mile mark. And we can see that. We'll keep an eye on that doubles race as we head through, but let's just focus back in on the single sculls now. And Tom, it looks like we might have another race in our hands where actually that bound's been broken pretty early and we're on for a fairly compelling lead.
So Aoife Keane of Imperial College, yeah, absolutely, Ed, like you say, that elastic band is fully broken, irreversibly broken, I think. That's not going to be, I think, assailable for Harriet Haysom of the City of Oxford. No surprise to see Imperial College athletes sculling well on the Henley course. They have a long and rich history of doing and performing well at Henley events. Of course, serial winners of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley Royal, and I know they have a good track record at Henley Women's too in various categories as we watch Durham, another powerhouse on the student rowing scene here in the UK, coming up towards the line. No huge dramas for them. They are going to move through to the next round of aspirational doubles to join Laha from Holland, Radcliffe Harvard University from the USA, and Birmingham University from England. So that completes the set for aspirational double heats, and so we focus back on aspirational singles, and it is Aoife Keane of Imperial College who has complete control over the narrative in this particular heat.
Harriet Haysom, a PhD student at Oxford University, trialled for OUWBC earlier this year, which just demonstrates the kind of strength and the level of rowing that we see in this event. We'll keep an eye just on that matchup between Aoife and Harriet on the right-hand side. We'll pan over to the left-hand side for the next race as well.
Yeah, Roper of Tideway Sculler School on the Berkshire station up against Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Both scullers staying away from each other in the opening exchanges, which is good to see. Don't do it. I can see you opening your mouth trying to guesstimate who's in the lead and who's not. This camera angle is always deceptive. But it looks like a lot more intensity in the boat from Christchurch, Jameson. And I think that's going to bear itself out in what is happening on the water, because look at that. That looks like she's sprinting for the line, not, 25 strokes into the race. She is really gunning it. I think she's got a strategy that's pretty clear for all to see. She wants to get out nice and fast. She wants to establish control of this race. And then she wants a nice, easy second half, having 5 lengths of clear water. Let's see if it works for her as we watch the sculler from Imperial, Aoife Keane, just making her way down towards the line. No one's going to catch her. She is going to be assured of a place in the next round. So maybe we can spend a bit more time focusing on race number 47, Roper of Tideway Sculler School up against Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club.
Tideway Sculler School, of course, famous on the UK rowing scene for developing a really strong women's program. So definitely a race to watch unfold as it heads down the course.
So shots here of Aoife Keane. She has a commanding lead over Harriet Haysom from the City of Oxford, who have had a few scullers actually out today, a few crews. Nice to see them doing well and performing well. And here we can see Claire Jameson from Christchurch Rowing Club. Let's see if her fly and die strategy pays dividends. She doesn't look like she's got the sort of lead that would allow her to ease off in the second half as they approach the barrier. It looks like Isabella Roper still very much in this one.
It's a difficult thing to manage, of course, if you go for that strategy of fly and die, as it's so colloquially known. If it pays off, fantastic, you've won yourself a race. If it doesn't, it leaves you a little bit high and dry halfway down the course, and there's nothing left in the legs, and you've got your competition like we have with Isabella Europa coming back on you. It's a very, very difficult place to try and claim a victory from. We just saw, I think, the conclusion there of the previous race with Imperial College London's Aoife Keane with a comfortable victory over City of Oxford's Harriet Haysom, which means we can focus all of our energies now on the battle between Christchurch's Claire Jameson and Sculler's Isabella Roper. And I think, well, actually, I'm not
Don't do
gonna
it.
guess this one. I'm not gonna
Just
guess this
don't
one.
do it. Just don't do it. I think that at the moment, Christchurch still in the lead, but not by a lot. See, I have better voodoo going on here than you. I just seem to get it right more often. And it is indeed Claire Jameson who has clear water on her opposition from the Tideway Sculler School, but not a lot of it critically. You can just see there the Sculler from Tideway struggling to maintain parity with her opposition as we look at the start of race 48 on the left-hand side of your screen. Cork Boat Club Island. The Gresley on the Berkshire station up against Blackett from Twickenham Rowing Club. And wow, well, Blackett is dominating this one early doors. She has probably 3 lengths already, and this can happen in the single. It can just be over before it's even really begun. And Blackett just completely dominating this one. She has, yeah, total control and is able now. She's done fly and die, and I think she's probably done it in the right way here. She's not going to be caught, and I can say that pretty confidently, actually, just looking at the way she's sculling.
I feel like I'm on repeat a little bit this afternoon, claiming lots of programs on the upward curve and on that trajectory towards the pinnacle. But Twickenham is another one of those clubs that's been really successful over recent years here at Henley Women's Regatta. Of course, part of the, I think, Remnant group of clubs, so has access to this stretch of water throughout most of the year and is clearly playing dividends. Tom, like you say, that fine eye strategy paying off. And we can just see on the right-hand side there, the previous race between Jameson and Roper. Again, it's very difficult to tell from this angle. I would guess very, very hesitantly that it is the Christchurch Sculler that is ahead, but I think there's definitely a race still on there. On the right-hand side, whereas on the left, I think that race might be over for the Cork Sculler, Jessica Legsbury.
Yeah, it's been a strange one, hasn't it? Race number 47 between Isabella Roper and Claire Jameson. Claire sort of went out really, really aggressively and tried to kill the race, which we all sort of thought would kill her if she didn't get the necessary margin. But Isabella Roper just has been unable to sort of climb back up that mountain that Jameson built for her. And it looks to me like Jameson, as you say, Ed, is going to take the win here. She sculls up towards the line. She's still got a bit of gearage in the tank for the final 20 or so strokes. And I think she is going to, yeah, progress through to the next round. Good on her for a strategy well executed in the end. She's done a good job there. I think moving back to, and there we go, we see her up towards the line. Beat goes and she crosses, yeah, a few lengths clear of Isabella Roper from the Tideway Sculler School. So better luck next time to Isabella. I'm sure she'll be back next year with a vengeance. But we look here at Shay Blackett, who is one of the form scullers in Aspirational single scull. She is, or was, part of the start programme down at Twickenham, has competed at GB senior and under 23 trials, and is a name to watch in the next few years. I think she has had a convincing career in rowing so far, and will be certainly one to keep an eye on, both here at Henley Women's Regatta 2023 and beyond, I think.
So, as we've discussed here, just watching the conclusion of the race between Twickenham Rowing Club's Cheryl Blackett and Cork Boat Club Ireland's Jessica Legsbury. And I think Twickenham have got a pretty convincing race result all wrapped up here. A name to watch, like we were saying, not only through the rest of this weekend's racing, but also on the national and international circuit over the coming years. Do not forget this name.
Yeah, no messing around here. She went out hard, she went out early, and she has control of this race. And race 49
brackets,
underway.
I don't think they're going to put the best worst. Like, because you're not split, like, you're split like 2, 2, 2, right? So you're like, best is like something in the middle. Something in the middle is like another something in the bottom, right? And then it trickles down and ends up being like best versus something that's not best versus something that's not best, and then if those best win, then it's best. But if they did it like best, worst, best, kind of.
No, that wasn't a bad journey.
I just feel like
So just watching now on our screens the final 2 races of the Aspirational single sculls here at Henley Women's Regatta. On the right hand side, the end of the battle between Jessica from Cork Boat Club and Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club. Blackett almost certainly on course for a very, very convincing victory. You can see there just taking down the rate. But the exciting competition has just disappeared from our screen, in fact, but the exciting competition was on the left hand side of the screen. And it's the final Aspirational single sculls heat between Sarah Rose McKevitt of Newry Rowing Club from Northern Ireland, which will be the side closest to you on the screen in a second, and Marinos from Warrington Rowing Club. And we can see that, unlike some of the races that we've had so far, where scullers have been able to break free and have been able to command this race from an early point, both scullers still very much in contention for this race. And I think as we progress down, even into the later stages of this race, this is one to definitely keep an eye on.
The water's strangely looking a little bumpy there, Tom. I don't know if it's wake from the launches, but that would be unusual, wouldn't it?
It would. In fact, we were just saying earlier on today that wash sort of adds a new level of complexity to what these scullers have to deal with. The launch is going up and down. This river is only going to get busier and busier over the next couple of weeks, and the booms do their best to try and dampen down the waves coming across. But it is something that these scullers have to deal with, and in fact, it could be sort of a deciding factor in this toss-up between Marinos from Warrington Rowing Club and McKevitt from Newry. It looks to me as though Marinos of Warrington at this point is just managing to hold on to a lead.
It's looking tight though, Tom.
It is looking very tight. It's looking very tight indeed. With half a length in it, I think, just as that camera sort of comes round to perpendicular to the course.
I mean, from this angle, Tom, it's very, very difficult to tell. As you say, from the side on, it looked very tight as they passed Toad Hall. But we're now off to the championship 8. Here we go, Leander Club on the Bark Station and Princeton Lightweight Women, all the way from New Jersey, here to fight for it here in Henley.
So we'll keep an eye on that race, the final race actually of the Aspirational single sculls on the right hand side. But and as you were just saying, the 8s are underway and a really, really interesting battle already between Princeton and Leander on the left hand side of your picture.
Do you think the fact that they're lightweights is going to make much of a difference? Because at the moment, Leander have jumped out to about a third of a length lead as they leave the island.
I would say it would make a difference, but this is kind of the opposite of what I'd expect from sort of a lightweight heavyweight matchup. You expect the lightweights to go out really hard. They've got less weight in the boat. That boat can get up and running a little bit quicker. And I expect Leander to kind of turn the screw a little bit, mow them down as the race goes on. But actually it's Leander that have gone out to command this race already. It's sort of a 3/4 probably edging towards a length lead as they come past the commentary position.
I mean, Princeton doing their best to hang in there as tight as they can, but at the same time, with a relatively equivalent stroke rating, Princeton are definitely losing ground I mean, Leander's here on their home water, they've got the championship 8, they've got everything to throw at this.
Yeah, absolutely. The Leander crew, of course, like you say, very much in their home water. A lot of experience in this boat, not only sort of on the Henley course training, but also actually on the Henley course competing in the Royal. Many of these athletes, Wargrave finalists or semi-finalists over the last couple of years, and they look just very, very well drilled. Ross Hunt, the lead of that program at Leander Club, has done a fantastic job of bringing on that program, not only as a feeder for the national team, but also as a program in its own right. And so far, that's paying dividends against Princeton's very strong lightweight crew.
And we've had a change of order here in the final of the last race of the Aspirational single. And Warrington has fallen behind to McKevitt of Newry from Ireland. And there goes the beep. So that one goes to Newry. Leander continuing to build and take a lead on Princeton, but Princeton are still in contact. They're not letting go of this. They've traveled a long way to be here. They're very proud. Princeton lightweights haven't been to Henley for at least a decade, and are looking to put their mark on it after a very successful season back in the United States in the Ivies.
Absolutely, it's always very difficult when you sort of come across from the other side of the world, and your very first matchup in this draw is potentially the home favourites for the event. But Princeton doing a great job of hanging on and sort of showing what their program can do. I think we're going to see Princeton quite a few times in the Royal in a couple of weeks' time as well. So a club definitely to keep an eye on. But for now, for me at least, it is Leander that's the class crew that's absolutely controlling this race.
Leander do appear to have taken their stroke rating down slightly. They're not going to let Princeton catch up on them, but it is hot out there, and they're not going to waste too much energy to be ready for racing the next day.
I'm just looking down that list of athletes in the Leander crew. There's some familiar names there. Izzy Hawes, of course, previously resident at Oxford Brookes University. That's sort of powerhouse of not only British but European rowing. Other sort of familiar names: Grace Denning-Smitherman, previously at Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, who had a very, very successful career in the quads over the last couple of years, and in fact definitely a program to watch if you're going to tune back in later on today for the junior events in the quads. Keep an eye out for Wycliffe, and the talent they're producing is allowing Leander at this point to stroll away to what I think in their minds at this point, and it's a fairly comfortable victory.
I think it is a fairly comfortable victory. They're not going all out to win it by everything they can. Princeton definitely still, I think Princeton still feel that they're in it. They're still in contact. They're not going to lose that contact. But again, they have not flown all this way just to go out in the first round. Everybody's here to fight and to race, which is just what you'd expect from the championship 8s. But at the moment, Princeton are running out of water.
That, of course, is the challenge of Henley Women's. It's a slightly shorter course than you'd expect normally. It's only 1,500 metres, and you can see there Leander just crossing the line. Perhaps a length and a half, length and a third clear of the Princeton lightweights. They'll be back around, of course, for Henley Royal in a couple of weeks' time, but for now, it is all eyes on Leander as they progress through these rounds of the Championship Women's 8s.
The 1,500 metres is actually quite interesting because, of course, for a lot of these athletes, they're not looking to Paris, but they are looking to Los Angeles, where the course will be 1,500 metres.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's sort of a bit of a decision that perhaps took the rowing world by shock, and I think we haven't quite seen the full impact of it yet, but the world rowing sort of calendar is definitely set to move towards that slightly shorter racing format, which, exactly like you say, is what's going to allow these athletes to be successful in the future. So Henley Women's becomes a fantastic proving ground for that. Just as we wait then for the next races to get underway,
London University and University of Galway again in the Championship 8, and they are off. It's difficult to tell. They're just off to the start. Camera angles can be deceiving here, but it's the splash, it's the fury, it's the noise. And at the moment, it looks like London have jumped out to an ever so slight lead. But again, at this stage, camera angles can be very, very deceiving.
Yeah, University of London certainly looking like a very tidy crew as they power off the start there of the Henley course. Of course, led by Smithy, previously resident at Lady Eleanor Hollis School, where he sort of drove that program to real success, both at national schools and in Henley, feeding into the junior GB team, now plying his trade at the University of London and creating what looks to be a very, very compelling unit on the 8.
And we can see from this overhead shot, Ed, that University of London have jumped out to about half a length lead as they come out of the island and actually into the booms. And they're building on it. They're absolutely building on it. They're gaining with every single stroke. And Galway are fighting to stay in it, even at this early stage.
Absolutely. It's what we were saying earlier on. If you've been with us all afternoon, you remember Tom and I discussing that the speed in the single can change very quickly, but actually in the 8 it takes a little bit more time to sort of turn that screw and change the trajectory of a crew. And I think what you can see here is UL may have had a very good start, but that isn't the peak of their performance. And as we head now past sort of the enclosures and our commentary position, UL have broken free of Galway's bow ball, and it's allowing them just to extend their lead, and their cox is going to be looking around in a second thinking, when can I start to consider my next move? But for now, and like we were saying, a very, very convincing lead for University.
So Galway do appear to be putting in a little bit of pressure and a little bit of move, but right now it's going to take more than I think they're actually providing. They've got to try and wind them in and wheel them down. But again, the tactics are so different in 1500 meters than they are over 2112.
It's a big change. It's a big change. You know, you can argue that 2,000 meters in an 8 is already a sprint, but 1,500 meters is a race that's over in a matter of minutes, and it means that these athletes are going to be asked to sort of push to the line all the way down the course. And it's something that UL has become famous for, is sort of producing with a fairly small number of athletes when you compare it to the likes of Newcastle or also Brooks University. With that small number of athletes, they're able to create that kind of training environment where people push each other and they push their crews to be incredibly successful all over the country, and obviously go on to feed GB internationally as well. But I think as that shot comes past there, and they just look like an absolutely class crew to me.
They're absolutely right. They, as you say, they are punching disproportionate to the size of the intake that they have, and they consistently do well. And look, I mean, look at them. You can't fault it. It's clean, it's tidy. They're not worried about the bumps. They're not worried about the heat. They've got this absolutely in their control, and they're just going to sit there.
Yeah, Anthony Smith's program paying absolute dividends for these athletes. They can look back on their opposition from Galway and know that, bar disaster, they will be progressing through to the next round of the Championship 8s.
Yeah. So once again, record entries this year in the Championship 8, and we've got some, real class acts to follow. So it's going to be, these rounds are only going to get tighter and tighter. We're going to have some brilliant racing these next 2 days, especially in the Championship events.
It's going to be really exciting. If you're tuning in today on a Friday afternoon after you finish work, then don't go anywhere this weekend. If you're in the area, do pop down to the course to see this racing in real time. We've got our on-site commentary team here bringing you all the action from the launch. As you can see, one of our commentators there on the back of the launch updating everyone on the bank as to the goings on the course. But if you can't quite make it to Henley this weekend, do keep tuning in to the YouTube feed and keep an eye on our social media on Twitter and Instagram as well for all the updates from the racing. But for now, it's all eyes on University of London and their absolutely dominant performance in their heat of the Ron Needs Cup, the Championship 8s.
So I think they've gone very similar to Leander. They've gotten ahead, they've broken contact, and they're just going to comfortably sit there. Nobody wants to exhaust themselves too much in this heat because they know they know what's at stake for the next races.
Absolutely. I think, in fact, in previous years, UL and Leander have come up against each other in the finals. I don't think it's sort of an outside chance of that happening again. We've obviously got some race run crews coming up, even in the next race, 2 US crews coming up against each other. But UL will be looking to progress as far as they can through the competition, and with the stroke like that, with the performance like that, it's pretty well assured that we'll be seeing them sticking around for at least a few more rounds.
Yep. And that's official. Bar the umpire's flag, University of London have beaten Galway Rowing Club in the first round of the Championship 8s.
How many you got? Where from?
So we can just see there in the distance the 2 crews lining up for the next heat of the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. It will be Radcliffe crew from Harvard University on the Berkshire station up against Georgetown on the Buckinghamshire station.
It's an all-American opening round.
It is. It's going to be an exciting battle. I think just before we get going, have you got any predictions as to who's going to come out top in this race?
Oh, see, I've got my predictions, but at the same time, I kind of need to keep them to myself because I know these people, right? I'm on their Christmas cards list and vice versa. So at the moment, I can't go hard. I'm going to report on what I see.
That seems like the safest strategy to me. That's the best way to do this.
Yeah.
But you can see that actually, just before we get underway, you can see the crew is kind of lined up in a queue waiting to come onto the start line. It's a tense moment. It's sort of strangely quiet. You'll hear in a second, hopefully, the sort of the roar, the loudness that is the start of 18 athletes going up against one another. But in this sort of last few seconds, the Cox is there with their hands up, trying to get perfectly aligned. They want to give themselves the best start they possibly can.
So the one thing that Radcliffe has in this event is the experience, right? They've got the coaching experience and everything else because they've come to Henley Women's multiple times. This is the first time that Georgetown has actually come to Henley with the women's team. And they're off. It's the Crimson versus the Hoyas. The Hoyas are on the screen closest to at the bottom of the screen, and the Crimson's at the top. Sorry, that's completely backwards. The Crimson are on the bottom of your screen, and the Hoyas are at the top. And at the moment, the Crimson are taking an absolutely commanding lead.
Yeah, it's a good showing in these sort of initial few strokes from the Radcliffe crew. Very, very nice start for them. Again, it's all about sort of eking out as quickly as possible and establishing the dominance. Of course, as we've said time and time again, international crews making a long journey over here. Radcliffe using a Cambridge University boat to try and propel their Henley campaign forwards. But it's going to be, I think, a really tight race here, an all US showing. It's going to be a tight one to watch.
So Georgetown has actually shipped their boat over from the United States because Vespoli is one of the trustees of their program. So their boat only arrived late in the day. So I don't think they've had the time to necessarily fine-tune it or practice on the course as much as they would have liked. Radcliffe, of course, doing it for their coach, Liz O'Leary, who has announced her retirement after 36 years at the helm of Radcliffe.
It's a long time and a very successful time at the helm she has had for that program. I'm sure all the athletes in the crew today will be looking to do the very best in her name as she steps away from the program. But Anne, to me, Radcliffe looked to have pretty compelling lead at this stage in the race.
They've got it pretty sewn up, I think, at this point. The Hoyas need to dig a little deeper if they're going to do it. But at the moment, Radcliffe they're not even just hanging in with a length to go. They have broken contact. They are out there, and they're on their way. They're storming to the finish. And they're not even halfway.
Not even halfway, of course. And worth mentioning, I think, that this is the first time in the history of Georgetown's program that they're competing at Henley Women's Regatta. And you say they've shipped their boat over, especially for the occasion. They'll be looking to do everything they can. But I think it's going to take a monumental move at this point to come back.
It's going to take an absolute monumental move. But we can see that, right? The thing about knockout racing, there's no reps, there's nothing like that. It's do or die. And so people can and will pull out absolutely desperate moves. But at this point, Radcliffe have dropped their rating down. They're looking very long and smooth, nice, very comfortable, and just nowhere in contact. So it took them a little while to actually drop down and relax a bit. But no, I think they're very, as you say, barring something unforeseen, my money at present is absolutely on the Crimson.
Yeah, barring disaster, I think they're going to rue their way to a fairly comfortable lead.
Currently overtaking the party launch on the far side.
I wonder which boat they'd rather be in right now. But to be honest, if you're leading this race at Henley Women's, I think you'd rather be on the course. You'd rather be in that boat because who knows what lies ahead for them. We could have some quite exciting matchups between the premier crews from the States coming up against the likes of UL and Leander, the best that the UK has to offer in the later rounds. If you want some exciting racing, some fast, dynamic racing, do tune back in for the Championship 8s.
The thing about the universities in America are they can only come over once every 4 years. There's a specially written exemption for international competition that includes Henley Royal and Henley Women's, but it means once every 4 years. So you've got to take them when you can, and you know sometimes they'll wait 5 years or something like that because they don't have a particularly strong crew. But when they do come over, they're here to play.
They absolutely are, and I think they've demonstrated their intent so far. We're going to keep an eye on that race and just switch it around to the next race unfolding in the championship base on the left-hand side of our screen.
So we've got Nottingham University A on the Berkshire station, and we've got Oxford Brookes on the Buckinghamshire station. And Ed, you've changed your hair.
Yes, I think it looks better, and I also got a Canadian accent.
All right.
Hi, everybody. This is Andrea Proska joining you. I am a rower from the Canadian Women's 8 that won gold in Tokyo, and absolutely thrilled to be here where my career started at Henley Women's Regatta.
I was going to say, you're a Henley Women's winner.
I am, yes. Way back in 2016, so this is a nice full circle moment. I just spent my morning on the launch watching some really exceptional racing, and
well, we've got some exceptional racing going on right now between Nottingham University and Oxford Brookes. So Oxford Brookes currently leading Nottingham University by about half a length as they start to approach the shops in the enclosures here. And they're looking, oh, sorry, that's the finish of the previous race, and we're back to Brookes versus Nottingham.
So when I'm looking at this here with that overlap, that's exactly where you want to be as an athlete. Still feeling the puddles of the crew in front of you, still a little bit of time, but as we know, this is a shorter course, only 1,500 meters. What do you think the crews are thinking about now?
Just how long is 1,500 meters, and can I hang on for this? It's so much more of a sprint than a 2K. The line between aerobic and anaerobic is much smaller, and they're passing our commentary tent now, and Brookes has extended their lead a little bit, but Nottingham is still in contact. Go green!
And this is it. It's all to play. Running out of kilometers now as I hurtle towards the finish line. We can hear the crowds cheering them on. And now is when that second sprint starts. Raising your rate of striking, but you can see there's some really beautiful, clean strokes as they go towards the finish line.
So Nottingham's really come on in the last couple of years, and Nottingham appears, I mean, it could be angles, but Nottingham appears to actually be making a move and actually catching up some ground on Brookes here. But they've still got about 500 meters to go, and they've really got to chase it down.
Yeah, this is where you turn the dial. You need to apply more pressure, more power, increase your rate of striking, get ready for that final sprint here. You're running out of kilometers, and as we know, it's just one chance, one opportunity here to get yourself across the line and into that coveted Saturday spot.
Exactly, as we were saying, there's no reps in a Henley race, right? It is do or die, and at the moment, the do is Oxford Brookes, but Nottingham have not lost contact. The last couple of races have been a little bit, you know, I won't say blowout, but they've definitely been dominated from the start. Nottingham is not giving up, and I don't just say that because I'm an alum.
I love an 8s race here. You can really feel it. Sounds like a storm coming down at you,
so great,
hurtling towards you. All that noise and sound and fury as they push their boat past those blades that they're anchoring. You can see the little bit of the V splash there, but they're looking so calm and in control here from that club on the Buckinghamshire. Brookes Club on the Buckinghamshire. Luckily, you have a local here to help me with which side is which.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you about the rumors about all that later, but that's fine. But yeah, so it's Oxford Brookes in the tricolor blades kind of thing. They have actually broken contact with Nottingham, but not by much. Nottingham's still continuing to press it. They're not going to let this go without a fight. Brookes, very large club, not strictly just a university club, although the athletes, this is a championship event, so they don't actually have to be students at the university. Nottingham, entirely a university club, and again, it has been building from strength to strength. I don't think Brookes has definitely had a few Olympians in the last few years. I don't think Nottingham's had an Olympian since Dave Lemon in the Atlanta Olympics in '96, but they're building it back up.
Clearly, and they're doing very well here as we get into the final stages of the race. Putting myself in the shoes of the athlete here, the boat who's ahead. Your job is just to get across the line, nice and clean and calmly, saving your legs for that next. And we can see there that they are just paddling it across the line.
They've relaxed their rate of striking quite significantly. Nottingham's still giving it the charge, but Brookes can take it up as many gears as they need. And there's the finish. So, well done, Nottingham, but all kudos to Brookes. Oh, we've got the next one going. So we've got, this could be an interesting one. So we've got University of Pennsylvania B versus Thames B. So both the B crews, but both from I don't think I'm wrong in saying Penn was an also ran in the Ivies for a long time. Everybody wanted to go to Harvard. Everybody wanted to go to Yale. Maybe Princeton if they were feeling a bit quirky, sort of thing. Wes Ng came into Penn and has recruited and coached and has been absolutely dominating. And this is tight. These are the B crews. Thames, of course, very, very strong London program, and these crews are absolutely evenly matched. All the other rounds in this series have so far, it's been pretty clear at this point who was going to be the eventual winner. It's too close to call right now, Andrea.
I don't think anyone told these crews that they're B crews. Look at that. That is so tight. And of course in the 8 you have that advantage of having the coxswain to help you steer. We sometimes see some interpretive steering from our smaller crews off the finish line, but both of these are nice and tight. And this is amazing overhead shot. You can see all of the banks being lined with amazing spectators that are here, and they've shown up in force despite the fact that it is a hot day for these athletes.
So at the moment we see Penn taking a little bit of a lead. There you go, Penn in the red there at the bottom, and they're taking a bit of a lead, and they're absolutely going, oh, nope, this is the previous race. Hang on, we've got a bit of confusion here. Or are they in?
We're back to the overhead shot there, and we can see those athletes anchoring their blades and pushing their legs down as they go past the course with the umpires launched behind them. The spectators here lined the bank the entire way of the 2-kilometer race, which is really unusual. As an athlete, it's a unique experience to have spectators closer to my end of my blade than I am, and no doubt they'll be feeding off of the energy of the crews and of the competitors who are watching them go by here. Hard to tell from the overhead race here, Anne. What do you think that is playing out?
It's so tight. It's too tight to call, and it's also a good point to note that I got a little overexcited. This is not Penn versus Thames. That's our next race. This is Brooks versus Edinburgh. And so at the moment, Brooks has moved on, and Brooks is doing very, very well. This is Brooks' B crew. We, of course, saw the A in their last race, looking very, very dominant. Edinburgh's traveled down. Still looking strong, but at the moment, but they've finally had a give. Still in contact, still looking good. So all to play for, but at the moment, Brooks continuing to look very strong.
Well, apologies for getting the names right, but there's no doubt that these are superb athletes here. The 8 is such a cool balance of raw power meets poise. In this boat, you need to have a nice balance of kind of like maximal strength while having perfect synchronicity in the boat and being laser focused in on the cocks as they'll be calling them through this very short race. It must feel so fast in an 8.
It's so fast. I mean, you're going here, you're against the stream, it's a hot day, and they're going. Now this, my friend, is Penn versus Thames. And as we pull out of here, at the moment, it is. So we've got Penn on the Berkshire station, and we've got Thames B. It's Penn B versus Thames B on the Buckinghamshire station. At the moment, Penn is all to play for.
Such an advantage having a cox here in this course, especially because of those solid wooden booms. We always hope that competitors don't get too intimately familiar with those booms.
You've got to flirt with them though, Andrea. You can't
really
train down the middle.
Exactly. You got to give them a show. But in that 8, you got the advantage of not hopefully having to worry about this as they come down. You can see those dark puddles being pushed away as the crew races towards the finish and across the line.
That was a tight one. So
it was a tight one.
So Edinburgh with half a boat of overlap as they cross the finish line, but the points go to Oxford Brooks. And here we are back to Penn versus Thames. Thames currently on the left-hand side of your screen, but Penn with a half a length lead. And as I said, they didn't used to be a major consideration. They are winning all kinds of things. They came second in the championship at the head of the Charles, absolutely navigated it. They're winning all kinds of things. They're third NCAAs. This is major stuff. These have been major improvements, and all of a sudden, and I'm hearing from kids on the ground, they're like, tell me about Penn. Do I want to go to Penn? you should think about it.
Well, right now, if I'm watching this race, I would say yes. Look at them starting to extend their lead here. One thing that makes this race so unique is that even though you are maybe behind, there is nothing left. There's no second race to save yourself for. So we often see very tight racing because competitors aren't just going to let it go away and, oh, I'll get it in the semi. It is on one or done.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll hear people talk about the Royal and they're like, we made it to Thursday, we made it to Friday, right? You got to make it to Saturday here at Henley Women's. And at the moment, Penn they're taking it. They've made their move. They're looking very comfortable as they do so. Thames not looking particularly uncomfortable, but Thames need to dig a little deeper and pull a little harder.
Coming through roughly the halfway mark here. This is where you have to give a little more to get the same. It's very hot out there coming from the launch, but a slight tailwind as well. So these athletes hopefully have hydrated well, but are probably feeling that lactic acid buildup in their legs. But especially in an 8 with these tight margins that we've been seeing, you can't leave anything to chance. It doesn't look like there's going to be any settling anytime soon.
But again, when it comes to Henley, you never know. Those booms come out of nowhere. We've all seen the videos. You know, we've used them to terrorize coxswains and rowers for years now, kind of thing. And things look good, but we've all seen things happen in the last minute. We've seen it happen in the Olympics. We've seen it happen here at Henley. You can't put your blade over a boom. Is it legal? Yes. Is it going to stop you? Absolutely.
No coming back from that, that's
no
for sure.
No coming back from that one. They're just... Everybody's looking relaxed and in control, but Thames is not giving up. There's still a good bit of overlap there. Penn not quite maybe breaking the dominance the way they might have been hoping, but they're a scrappy crew, and they're willing to take this and run.
And what an amazing opportunity for our overseas competitors to race like this. We had someone from the Radcliffe crew in the launch earlier, and the Americans just don't have any racing like this. Can you think of any side-by-side racing from America?
There is nothing like this, quite frankly, anywhere else in the world.
And this is such a historic piece of waterway to do your race on. And from the biggest boat to the smallest, we're just looking down at our screen at our very first women's single. Anne will be telling you what the name of those competitors are, but we will be riding with these women's 8 as they come through to the finish line on this historic waterway in Henley-on-Thames.
Okay, so it's still looking at Penn in the 8, but with that pretty much decided now, we've got the Aspirational lightweight single, and on the Berkshire station, we've got Gautier Price from Grosvenor, and on the Buckinghamshire station, we've got Wright, who's a relatively local girl from Marlow, and it's still looking pretty level.
You know, you can't win off of a start, but you sure can lose. So these athletes are going to want to get away quick, clean, and most importantly, straight. I won't go on too much about the boons, but in the single, there's no Cox looking out for you here, so you're going to have to make sure you're steering off of the lines and off the steering aids rather than off the bank. They're off to a good start here. The athletes will be thinking about settling into their race rhythm while keeping close eyes on each other. Single's such a beautiful shell, isn't it? All of your failures are your own, all of your successes are your own. It really kind of lays you bare.
It really lays you bare, and the problem with that these ladies are having, and they're not the only ones, is the water's a little bumpy from all the launches going up and down. The booms do, you know, a relatively decent job, but you definitely see it there. The water's a little bumpy, and occasionally in the singles it can break you a little bit more. You can see them jostle up and down a little bit. Grosvenor did have a lead. Marlow did have a lead, but Grosvenor had a lead, and it's now Marlow leading by about half a length. So we're swapping leads here, and it's looking good. Marlow is doubling down.
I can see that the rate of striking hasn't necessarily decreased from our crew on the Buckinghamshire side. I will say, yes, it's 1,500 meters, but I can tell you from first-hand experience, this is not an easy course to race. You're going counter flow, and although you may have the adrenaline in the first 30 seconds that gets you off and away cleanly, oh boy, it does not go fast in a single.
It does not go fast in a single, and you still have to deal with the Henley currents and the fact that the course, while the course is straight, the riverbank is not. So you pick up the stream at various points in this race. And these boats are keeping pretty level. Grosvenor's fought back. Occasionally we can get some deceptive camera angles, but Grosvenor's definitely fighting back.
And here they go along the course, looking like neither of them are giving an inch. You can see there the competitor from Grosvenor taking a quick look out over her shoulder. In the singles, you're really going to have to keep an eye on that other competitor. No other extra eyeballs in the boat. So she'll be feeling that wake, feeling those puddles, and wanting to stay as close as possible. You know, Anne, really easy this early in the race for us to call it and say it's sewn up. But the very first race that I was
not looking at those
today,
bumps, Andrea. But Wright's dealing with it incredibly well. I didn't even see her hands bobble on those. And those were some big moguls.
And we've seen some incredible comebacks today. So we know that it's all to play. You never know when your energy system is going to shut down. Maybe someone's gone out too hard, which for those of you who aren't familiar with rowing is called a fly and die. I've had a couple of those myself. What about you, Anne?
I think I'm still dead. Flown and dead. But and arguably, that's a little bit what Wright from Marlow has done here, but it's worked for her. She's got the move, she's got the technical stability across those bumps, and she's looking very, very strong here. But still, I mean, you can still see the bumps. It's amazing. I don't recall seeing them quite so much previously.
I mean, this is the beauty of rowing, is that you can be technically proficient, you can have the right power system, but we do have an outdoor sport. So as an athlete, I get really excited when I see these conditions because it means that it's not just how hard I race, but also how technically proficient I can be to manage that. Anne was mentioning earlier about the hands bobbling. You're absolutely right. The balance in the boat doesn't come from the hips as we might think, but rather from micro changes in the hand, and you can see right there as she's accelerating the handles towards her body, nice and level, looking very calm and in control.
She does look very in control at this point, even with the angles here. Grosvenor do appear to be falling ever so slightly behind. Marlow's just they haven't lowered their rate of striking. She is absolutely going to make sure she sews this one up as we go past halfway.
Halfway, but it probably feels like quite a ways to go here as the athletes fight their lactic acid and push through. All to play here on the beautiful course in Henley on Thames. And what we've already talked about it already, but as an athlete, what an amazing place to row, not just for the spectators that line the banks, but also for the boats and the sightseeing boats that come along. You really have spectators on all sides of you.
We do, but we've got extra spectator boats today, kind of thing, where you definitely get people, who just happen to be here as random tourists, but you also have occasionally cunning parents who want to get out and see the course, but just people that come down, they want to see the racing now that the booms are up, because the booms, of course, are not here all year round. And what a show they're putting on today. But it looks like as we come into the finish, it looks like Wright she has not slowed down at all.
Yeah, you can definitely see that she's working hard there with her powerful back muscles, really extending as she hangs off of the blades. And we can see here on the beginning of the next race. So this here is the the light Aspirational. I saw A there. Anne's got my back for the lightweight women's single. On the Berkshire side, that's on the left-hand side of your screen if you're joining us from home, is the city of Oxford, Jay Heyman. And on the Buckinghamshire side, we have Bath University, that's A. Bradley. And Anne, tell us how they're getting off the course.
So they're doing pretty well. It's still pretty tight, but at the moment, Bath University, they've had a challenging year because they've lost their start program, but they're still producing some excellent athletes. Bath University leads by about a third of a length as they come off the island and actually come into the boomed part of the course. But City of Oxford not giving it up. We've got a very good shot of Bath there, breathing hard. You can see her, she's locked on very well. She's looking very good.
And maybe, Anne, with your experience of being a local here, we really want to hear more about the course. So as you come out from that island, as an athlete, I can remember a slight change in conditions as you come from behind Temple Island. To you, are there different weather conditions that happen throughout the course?
So I'm not so, the weather conditions are what the weather conditions are, but you absolutely get the stream conditions. You come out of that island, and all of a sudden you've gone from kind of no stream to where Bath is, they're actually going to suddenly get hit by a stream. They're suddenly going to slow down. But because the course is straight but the riverbank is not, they will slowly move out into the middle of the river. And actually, it will start to be, as they're about halfway, as they pass the commentary tower here, actually she will move out of that stream and City of Oxford's going to wind up in it. And I think that's a little bit what's happening at the moment. She's absolutely taking advantage of the stream that she has, but it's a tight one. It's still a third of a length of overlap sort of thing, even though City of Bath currently, even though Bath currently dominating.
And these athletes will have practiced these conditions. We know that there's going to be a current. We're going to be changing our stroke rate and application of power just slightly, micro changes, in order to make sure that those blades are going in clean. The water's going to feel a little bit heavy, very similar to rowing in a headwind. So you really need to get on that legs, make sure you're sequencing well, legs down, prying those hips open, and then finishing off with the arms. For those of you who are joining us from home, I know it's very tempting when you hear that your kid or granddaughter or niece or nephew is rowing to go, wow, you must have strong arms, but it actually only generates 30% of our power.
It's a sport for tall people, Andrea.
And you have two very tall people here in the commentator room, 6'1" and
6'5".
There we go. As we ride
but
here,
we are not lightweights, and these are lightweights.
And I know when I, as a former coach, when I tell my athletes to look at quality rowing, I direct them to lightweight rowers. They don't have the advantage that we do of just using raw brute strength. I can use my power to overcome a myriad of technical inefficiencies, but they don't have that benefit, do they?
They don't, and this is the thing, they're so evenly matched. It's like having evenly matched racehorses and seeing what they're going to do. And it's all about, at this level, it's all about the technique. So it's been very interesting to watch Grosvenor come through. Grosvenor just seems so nonchalant about the whole thing.
Yes, here as we ride with Oxford and Bath, they're coming down the course here, and it is Oxford extending their lead quite comfortably. Doesn't look like she's bringing the stroke rate down too far, and you can see the spectators there, no doubt, probably an eager teammate cheering them on. Again, if you're riding with us, this is one shot, so you need to get through, you need to have your bow ball cross that finish line first if you want to continue on to Saturday.
And it's not as crazy as it seems. So we're finishing up. We've been swapping back and forth as we've got one race finishing before the other race. We've got one race finishing after the other race has started. There we go.
Yes, they're giving us a challenge here in the commentator's booth, but we're really enjoying the racing that's happening. And as I'm watching this athlete, you can see her compress from that previous great side-by-side that we had, compress into the catch, pushing through the toes. You're wanting to have a nice even press on the foot plate. And this is the final stages, if I'm not mistaken, of the Oxford Bath. Is that what it looks like to you?
Nope, this is Grosvenor.
Okay.
So the orange one is Grosvenor versus Marlow. So that was a tight race, but it still looks like Marlow's in the front of it.
Can always rely on the local to recognize the blades. Thank you, Anne. Coming down the course here, you can see the umpire's launch coming down behind, though the athletes will need to have another eye for that umpire's launch, with the white flag directing them if they need to adjust their steering, but no white flags now as they're both away in a straight line coming past the temple. And which race do we have on our screen now?
So we're up to a third race now, sort of thing, quite possibly on the river, and we have Newark versus Hollingworth Lake in yet another round of the Aspirational lightweight No, it's not. We've skipped one, apparently, because this is Upper Thames. Again, being a local, you can recognize Upper Thames there on the left, and Fulham Reach there on the right. And they're, again, very dead level.
And am I right in saying that Thames would have the home field advantage here?
Upper Thames. So there's Thames, and there's Upper Thames.
Thank you.
And Upper Thames, absolutely. Look how even they are. Look at that. But they do absolutely. So they train on this water every day, if they want to. And it's year-round. So the river here doesn't freeze, which coming from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and you coming back from Canada, seems unusual to us.
A little look, a couple of looks actually out of the boat for Fulham, really concerned about where Upper Thames is, perhaps getting her course as well. A couple looks are good, but now she's going to want to put her head in and make sure that she does the hard work to stay level with that Upper Thames boat, who has the home field advantage, steering very nicely and clean. As they come, I believe they're just off the island now.
So they are just off the island now, but the thing is, much as Fulham Reach doesn't have the home field advantage, they train on the tideway. And the conditions, if you can row on the tideway, I'll put you anywhere in the world comfortably, kind of thing. It is very, very challenging.
Really impressed with the quality of rowing there from the shot we just saw on the Upper Thames. I believe we're riding though with Newark and Hollingsworth. I will look to my right for Anne to confirm the unisuits.
I got nothing. I think you are right. I think it's Newark versus Hollingworth Lake.
Either way, it's clear to see here that the leading boat is just paddling it in, conserving their energy. We've seen all sorts of strategies from athletes today. I saw an absolutely dominant, I think would be the kindest way to put it, race earlier, where the athletes, rather than taking it down, decided to finish with their full sprint despite being about 4 lengths ahead. A really great opportunity for you to practice your full race plan. Some of these crews are thrown together last minute and may not have had an opportunity to practice that final sprint under fatigue. But it looks here like that crew is just paddling along, and on your left-hand side of the screen, we ride again with Upper Thames and Fulham.
Yeah, Upper Thames at this point is now seemed to wrest control in a way that they hadn't the last version that as we go past Toad Hall at halfway. Upper Thames will shortly be coming right in front of their own boat club, so it's absolutely their home water.
The crews are looking to place their blades cleanly in the water, push past them with nice efficient blade length, nice efficient blade strength, making sure that that power that they're catching on the face of the blades is directed all the way through from the feet. And we are here riding through to another crew shot. Anne, tell us who is racing in front of us here.
So we've got Oxford Brooks currently in a very dominant lead, having just come into the booms, sort of thing. Very dominant lead in the academic. Of the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic coxless fours. And they're looking very, very smooth. Now, as an academic boat, we mentioned before, Oxford Brooks, despite being a university, is an open club. So there's a lot of athletes that don't belong to the university. But in the academic event, they have to be the university athletes.
Oxford Brooks dodging a couple swans there, perhaps an obstruction that they weren't anticipating, but one of the beautiful parts of this raceway. But yes, you're right, they're off to a dominant lead here. Hard to tell without that overhead view, but right now looking like perhaps a length. And there we have it. I would say that's about 2 lengths, Anne, wouldn't you say?
I'd say it's absolutely at least 2 lengths sort of thing. And so early on, they haven't even passed the commentary tent here yet.
And in these straight fours with no cocks to call it, you usually have the person in bow making those calls. These athletes will have had a race plan broken down probably into about 250-meter sections. The stroke seat, which is the crew that is the athlete who is the last to cross the finish line, sets the tempo and the rhythm, kind of like a metronome, and everyone else locks into their rhythm and follows their lead, and it looks like Oxford Brooks has a nice, steady lead here and settling into their race pace.
Yep. So we've got a couple of the ones here. We've got a nice shot of leads. Leads, they seem a little bit in disarray. They don't have the metronome thing that Oxford Brooks has. And then we're also back looking at Upper Thames versus Fulham Reach. Upper Thames, both athletes have slowed their rate of striking. Upper Thames more than Fulham Reach. But at the moment, with a few strokes to go to the finish, it is absolutely Upper Thames.
As an athlete here, when you have the privilege of being ahead, you get to control the race from in front. I would still be running through all of my race plan here, thinking about what I'd be thinking about, but that was the beep that you had just heard at the start of the next women's uncoxed straight 4. And Anne, who do we have racing now?
So in the light blue, we have Edinburgh University versus Aberdeen University. So it's an all Scotland round.
Well,
do
our
the
commentator
accent.
Carol will be very excited about this. No doubt if she's not in the launch, we'll be cheering from the sidelines here. What do you know about these two crews?
Well, what I know at the moment is that Edinburgh's getting warned. We've just seen the umpire, and Edinburgh have strayed a bit too far out of their water, and Edinburgh are getting warned by the...
And those are those boons there, unforgiving little love tap there, and they're back onto it. Their bow person, no doubt, calling them all back into a rhythm. Can be tough sometimes when you have a bobble like this to get back on. I think that they're very lucky that they got away with just a light tap there. Sometimes that can be boat stopping, and as we pull back, we can see maybe a little bit of contact still, but they're going to have a little bit of work to do in that Aberdeen straight four.
Edinburgh has definitely taken advantage of that bobble, despite the fact that they were warned. They're still a bit out in the middle river, and they're changing course, and they're changing course a little bit hard. So they're going to have to swerve back, I think. But you don't. What does it mean, Andrea, when the umpire waves the flag? What happens? What happens?
What that means is that you're going to have to change your course, and there's a couple different ways that you can do that. You can panic and overcorrect, which I speak from experience. Any athlete worth their salt has done that at least once. Or you can stay calm, take a couple strokes. Your bow will be calling just a stroke or two on port or star. Get yourself lined back up, and off we go again. The start of this race in particular can be tough because people will steer off of the bank rather than off of the boons and off of the course, and without the benefit of having that middle buoy lane, it can get a little interpretive as you come down the first quarter of the race.
It gets very interpretive, and indeed, these crews are taking a much longer. Both of these crews are taking a much longer route than any crews that we've seen coming up so far. Both seem to want to claim the middle, and then when they get a little too close to the middle, they're going back out to find their station. And then they decide they want to come back to the middle. But it's hard. It's academic straight fours, right? So it's steered by somebody's toe who's facing the direction they're not going. And anytime they move their toe, they put a rudder on, which is effectively a brake. Yeah. And now the bumps. We've got the bumps back here.
You said that so well, Anne, and I'd love to elaborate on it. So for those of the family and friends watching at home, yes, one of the seats here, more likely the stroke, but sometimes the bow, they're going to have one of their feet, which are typically bolted to a foot plate, have a little bit of leeway so they can move one toe slightly left or right. That attaches to a rudder, which then steers the boat. And it is a very touchy subject. You can make a small change, which will have a large impact on the direction of the boat. And when you're under stress and under duress, and the umpire's waving a flag at you, and you're at this big event that you have to get right on the first try, it can be tough.
And you've got competitors to the one side, you've got giant wooden booms to the other side, and for three of those athletes, the steering's not up to them, but they'll think it's up to them and try and put a little extra pressure that may be going against what the buoy is. Ooh, we're on to another round.
Yes, so here we have on the Berkshire Station, UC London, their A boat, and competing against them, we have Queen's University from Ireland.
That's Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
And they need you to know that.
Well, here they go, and they are telling us quite a lot with their blades right now. Both of these crews actually have a bucket in the middle there, so those straight fours are typically staggers, starboard port, starboard sport. So for those of you at home, that means someone holding an oar to the right, someone holding an oar to the left. You have a bucket here in both of those boats. Now, I have some guesses as to what this means, but Anne, do you have any thoughts why you would rig a boat like this?
So it's all about the power differential, but equally, rigging as a bucket seems to become much more popular of late. It's a bit of a guesswork for people sometimes, and depending on where your crew is, and there's a touch of science and a touch of fine art to absolutely who sits where in the boat and who does what. And sometimes, if necessary, you're going to wind up with a bucket rig.
I think you said that perfectly. So yes, it can be to even out the power application, or it could be to get the right people in the right seat. If you have someone who's a phenomenal stroke or a phenomenal bow and you want to make it possible for them to sit in that boat, you can rig it so that they have the ability to be in that boat. But the Queen's University absolutely commanding commanding lead here, going down the course. Yes, a little bit lumpy, but also a little bit of a tailwind, hopefully pushing them along. Sometimes the tailwind can be helpful. Sometimes it just creates bumps, as we see here.
Well, and again, so here we are in the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Straight Fours. And these are all students. They may not have been rowing very long. And so, but they're doing really, really well. Oh, and as we finished the previous round, that we can confirm that's Edinburgh versus Aberdeen. That's a long drive back to Aberdeen. Sorry, ladies. But Queen's University are not going anywhere tonight at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. You can see there the boat they're looking relatively in sync, perhaps diving their hands just a little bit, but really together there. You can see Two-Seat there calling to her teammates, probably encouraging their on. As we said before, these athletes will have a race plan. They will be knowing what they're thinking about. Sometimes a technical call could be something like long, strong, quick catches. Sometimes a mental call, dig deep, break the elastic.
They'll have their secret calls that the other side can't figure out, and those are always the most fun.
And there's a race on the water here with a straight four, Nottingham versus Newcastle. They're off and away on the right-hand side of your screen. Is that the blue blades of Nottingham?
No, those are the blue blades of Newcastle.
Thank you very much. And
Newcastle Star. Newcastle Star. Nottingham University in the green unis and the yellow blades. And at the moment, it's lovely and tight. Although Newcastle are absolutely making hay while the sun shines. They have come off the start really cleanly, really well. I can't see the umpire's launch. From the angle, it looks like Nottingham are about to get warned to get back on their station.
coming off the Temple Island there on the left-hand side of your screen. Rate of striking still nice and high as they get away as fast as they can, getting onto a commanding lead here. You can see a little bit of trouble on that Berkshire station, trying to get their line in back onto the right side of the course here, and a Buckinghamshire side taking a commanding lead and making sure that they capitalize on that lack of focus.
Well, as we said, Newcastle have the stars, and the stars, they are aligning for Newcastle today. They are looking really well. They're doing a really good job up there.
Yeah, you're right. You can see here another bucket rig. Nice dark puddles pushing them away, quick and clean as they come down the course, probably in the first third. This is my favorite part of the race, where you have the spectators cheering you on. You can absolutely feel the excitement off of the bank. And as an athlete, very rarely do we have the benefit of that much energy that early instead of just the last 250 of the race.
And it's so great to have that nice and early. We have the great crowds, obviously, as they come past the commentary tent, but that's the point where the athletes are actually furthest out from the river, furthest away from the spectators.
So right, Anne, and we just saw a shot there of Queen's University, Ireland, coming across the line with plenty of room. Riding back with Nottingham versus Newcastle, it looks like Newcastle is still easily in the lead here, although perhaps being directed by the umpire. I thought I saw a white flag there.
I think there is a bit of white flag going on, but the question is to who? We don't get too many shots of the umpire's launch, and Nottingham do seem like Nottingham, we've noticed before, have had some steering troubles, but equally Newcastle, when they can, they want to pick up the stream as best they can, and they're going to move over to the middle of the river, because are they impeding? That's up to the umpire. So the umpire, some of them, Boris Rankoff, of course, and Henley Royal, notorious. You could be 20 lengths ahead, and don't you dare get out of your lane. Boris is actually here today. I've seen him down in the chairman's enclosure, and Boris will keep you to your lane. But any umpire will warn you off if you're impeding. Some of them, if you're far enough ahead that you cannot impede, or you're not going to actually, will let you come out a bit. So some people will try it, but some people won't. Newcastle, they're so calm right now.
So calm, so cool, so in control. You can imagine that there's going to be a great debrief after this as to what they learned. Looks like they're using this as a road down here while they have the benefit. Love rowing for the opportunity that when you're in front, you got to see who you're beating, and not like a runner, you're looking over your shoulder, wondering who's going to make a move on you. Being in front is such a competitive advantage to the mental game, being able to control the race and fend off any attacks.
It's absolutely amazing. Anytime you pass somebody in, say, a head race, for example, you'll fight just to get past them, and once they can't see you, they drop so far behind because you've lost the mental game there when they can't see it. At the moment, Newcastle all in control, rate of striking dropped down. Nottingham still fighting it to go, but at the moment Nottingham need to dig that bit deeper. I think this could be all over bar the shouting.
Well, I won't call anything too soon here as an athlete. I know that it's possible to catch a crab at any given point, but they certainly are looking calm, cool, and collected. So tell us
but that's the great thing about it, right? You go to the Olympics, you go to the six-lane racing, you've got a decent idea what's going to happen. It's 6 lanes, there's no current, there's minimum depth, there's not the wakes and so forth. You know, an Olympic final is Olympic final, but every Henley race is a story.
You're so right, you're so right. And the story here is that Newcastle is handily coming down, barring a nautical disaster. You're right, I think that we all know how this is going to play out. So tell us a little bit more, though, about this historic course and the history. I don't know if we had an opportunity to touch on this. This is such a special regatta for myself, but as someone who's been involved with Henley women for as long as you have, why is it important to have an all-women's regatta?
It's important to have an all-women's regatta because women didn't get to race. So you look around at the clubs, even the clubs that are dominant here. So Leander didn't admit women until 1997. Women weren't really at the Royal until the reign of Mike Sweeney, our benevolent overlord. And even then, there were only 3 races. So it's the Champ 8, it's the Champ Single, and the Youth Quad. And it was just not... It wasn't enough. Women, to this day, the single biggest growing sector in women's rowing is masters women, and we either didn't get the chance when we were growing up, or we've watched our kids do it, and somebody turned to us and said, you know, you can take this up. And we do in droves. It's amazing. And you look around, we have, and women run the PTA, women run Henley Women's. This is an amazing event. There are more women's races at the Royal now, and we've got increasingly more crews staying on to do both, traveling from overseas to do both. It's amazing. We have 6 this year, which is a 6-time increase from the usual. But let's talk about the racing. We've got a good one here.
Absolutely, and from the fastest growing sectors of the masters rowers to the fresh faces here and the lightweight women's single, Nottingham again with Dart Tortness. Help me, please. Thank you so much. Please send help. Here with this is the type of racing that we show up as athletes for. This side by side, off the start, blow for blow, trading inches, and you can see them almost in perfect synchronicity with their stroke rate as well. This is really exciting, Anne.
I love that. As a single sculler myself, this is the sort of thing I love because it's the opportunity to essentially look them right in the eyes and go, you're going down. It is mano a mano, blado a blado.
And I think that they must have heard you about the rich history and how important this event is, because you can see that they are taking this incredibly seriously, these 2 professional athletes as they come down. Still lots of overlap between them. Look how calm and cool and collected she looks. Pushing those knees down, her knees not going out too wide as she pushes down the course. A little look over from the other athlete. As what do you think is going through their head right now at this point in the race?
So I think we're about to see a strategy move. That look was not how far behind her head I am. It's is now the time. And I think she just decided now is the time. Things are happening. She is absolutely, there we go. The rate of striking is up and the move is being made. Is it going to be enough? It's a tight race to call. It's tighter than this camera angle makes it look.
You're so right. The camera angle can be hard to tell, and I know also both my parents would ask me to wear a bright pink t-shirt so they could figure out which one I am, as though we all look the same on the water, but easy to tell them apart with the two athletes there, with the Berkshire station and Buckinghamshire station on the right. That's who we're riding with right now. She looks like she's in control. I have a feeling like Dart Tortness is in front, but we'll have to wait for a little bit closer to an overhead angle to find out exactly where we are in the race.
This is it. Nottingham absolutely made a move, and looks like it's been found wanting. They may be closer, but they're not close enough as we pass the halfway mark at Toad Hall. There we go. We've got a little bit of overlap, but at the same time, Dart Totnes needs to make it up. Oh, and we have the start of the next round in the aspirational lightweight single between York City and Birmingham University. And they're absolute neck and neck.
York City and Birmingham University, they're charging off the start, making sure that they get away quick and clean, that what we can't see on your camera angles, but what the athletes are looking at off the start right now, and actually you can a little bit, is that orange post. That orange post lines up with a V, and your job as an athlete is try to keep the post in line with the V. That's going to help you with the alignment as you come off. Can sometimes be a little bit misleading to make sure that you know which way is straight. And already a little bit of a disparity here as we see Birmingham charge off to almost open water here, but York City still has a lot of time. I've seen a couple of races today where we have steam engines of athletes, and every athlete has a slightly different style, don't they?
Every athlete does, and especially in the single, right? You don't have to play nicely with the other children, and sometimes that's why you wind up in the single. Your face may not fit. You may just have that burning desire to do it your way. And the thing is, if you can row a single, you can be put into any boat, sort of thing. So it's quite good. But at the moment, as you say, Meredith from Birmingham, she's got the lead. She's got about 2/3 of a length. There's still overlap, and York City is just not going to let it go.
This is the point of the race. Where you're settling down into your race pace and you're doing that check-in internally. Have I gone too far? Have I gone too high? At the feet of these athletes, most of them will have a little device called a stroke coach. The stroke coach will tell them their rate of striking. That's how many strokes they're taking, and also their speed per 500 meters. And these athletes will have practiced this over and over and have a good idea, perhaps not of the split, because as we know, stream and current will affect how fast you're going, but they will have an idea of kind of what rate of striking is too high to go on to. In these singles, you're probably going to be settling at high 30s, although it's not uncommon to see the middle part be in high 20s, or pardon me, low 30s versus high 20s, but off the start, easy for it to pip into the 40s.
Easy for it to pip into the 40s for short bursts to just get it moving and put your mark on the race. Just get it absolutely dominated down. And at the moment, that is exactly what Meredith from Birmingham University, who's on the Buck station, is absolutely doing. But both scullers, I have to say, are rowing very well. They're rowing very controlled and very calmly. The umpire doesn't seem particularly perturbed by anything. Oh, we've got a great shot there from the actual launch. That's fabulous.
And you can see the concentration on these athletes. They're both looking relatively relaxed, although I have a feeling like it's a bit of a duck, calm on the surface and legs furiously going underneath here. A little look out there from York City to check in, see how far she is. I've seen people come back from farther behind, and she knows that there is no races left after this. All to play, time to go. And on the left-hand side, we're going to quickly switch over to our next race here. This is Surrey University on your Bark side versus Nottingham on the Bucks.
There we go. So it's a very interesting race. So Surrey's not a university that people automatically think of as a rowing program, but Surrey's done really well in the last 5 years. Really built it up, really kind of come a little bit out of nowhere, and that's just busting out all over. But at the same time, any school, if you've got a single sculler and they're the person, then anyone can come in and dominate. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. So, but at the moment it's relative. Well, we've got about. Oh, I think we're actually losing contact even as we watch it, sort of thing.
Yes, I see that too. Surrey University pushing their nose out ahead, making sure that they make a statement and leave it up to Nottingham to make the decision and to go with them. This is a great part of the race where you can really have an opportunity to make a statement, make a stand, but balance that with also the professionalism of knowing how hard is too hard. And what does it feel like, Anne, to do a fly and die?
Well, there's a reason that they reference death in it, it has to be said. You fly too hard, you get too close to the sun, the lactic acid burns everything up, and it can be one of the most painful experiences you'll ever do. And you'll do it, and you'll swear you'll never do it again, and yet it will happen again. You've really... Learning to row is a set of very particular skills. Learning to race is its own set of particular skills.
And learning to win is a whole other set, and that's certainly the story here. As we see the end of the race of York City versus Birmingham, you can see the rate of striking taken down. Birmingham clearly in the lead, ready to make a statement and bring that win and that confidence forward to the next race. What type of confidence as an athlete do you think it gives you going into the next race, knowing that you had such a commanding performance?
I think it gives you an awful lot of confidence. To the extent that they can, they will research the other athletes in the event. They'll know who they're gunning for. They'll have done the research in the races, and if you do better than expected against the person that you've plotted against, sort of thing, it's a real ego boost. It's a real ego boost, and that confidence can really carry you through to the next race.
And
Speaking of the next race,
we have a lineup next, and you'll see those athletes on the left-hand side of your screen head off any moment. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to talk about the start. It's absolutely quiet with no spectators there. The nerves are going, and the athletes are focused, laser focused in on what they're going to do. You can see that the blades of Clydesdale ARC, is on the left. And on the buck side, we will have NSRV Focus from the Netherlands. And I'll switch back to what I was trying to say about the start in just a moment. But first, let's take a moment to celebrate. I believe this is Nottingham on your screen here, as they go past a very picturesque part of the course. And tell us about that building that we just saw in the background.
So it's rumored to be the inspiration for Toad Hall in The Wind in the Willows. And it's absolutely gorgeous. So it is now, for a long time, it was a Catholic retreat center with its own monks. The monks eventually sold it, have donated a fair amount of money to the poor, and it is now a private residence, although there's a fabulous garden center on it called Toad Hall.
Toad Hall, and if any of our competitors are listening into this again, there's also an exhibit at the Henley Rowing and River Museum on the Wind in the Willows, which is definitely worth a visit if you haven't been there for our international gala, which we just had.
That's right. So the River and Ray Museum has been closed for 2 years, and it reopens again on the 1st of July. We're very excited about that.
Sorry to tease you guys. I guess you have to come back next time. But enough about Toad Hall. Let's look at this lightweight women's single here. That's the Netherlands already to a commanding lead. And
this is interesting. So I've never heard. I've never heard of Focus before. But Juliet is doing an absolutely amazing job with all this. She is well in control. Although it's still quite early, she has set up a pretty commanding lead, and it is absolutely for Clydesdale to make up the time. But Juliet, if she wants to, can just sit there at the quarter mile. Juliet can just, she's still moving. She's still increasing her lead.
Yeah, I think it's easy for us to say sit there, but sitting in that boat myself, it is hard to even just maintain sometimes. If you come off, your legs are burning, you have a lactic acid buildup, your lungs are burning as well. Everything in your body is telling you that you can't continue anymore, but you need to stay loose and in control, whether that's on a controlled paddle or in a commanding sprint like we see here from the Dutch. What a gutsy start to this race. I love how efficient she is with her catches, getting them in and pulling through those blades are at a great depth, so they're not too deep in the water. She's not doing more than she has to, and you can really see the very calm, controlled poise that this sculler is using, commanding lead.
She's doing it very well. She doesn't have much body swing, especially when you compare her to the rower from Clydesdale, which is an interesting contrast in the styles.
Certainly, Clydesdale has a nice big layback there, and a lot of that, part of it, of course, comes from an athlete and your own particular set of skills and strengths, and a lot of it is informed by your coaches and the style that they want to see. These athletes will have probably spent countless hours watching video playback of them, perfecting their technique so that it's something that works for them. But this is what I love about the singles, is that you can have any style you want. It's not a dressage event. It's about how effective you can be with this power, and so it makes space for a lot of really unique styles.
And this is it. It makes space for a lot of unique styles and unique ways of doing it. And if you win, nobody cares. And that's the thing. Well, more accurately, if you win, other people will start doing it your way, just to find out whether is it the technique, or is it you, or is it your special body type. But, you know, for all that I'm saying, I think she does have some body swing, but not a lot. Not a lot, but it's working for her.
The Dutch rower is looking very in control here, with the blades going in nice and quick. It looks like she's not being very effective, not doing more than what she has to. And what's running through her mind right now is probably don't settle, don't give up. Make sure that we execute our plan, execute the technical efficiencies that she and her coach have been working on. And I think that she will be very pleased with this race here. Hard to tell right now with the camera angle, but I'm sure no doubt we'll have an overhead view soon to see what this hard work has given for her.
Yeah, even with the camera angle, the fact that you can't see the other boat at all, even a little tip, it gives you what you need to know. She has lost contact with the other boat, just continuing on. She, for as long as her initial race pace went, she was still going. But, oh, we've got another one. The academic, we're back to the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic straight fours. University of Galway on Bucks versus Imperial on Barks versus Imperial College on Bucks.
Little look out of the bow there from Imperial College as they make sure that they're quick and clean. University of Galway perhaps needs to change their course a little bit going into the buoys, and here they come, blades fully over the buoy line. This is a course, this isn't the first time I've seen this course today, but this is where the buoys are going to be turning into those solid wood booms pretty soon, so you want to take that opportunity to get back into your own lane. And Imperial College definitely capitalized on that course change and is off with already an open water lead.
They already have the open water lead, and at the same time, even they've moved out a little bit to the middle. They're not quite as tight to the booms as they strictly need to be, but that's okay. Imperial moved left, and Galway went with them.
The crew from the Netherlands on your right-hand side of the screen really still just commanding performance there. That gives us a little bit of a scope as to the space between the athletes. We wish her all the best. I'm sure we're going to see some great races out of this athlete. But what a beautiful overhead shot on the left-hand side of Oxford.
Is that Oxford?
I think. Yeah, I believe that's Oxford there. I don't see another crew in the pictures. There we go. So also, that I'm going to call that 3 boat lengths. What about you, Anne?
I would go with 3 boat lengths as well. Up here we go. So Juliet from Focas in the Netherlands easily wins her heat.
The job for the Netherlands now to go home, rest, recover, refuel. And the job for Oxford is to aim for the same here. They're not taking it easy, pushing their way down the course, 4 hearts as one, 8 legs down together, making sure that their blades get in quick and clean, anchoring themselves in the water and pushing down and away and around. What an amazing overhead shot. Really gives you an appreciation for this absolutely stunning venue that we have, Anne.
Oh, it's so spectacular, and it's so unique. There's only 3 races a year on the boomed Henley course. They are Henley Women's, Henley Royal, and Henley Master. That's it. The booms come down. They're not here most of the rest of the year.
Behind there, we can see on the right-hand side of your screen one of the umpires' launches where sometimes you will have friends and family watching these races from the best seat in the house, second best seat in the house. I'm going to say that the athletes probably have the best.
Much less sweaty than the athlete seat.
This is both a immense excitement for the parents to be able to watch from these beautiful boats, but also a little bit of a struggle. My mother came to watch me race in Henley Royal Regatta a couple years ago, and you are not allowed to make any gestures, any big facial movements. I remember, Anne, when we got to the end of the race, I said, "How did you enjoy yourself?" And she said, "Never make me do that ever again." It was so hard for her to keep her emotions in check. And you can imagine the emotions that the Oxford supporters are having right now, watching them absolutely execute their race plan.
So it's interesting because it's Oxford University Women's Boat Club versus Oriel College of Oxford. So one of the individual colleges within the Oxford system up against the women's heavyweight team. Oh, and we've got another one starting. So we've got Radcliffe on the Bark Station versus University College London on the Buck Station.
Radcliffe University, really exciting. I know it's been mentioned before, but bears repeating that Liz O'Leary of 37 years with Radcliffe rowing on the Boston River will be retiring. She is absolutely a phenom in our sport. I had the privilege and honor to be in the launch with her and watch her coach her team, and the amount of heart, energy, and enthusiasm that she gives to them is unparalleled, and we wish her all the best in her retirement.
Absolutely do. 1976 Olympian, University of New Hampshire graduate, and again, she has absolutely set the agenda through Title IX on Radcliffe rowing. And if you're going, who's Radcliffe? I've never heard of them. Harvard. Back in the day, all the Ivy League universities each had a corresponding women's college. Most of them eventually merged, and Radcliffe was the women's college, and Radcliffe is still the name of the Harvard University women's sports teams.
And they have a large support contingency here, so no doubt you're going to hear a lot of yelling and cheering and screaming as they come by the enclosure. And there's another look here, although they're slightly course correcting. Looks like Radcliffe still firmly out in front. But UC London, their rate is still up. I don't think they're going to let them go easy. What about you, Anne?
They're absolutely not going to let them go easy because, as we keep saying, there's no reps. They either take Radcliffe today or they don't go forward. And so, bearing in mind they're relatively close, where they're passing the commentary tent any second now. And, you know, if they're not going to take Radcliffe, then it's time to go home.
And across the finish line there for Oriel College, if I'm not mistaken. And riding back again with UC London, still that high striking rate, making sure that they will look out for bow, making sure that she's coxing her team in the nice straight direction. We'll wait here for the camera to pan and show us a little bit more about the race that's unfolding. Radcliffe looking really calm and in control here. Straight striking down, you can see those blades going in together.
Radcliffe with a 3 or 4 length lead, would you say?
I would say commanding lead there.
Let's go commanding lead. University of College, a little bit off their station, but it's not troubling the umpire at this point.
Really exceptional to see these athletes have such a great first side-by-side race. For our American competitors, there's no racing like this in the States, so there probably are some nerves coming into this style of racing. As you said before, very gladiatorial. It's 1v1, so there's nothing else to play. It's do or die, and that really does increase the level of pressure that these athletes are going through, right?
It's a very different level of tactics. They'll be used to 6-lane racing as they go through their regatta season in the spring, but their regatta season also finished about a month ago. So they've had a gap to do nothing but train and to refocus their tactics on just taking down one boat per race. It's quite handy. Nobody in lane 1's going to suddenly sneak up on you while you're not paying attention over in lane 5. But you've got one job to do and one boat to take down. Radcliffe absolutely doing a wonderful job of it.
And just like looking like they're having, dare I say it, a little bit of fun. Is that allowed at a regatta?
It's encouraged at a regatta. If you can relax and enjoy, you're going to race better.
And we are off with the very last straight four of the day. We have here on the bark side Imperial College B competing with Glasgow on the buck side with their A crew. And we're off. We'll take a moment for a better shot to tell you the story of what's unfolding, but I'm not confident about that line.
I know the camera angle's fuzzy a little bit. Okay, no, they're swiveling back. They're swiveling back.
They got it.
But we're gonna get it again, kind of thing.
A little bit of an overcorrection. This can happen, especially with toe steering. It's okay. I'm sure that right now the athletes are their own worst enemy. They're probably thinking, okay, just slight overcorrection, no problem. Let's get our foot back. As I said, there's so much riding on a start. You really do want to set the tone, especially in a 1v1. And it looks like Imperial B is doing just that.
So at the moment, we've gone back to the Radcliffe race. Radcliffe's still with a commanding lead right there at the top.
Wow, and look at that here with Imperial well ahead of the Glasgow boat.
Imperial, absolutely. So for all that Imperial took a bit of a longer course to get to where they are now, they are crushing it. Now.
They clearly have something that works for them off of the start. These athletes will have dialed in their start and practice it time after time. What you do as an athlete at the start line is you're sitting up at the catch, though, so that's when your knees are bent and you're fully compressed. You place your blades in the water and square them, which is what is happening when your blades are vertical, and you wait for the tension go. When the tension go happens, you want to push away cleanly and together with the same amount of power on both sides of the boat. They clearly are doing just that here, settling into their race rhythm and being able to fend off any attacks. Can you imagine what's going through the mind of the Glasgow team right now as they race for the only spot in this Saturday race?
They've absolutely got to be so focused and dialed in. It's amazing because it takes so long to register. Actually, you could have this. This is actually yours. When can we slow down? When can we calm down a little bit? The temperature's actually dropped quite a bit. It's been, in the last 45 minutes or so, it's much, much cooler. It's going to be more comfortable for the athletes in the heat of the noonday sun. And at the moment, everybody, just look at the control. Look at the control.
Yeah, a couple of different blade timings going on, but it certainly isn't hurting their speed as they have a commanding lead again here over the team from Glasgow. Looking like they're executing their race plan and probably at the point shortly, in short order, where they can start to settle, enjoy, look out of the boat, and take in the race course. Because I know sometimes as an athlete, you're laser focused. You don't always have an opportunity to actually appreciate the beauty where you're rowing.
I think they heard you, Andrea, because more consistently, their blade timings are getting better and better. They just had a really good stretch there. I think actually as they're calming down is where their blade timings start to slip, because you lose that little bit of focus when you're suddenly not in the heat of battle.
Absolutely. Calm, cool, and collected is the name of the game. Even when this rate of striking is high, you want to make sure that you relax. If you bring tension into the boat, it never bodes for good things. And I mean, I'm thinking back to all of my early days as an experienced rower where I allowed the tension to go into my forearms and grip with my forearms too tight. Any athlete listening will know that that means you're going to catch a crab. It's coming, it's going to happen, and there's no coming back from that. But it doesn't look like this crew will have that that problem. They're laser focused into the stroke seat setting a nice, easy rhythm there. Calm, cool, collected,
so
and it's beautiful.
I think we're actually watching the end of the Radcliffe race. I think we're actually watching the end of the Radcliffe race there, because those are some Radcliffe zoot suits and some Radcliffe blades. So
I'll defer to my American partner. She knows the boats better than I am, and I'll wait for those Canadian blades to come down the course for my area of expertise. But undoubtedly a beautiful day here with nice flat conditions and a little bit of a tailwind pushing the athletes down the course.
The bumps seem to have smoothed out as well, kind of thing. We haven't seen a good set of a lot of the bumpy things that unfortunately the single scullers of all boats had to put up with.
Yeah, that can be a little bit tough, either as a result of a little bit of a wind blowing along the surface of the water, or the traffic, because of course this is a very special event. It's the only of its kind in the world, and it's expected that you're going to have lots of locals coming out to watch the festivities. And we're on to another race here, and who are we looking at the screen here?
So at the moment, we are looking at, it's an all Scotland race. So it's Edinburgh University in the development coxed for against Glasgow University A. Unfortunately, the boat in the last race was also Glasgow University A, so we're not quite sure which A boat we're looking at. But all Scotland, Edinburgh versus Glasgow. Glasgow, very scrappy program. Doesn't have the kind of facilities that Edinburgh does, but it's produced some great rowers over the years for such a small program. At the moment, and
they're into the booms.
We're into the booms. And
Glasgow looking to recover here. They're pulling in their blades. They're going to try and take a stroke. Those athletes are going to pull in their blades towards themselves, get the blades in the water there, and then get off and ready again. Back into a rhythm. This is going to be very tough for them, and looks like they're off and rowing again.
Yeah, but Edinburgh have taken absolute full advantage.
And Glasgow, I am not a little bit nervous about the line that they've had. Nope, they're absolutely fine. Got to get your nerve, get your head back into the boat, back onto race rhythm, and off you go.
But Edinburgh running with it. It was very, very tight, and then Edinburgh, they got the chance, and they're taking it. And that's racing. That's why you got to get on the water and do the thing. And it is all to Glasgow's advantage. What would have happened if they hadn't gone into the booms? I'm sure everybody's going to have their own different interpretive theories on that one. But the fact is, what happened on the water happened. And now Edinburgh is moving very nicely.
Yeah, well done to the team from Glasgow to recover as quickly as they could. I know that can't be easy. And the girls have the women have raised their rate of striking here as they try and get themselves back into contention. It's not just a technical stop that happens when something like this, where you hit a boom, but it's also getting your head back into the race, making sure that you're back laser focused into what you were thinking of, what is our race call, and this is where having a race plan really is worth its weight in gold.
It absolutely is. And your race plan should have contingencies. I know, for example, for the boat race, they go out, they have a practice day that's just, what if this happens? What if this happens? What do we do if this happens? And these contingencies are crucial. They can make or break. If you expect to be ahead and then you're behind, what are you going to do? When do you make that move? When do you look to break them?
And I have to say again, as an athlete, just absolutely so impressed with this team from Glasgow, coming back as strong as they have. Dare I say, even almost flirting with overlap. This is the underdog story that everyone is going to root for, although it looks like at least a length and a half in between. These camera angles can be so tricky, Anne.
They can be very tricky, but a length and a half is making up a pretty big stretch from the lead that Edinburgh jumped out to.
And you know that Edinburgh is going to know that Glasgow is going to be hungry. They're going to have a point to prove, and they are going to give it their all, because as we've said time and time again, there is no second place in this.
But and people might, the inclination is to write them off after the boom hit, but the adrenaline that comes from such a thing, never rule out hormones.
Great point there as we look at ride with the second coxed for with St. Andrews University on the Bark side, Southampton University on the Bucks.
St. Andrews University, again, very growing and developing program here in the development coxed for, coached by an athlete who knows this water very, very well, former Leander athlete and Olympian Al Sinclair, who's been doing amazing things up there with the St. Andrews program.
And unlike the women's 8, which we had watched previously, you can see that the coxswains here are actually tucked down in the bow. In the 8, they're in their stroke side facing, they're in the stern facing the stroke pair, whereas here their backs are to the athletes and they will be the first people across the line. What do you think that this changes, having a cox in the bow versus the stroke?
So it's a different style of coxing, because they're coxing much more by feel. They can't see who's doing what, or who's putting the pressure on, but they cox very much by feel. They know what side something's happening on. They can feel if somebody's a little out of sync. But the other thing is they've got the clear shot down the course. So very often, if you're at the back of a coxed 8, you are looking over a boat the length of a lorry trailer and the smallest person in the boat is looking over the big people to try and see what's going on. You've got to have good communication with your stroke. If you're ahead, the stroke knows how far ahead you are. Because if you turn, you shift your body weight. It's like that kid from Jerry Maguire. The human head weighs 8 pounds and all that sort of thing. If you lean one direction or the other, the boat will turn.
And we can hear there on our camera, the microphone's picking up the coxswain encouraging their athletes on.
And they're looking and we've switched races again. We've gone from the final of the previous race. We're back to we're back to St. Andrews versus Southampton. So north v south. St. Andrews there just over the southern border. Southampton, as the name indicates, south on the coast. Southampton, long history of a good rowing program. Produced multiple Olympians, including a recent chair of this, the previous chair of this regatta, Miriam Luke, and everybody's doing well here, sort of thing. But at the same time, it's all about St. Andrews. It's all about the light blue.
The coxswain there calling out the race plan. You can see her encouraging on. Right in front of her face is that stroke coach that we were talking about. So the stroke coach will give you GPS data on how fast you are, what your rate of striking is, and when the coxswains don't have the advantage of being able to see the blades and they're going off of boat feel, they'll be using this information to tell the athletes exactly where they're at and if they need to go deeper. And it's another Edinburgh team off the start line. Edinburgh on the Bark side and Exeter on the Bucks.
So again, one end of the country to the other. Edinburgh, obviously there from the middle of Scotland. Exeter University. Exeter University has a big challenge. They train on canals down in Devon. So they go about 500 meters out and everybody has to lay down and float under a very low bridge. And then they can really get going. But they can only go for so far before they've got to get out and portage the boat. So Exeter has their challenges, but again have been producing some pretty decent programs. Edinburgh, long storied program, producing of course the great Catherine Granger. And again, the history of the Edinburgh program, they don't rest on their laurels. They're absolutely continuing to push it, but Exeter are holding tight. Exeter have damage. Nice straight lines, none of the boom issues we've seen in a couple races previous. The coxswains help with that.
Left-hand side of your screen there, that's Edinburgh versus Exeter. Still nice and tight, anything to play. And on the right-hand side is St. Andrews versus Southampton. I'll wait until we get a better side-by-side shot to make any calls on those crews, but we will be keeping an eye on it as we watch Edinburgh just nosing out over top of the Exeter crew. Still early in the game, but this is where you want to push your nose forward and also what I call break the elastic. What that means is that the crew to your left or right can't feel your puddles anymore, that you try and get so far ahead that you're no longer attached so that the crews can't look out and see you there and think there's a chance to row you down.
No, you want to be in a situation where they can't look over into your eyes. You want to absolutely get them to lose contact.
Right-hand side of your screen there, St. Andrews is looking in the lead, although still doing what needs to be done to get them across the line. Coxed on by the cox, which we can see there at the bow of the boat. Their number one job of a cox is to steer the boat, so they will have a small rudder that is attached by 2 strings that they will be using. And we can see there why they weren't decreasing their rate of striking right by the finish, practicing their sprint. No doubt that will help them as they move on to Saturday's race.
That was a good race there from the University of St. Andrews.
Some fantastic racing here, and it is Edinburgh all the way looking very in control as we come down versus that Exeter crew. The Exeter crew is for sure not going to let them go easy. They're going to want to leave it all on the course today. Isn't that right, Anne?
Absolutely, absolutely. If they don't win it today, there is no tomorrow. But at the moment, Edinburgh continuing very relaxed, very low rate of striking. Coxswain doesn't even appear to be saying very much, sort of thing. She's just letting it go. They're at the halfway mark there, with a little past the halfway mark as they pass Toad Hall. And it's just a beautiful day out in the English countryside.
And those coxswains will have worked with this crew, one hopes, before to flesh out that race plan. And you say, you know, perhaps not saying anything. Sometimes things don't need to be said. Sometimes you need to keep it simple. Quite often we would boil down a complex technical challenge to just 1 or 2 words, and we would practice that over and over again. And so hang and snap, every single person in the boat knew what that was, and our coxswain would give us about 20-30 strokes to really let that sink in, really get into the flow, get into the steady state rhythm. Because we can see here this beautiful side-by-side shot that they definitely are in a flow, making sure that you're laser focused on the back of the woman in front of you, placing those blades together with that boat feel so that you have 8 legs down as one, 5 hearts beating together.
Right, so currently here on the water we have...
We could be up to the next race, in which case this will be Liverpool versus Oxford. Liverpool on the bark side, Oxford on the bucks. But I will turn it to our local expert here, Anne Buckingham, who certainly has a better eye for unis. I think that I'm going to self-correct and say that we are still riding with Edinburgh versus Exeter, Edinburgh in the lead.
I think that's correct. I think it's Edinburgh in the light blue there on the right-hand side of your screen, which is the bark side. Oh, but it looks like we're off to a start in the next race, which is, as you said, Liverpool versus Oxford University women. So this will be Oxford University, our heavyweight crew, so the crew that's in the boat race.
Fantastic.
But they're not in a 4. Sorry, they're not in an 8, they're in a 4.
They are in a 4. And maybe you can talk us through a little bit about the different techniques going from an 8 to a 4. Is the 4 any more stable than an 8?
The 4 is not as stable as an 8 because it's the difference between having 4 balancing poles and 8 balancing poles. They're heavier, they're more stable, it's harder, it's certainly not impossible, but it's harder for one person to upset the balance of an 8.
And
but they're bigger, they turn, they don't turn on a dime the way you can make a 4 move. It's a very interesting thing.
I believe this is an overhead shot of our Liverpool crew here in the coxed 4, off to a good start, thanks in part to the great steering of their coxswain there. That's a person tucked into the stern. They will be taking an eye on this at times challenging course. We've already touched once or twice on the fact that those buoys are in fact 2x4 pieces of wood, pretty unforgiving. Exciting here as we wait for a larger camera angle to tell us what the Oxford crew is doing. And here we go, sticking with this beautiful overhead shot as the athletes place their blades together. You want to make sure that your hands are nice and level and that the blades aren't digging too deep into your water. You want to be nice and horizontal as you apply that power with the arms generating about 30% as they snap back towards your body. Some really exciting conditions here. I'm sure the athletes will be very grateful for the flat water and beautiful sunshine that we've been having here on Henley on Thames at an absolutely historic race site. Riding here, if I'm not incorrect, with Liverpool in that light blue suit as they make their way down the course. You can see on the right hand side the sightseers. This is such a special place to race because of the amount of spectators that you have, not just in the final 250, but on the left and right hand side of the course. And I'm going to self-correct myself. I believe that in 310 we're looking at Edinburgh University here, Edinburgh versus Exeter. Edinburgh looking really strong and aggressive as you can see them accelerate that handle towards the body. You can see the gritty, determined faces of the athletes there from Edinburgh University, now with clear open water over Exeter in this, the coxed 4 of the Henley Women's Regatta. Their coxswain there tucked into the bow, coaching them down the course with words of encouragement, and also being in charge of the steering so that they are nice and straight and take in the shortest path from A to B.
So what's very interesting, Andrea, is that these are the development coxed 4s, and there is no development 8, which is kind of an interesting point sort of thing. You'd think they'd want the 8, you know, for the people as they move through the sport to get through and actually get more bums into seats, but it's actually just the 4s. And we're on to the next round of the development 4s, which is
riding down here with Edinburgh versus Exeter in this last leg of their race. They're going to want to make sure, as we've said this entire time, that they get their boat across the finish line first, not just because it's a fun thing to do, but because this is 1v1 gladiatorial style. And if they don't make it across, they won't have the opportunity to move forward into that Saturday race.
Indeed, and similar to the Royal, it's very brutal and very final. You've got to get your boats off the trailer, you've got to get your boats out of the tent. That's it, you are done.
And what an amazing place that this is with all of the spectators watching today, including perhaps friends and family in that umpire lounge riding behind them. So you really feel the support from all over. Little bit of a pip there as they bring their blades over the lumpy water. This is where when your body is starting to fatigue, that it's really important that you relax, that your hands are quick and clean. It sometimes is tempting, especially under stress, to relax to dump into your seat. You want to make sure that your chest is up and your blades are accurate, and that sound and fury that you're hearing right now is the start of Liverpool versus Oxford.
Is it Liverpool versus Oxford?
We'll take a look at the back here.
Oh, but we've got another course correction coming up here, and I think
it is Liverpool versus Oxford here with a little bit of a course correction, almost getting across the buoy lines, but their coxswain making sure that he overpowers or oversteers to compensate. Sometimes this can happen if you have an unequal boat, if port side or starboard side is just too excited and puts a little bit too much oomph behind rather than being quick and clean and level.
You get excited on the start line, and all of a sudden, as you say, you get a little boomph in your oomph, and it's just, things can happen.
Lots of side-by-side here, although we see an early lead by the Oxford crew, doesn't mean anything. There's still plenty of meters left as they come out from Temple Island, and they're about to hit that first stand of spectators. And tell me what that must feel like to be encouraged on from the bank so early in a race.
It's so wonderful. If you're ahead, it feels absolutely amazing, because you've put in the work, you've done the sprint, you've got your early reward, and then you suddenly get the encouragement. And you don't really hear the words, though. You just hear this sort of like, yay! It's absolutely fabulous.
What a great overhead shot there. A little bit of a bobble, but dark puddles being pushed away. They're really looking in time in that Oxford crew. You can tell that they have been probably in this lineup before. I see a lot of beautiful synchronicity in.
It's absolutely beautiful. Well, these Oxford University athletes are going to be incredibly well drilled. They spend a lot of time in small boats all season long, even to get ready and to pick who's going to go into the blue boat for the 8. They have a little bit of a break for exams, because obviously, ultimately, these people are students and they're there to study. They have breaks for exams. And then Liverpool University, Liverpool's holding on quite well. They've still got about a third of a length of overlap and focusing quite hard. But Oxford doing well. Ooh, getting into the bumpy water. You can see, if you look at the waves on the side of the hull, you can see just how choppy it is.
If I had a microphone in these boats, perhaps I'd be hearing the coxswain telling their crew to tap down. That means taking your hands and carrying them just slightly lower. If we carry our hands and our handles lower, the blade will then go up, which gives us a little bit more clearance to get up and over that lumpy water. And you can see there that it is a little bit tough there for the Oxford crew to get those blades off together. We want to be able to place that blade really effectively. And and when we skim across the surface or we catch a bit of a lumpy water, it can make it hard to have that crisp, clean placement that you can see that the bow pair is really trying to find. Still lots of meters left in this race though, and Oxford certainly did a lot of work to get themselves in the lead, so it's not like they can't afford to have one or two bad strokes. But I imagine that there's a lot of the athletes are going to be perfectionists and be thinking about, okay, how can we fix this? How can we fix the next stroke? How can we get back onto our race rhythm?
Which you've always got to. So Oxford's doing really well, but you can see with the bumps in the water, bow is skimming her blade across the top of the bumps, sort of thing. As you said, she needs to tap down just that little bit more, get it clear, keep it crisp. But it's still, but they're ahead. So there's a point where you just go, we're still winning. It's okay. But she's gonna want to crisp that up. The coxswain's gonna know something's going wrong, something's not quite sitting right, something's slowing them down. But again, the coxswain can't see unless they absolutely turn around. So it hinders them just that little bit. And now as the water's smoothing out, bow is fine.
This is the beauty of this sport, is that it is an outdoor race, and sometimes you're going to have those bobbles. You can see bow there with an encouraging word to the rest of her crew. No doubt that's going to fire them up. It has me fired up with my legs twitching underneath the commentator's table. But listen to that noise there as Lancaster on the Bark side versus Plymouth on the Buck side.
There we go. So Lancaster University, again, we're in the development coxed fours, and they're off to a pretty straight start. We've had some surprisingly wiggly ones, but this is quite a good one. Both crews looking very solid and looking very level.
All the crews on your screen right now are vying for that Frank V. Harry Trophy for development coxed fours. So we'll definitely see one of these two crews pit against each other tomorrow in an exciting event here with racing going all the way to Sunday.
So this is it. So all races go through to Sunday. All finals are on Sunday, and it's going to be some incredible racing. The conditions should be interesting. We're under a thunderstorm watch the entirety of Sunday, from midnight until 23:59.
Well, I can think back to the not too distant past as an athlete, and I know what these athletes are probably considering when they see that in the forecast. Not now, of course. It looks like right now the crews of Lancaster versus Plymouth and Liverpool versus Oxford are focused on the matter at hand. But the athletes will be being flexible with their timetable, so understanding that even though your race is at 9 a.m., if you show up at 7:30 to get everything started, that there is a possibility for postponement. And I had a very wise Olympian once tell me it's not a matter of if things go wrong, but when things go wrong, and that the mark of a true athlete is about how you can take yourself out of that state, that heightened state of race preparation, come back to a sense of calm, turn off your brain, and then wind it up again when the weather permits. And I can tell you with all my World Cup experience that this can happen anywhere. I've shown up for a 9 a.m. race and not raced until 6 p.m. in Rotterdam due to lightning. But lightning and thunder is perhaps a better way to describe the commanding performance by Lancaster here as we see them go by our course. With
Lancaster jumped out to a really strong lead quite early on. And you do see that sometimes in these opening rounds.
Yes, absolutely. I know that was always part of my race strategy, to get off the course, off the start, as quick and clean as I possibly can. Have the privilege to command the performance and to determine it from in front. You can then start to play a little bit of war games and put on a power 10 when you need to, but post when you don't.
But it also gets a bit varied. So all crews have time trialed this morning. It was absolute mayhem in the boat launch area, I have to say. It's very adrenaline-inducing, and you're so happy that the racing is actually happening. And so everybody's time trialed, and then it's seeded according to how you've done in the time trial. So the closer you get to the two crews in the middle, you'll have some very tight racing. But the crews know who they've been seeded against. And so they come into it knowing this is what we've got to overcome, or this is who we've got to stay ahead of. And it produces some interesting results, and it produces some interesting strategies.
Great insight there, and yes, you're right. So all of these athletes will have time trials. So what that's telling me as an athlete is that they're going to have a little less in the tank, which is why we see the tactic of these athletes like the Plymouth crew on your screen right now, making sure that they're not going out too hot, too heavy. They are just settling down into their race rate rhythm, trying to conserve a little bit of energy. I know I would be tired from the previous racing, but an interesting point that I think we skipped over is that in these time trials results, we don't actually know how they rank, just who they're seated against. So there is still a little bit of mystery as to who the fastest crews on the water are.
There absolutely are. So you know how much, if you didn't qualify, you know how much you didn't qualify, what your times were. And if you were the first crew to not qualify, you don't know how much you missed it by, but you can figure out how far the other crews were behind. But at the same time, for the local crew, for GB crews, they will have raced each other at other various regattas. And so, for example, for the academic crews, they'll have been together at Bucks, they'll have raced at certain other regattas. The Met was 2 weeks ago. Oh, and we're back off the start with Vesta versus Robert Gordon University.
There's a race on the river here for the Frank V. Harry Trophy. Exciting. You can hear the noise and the excitement of those blades going in together as the athletes get away from the start and try and get their nose out in front for that advantage. On the right-hand side of your screen, as Anne's just said, Vesta versus Robert Gordon. And on the right, that was on the left, on the right is Lancaster versus Plymouth, with Lancaster still in a commanding lead.
Lancaster look like they're absolutely going to walk this as they come into the finish, but there is a tight one going on between Vesta and Robert Gordon.
This is my favorite part of the race, is the start, where you know that it's all to play. You're not going to lose, but you're not going to win off the start, but you can lose off the start, and your job is to try and stay in contention. But it also takes so much professionalism, and look at that celebration as we have, I'm going to guess, the Oxford crew cross the line, or was that Plymouth?
I think that was Lancaster.
Lancaster. So sorry, everybody. I got carried away in the excitement of describing what a start feels like. Your adrenaline is running. You have about 30 seconds of free energy before your legs start to remind you that you are in fact doing something really hard. But as we've been going through this commentary session today, Anne has done such a great job of reminding us how unique Henley Royal Regatta is on the international scheme. It's only 1,500 meters, is that right?
Henley Women's Regatta is indeed 1,500 meters. And it is a very unique race. We've said before, there's only 3 races a season here on the boomed course: Henley Women's, Henley Royal, and Henley Masters, held in that order. At the moment, Vesta is absolutely taking a nicely commanding lead over Robert Gordon University. They're completely going for it.
And we can hear them from the commentator's booth at the top of your screen there, that beautiful box, as we watch the athletes race past us in the final leg of the course here. About 3 boat lengths of open water, as Vesta probably is going to practice a little bit of their sprint, thinking about their chest up, knees down, keeping it tight, coming towards the finish.
But they're looking strong. They're looking very, very strong. They're not. The thing is, you never count yourselves out. You can't. We've watched people hit the booms. We've watched all kinds of interesting steering. Anything can happen. Never give up until the end.
Words to live by, never give up. And 318 there on the back of the athlete, or 16, that tells me that is Vesta Rowing Club. They're going to be another Vesta Rowing Club in the next race, so they're going to want to send some of that energy and good luck down the course to their teammates. They're certainly setting the standard here.
They're absolutely setting the standard. So very interestingly, so crews do it a bit differently, but we have, this round is Vesta Rowing Club A, next round is Vesta Rowing Club C. B maybe didn't race, B maybe didn't make it through the time trial, who knows what happened. So that will be an interesting dynamic to go in. Vesta C maybe is, you know, everybody's always happy to be here.
Giving you a little bit of pause there to appreciate the energy that a coxswain brings to a coxed four. In this, the Frank V. Perry Development Coxed Four at Henley Women's Regatta. There's another Vesta boat here on the buck side that will be on the left-hand side of your screen with Birmingham on the bark side.
Absolutely. And Brum's come down at the moment. Vesta's settled. Vesta's settled really early. Vesta's settled really early, but at the same time looking strong. But they're taking it over Birmingham. Birmingham taking it along quite nicely, but as they leave the island, Vesta not quite open water. Birmingham making a move as they come into the stream there. Birmingham's making a move to compensate for that, but actually it's moved them up a few feet on Vesta University C. And everybody, this is shaping up. It looks like it could be quite a good race as we come into the middle of it.
Really beautiful conditions here as an athlete. This is what you hope for at Henley Women's Regatta. This the only all-women's regatta in the world. Such an exciting place, certainly a place that is I hold very near and dear to my heart as a former competitor. The amount of amazing women that we have competing here is just so inspirational. And we see here on left and right hand side of the screen, and who are we watching on the left hand side, nose out with about 2 lengths.
Vesta, Vesta, Vesta. Both sides of the screen, we've got Vesta in the lead. Vesta A on the right, cruising into the finish. Vesta C on the left, coming up to about halfway as they come into the spectator zone for the boat launch area. And they're looking strong. They're looking in control. I initially thought they had slowed down a bit early, but if they don't need to do more, it's not about how many strokes per minute you do, it's about how efficiently you do them. This is the efficiency race.
And having a great race and with your crew is fantastic, but seeing your teammates have a great race feels even better, and there's going to be a lot of celebration, I think, as they refocus in for Saturday racing. Not that we are signing off anything too soon here, as we see Vesta still making sure that they are keeping control of the race, but it is on to the very final race of this Development Coxed 4 in the Frank V. Harry Trophy. On the
and it's our last side-by-side race of the day.
So tune in, buckle up. On the bark side, we have UC Dublin Ladies from Ireland. On the right side, Marlow Rowing Club on the buck side.
So we hasten to add, so our chairman, Naomi Riches, is an avid Marlow member, but that doesn't matter once you get out here on the water. It's all about who crosses the finish line first.
And looks like we have a great side-by-side race here on the left-hand side. A nice, yeah, this is exactly what we live for. This is what the spectators are staying for. All to play. We're not making any calls any too soon here, although I will say that it looks like Marlow nosing out, perhaps with that energy sent to her from our chairperson, Naomi.
Marlow's a very strong program. They've come back from a pretty devastating boathouse destroying fire a decade ago, built an amazing new rowing center, and have really done spectacular things with the group that they have.
Marlow v. Dublin, nerves of steel as they trade blows coming down the course. Still in the first quarter, these athletes and their coxswains will have to stay laser focused in on their race plan, thinking about rowing long, strong, relaxed, quick blades, strong legs, staying in their boat.
But at the same time, Marlow's pushing and pushing, and they've only eked out to about half a length lead. When it's very common by this point, as they come here in front of the commentary tent, there's a lot of boats that have broken the elastic, and this one is tight.
athletes will have the benefit of their coxswains looking out of the boat, telling them where they are, but they'll also be able to feel, because this is such tight racing and side by side, you don't have another crew 6 lanes over. They're right there. You can feel them going for it. You can feel when you're able to go up a seat, perhaps passing the bow ball down the boat, calling bow ball as your bow and your 2-seat and your 3-seat pass the other way, and that's what they're going to be looking to do. But on your right-hand side of the stream, looks like Vesta. Correct.
Vesta C. We're back to Vesta C.
Vesta C. Still in the lead, about to cross the finish line, and yes.
There's the beep.
There's the beep.
Oh, quite a commanding lead over Birmingham there.
Some exciting racing as we close out this, the final few races of day 1 of the Henley Women's Regatta.
And here we are in the last side-by-side race of the day, the development coxed fours for the Frank V. Harry Cup. And it's Marlow Rowing Club versus University College Dublin Ladies. And it's tight. It's staying a tight race right the way down the course. Marlow has led from the beginning, but University College Dublin, UCD, really still in it to win it. They could take it.
You can see the women in the Dublin boat are really giving everything they can. Look at the intensity on Stroke and Bow's face as we, of course, cut away. Marlow looking a little bit calmer, a little bit in control. That's the advantage you have when you nose out in front, but still maybe not enough for comfort. They know that they need to get through in this race if they want any chance at competing of that coveted final spot for this, the Frank V. Harry Trophy.
They've definitely moved out to a much longer lead here in Marlow, but they're not slowing down. They can see they're ahead, and they're moving into the halfway position as they go past Toad Hall and coming into the finish. But you can see the overlap, and with the camera angle, there's going to be more overlap than it looks like there is right there.
Really exciting racing. They're both teams, you can tell, are just digging deep. My legs are just going. I'm so excited. We've had such an amazing caliber, and it's just day 1.
It's just day 1. We've got all this and more to play for tomorrow, but at the moment, the 2 teams that are playing for it are Marlow and UCD. And UCD are pushing. They haven't led yet, but they feel like they've still got it in them. I feel like they still have that potential, but they're gonna run out of river. They need to get going. It can get a little deceptive because the booms go on for another 612 meters. But we finish at 1,500.
We do, which means that these athletes will have changed their race strategy slightly. There's going to be a little less time between the sprint for the start and the sprint for the end. You're probably going to be thinking, oh my gosh, it's time to go again. I just settled down into my race pace, and Marlow is certainly going here. You can see how many people there are on each side cheering them on. They come towards the finish line, and that's it. Marlow for the win. Great fight by Dublin, and I think a sign of things to come as we close out day 1. I think we have some great highlights here to show you. Thank you so much from the commentators box. This is Andrea Proska signing off with Anne Buckingham. Thank you so much.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, but stay tuned. You will still have the footage of all the time trials here today, and tomorrow junior racing starts as well. Have a great
Florence
evening.
every week, and I'm rowing for Full and Reach Boat Club, so one of the crews on the Tideway. So yeah, just racing a lightweight aspirational single. I think it's just the amount of clubs that come together, because you get clubs from all over like the country and even some like international crews, and it's just so cool to be able to race against all these people that you wouldn't usually be able to.
Hi, I'm Emma. I just raced in the Aspirational Academic 4. We won, which was nice, and my favourite thing about Henley is just it's quite relaxed, but the competition's still here. It's really stiff competition, and it's hard racing, but it's still a really friendly, relaxed atmosphere, and yeah, everyone's really nice.
So I'm Maddie Balsiday. I'm a coxswain for Worcester Rowing Club, and the best thing about Henley Women's in particular is the vibe. It's really cool, so many people around, and you bump into so many people that you haven't seen in years.
Okay, my name's Aoife Keane. I race for Imperial, and I was in the Aspirational single. I'm through to tomorrow, so it went relatively well. Yeah, happy with the day. I've got some improvements to make for tomorrow though. But yeah, that's it. I think it's a really positive atmosphere. Henley Women's is the best event of the year, and everyone has a lot of fun. Yeah, it's just a really nice atmosphere. Everyone's very friendly, and racing on this course is pretty cool.
Hello, I am Georgie. I am racing for Exeter University Boat Club. My race went very well. I did a time trial this morning and we've qualified tomorrow and we're racing Bristol in the morning. And my favourite thing about Henley is that it's only women allowed to row at this competition because women rule. There you go.
We have readiness in the start area from the timing team, from the starter and from the start marshal. Can you let us know when you are ready for us to start sending racers down? Over.
Can you just sorry, you were broken slowly. Can you just confirm that the start timing team are
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You join us on a beautiful Friday evening here at the Henley Women's Regatta. We are taking you through the final part of racing today, which is the Junior 16 girls time trials. And on the course at the moment, you can see Junior 16 coxed fours for the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy. Wallingford in shot here, winners of the Junior 16 eights at the National Schools Regatta just 3 weeks ago. Out on the course, being hunted down there by Bedford Girls School, I think that is, coming out the blocks. We won't be doing too much commentary here, as there's not a great deal to commentate on in these head racing formats, but we'll give you brief updates, a little bit of knowledge when we know it, and we'll let you know who is on the camera at relevant times. I'm delighted again to be joined by Ted Tevens. He's back with me for the next half an hour. Ed, it's been a good day of racing, hasn't it?
It's been a great day of racing. We've actually seen some sort of really close racing, especially in the small boats actually this morning. We saw some singles get out and have a little bit of a tussle. And now, towards the end of the day, as is sort of tradition in the Henley women's format, we see the J16 time trials ahead of the racing tomorrow. The other junior events being time trial tomorrow morning. So if you're looking for the J18 or championship level junior time trials, tune back in. Tom will be back here with you tomorrow morning from 8:15 a.m. for those time trials.
Bright and early, bright and early. Our shift manager told me I needed to be here 45 minutes before that, and I said that it would be unlikely I would be here for 7:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning. But there we see the next crew making their way out. Looks like Glasgow Academy from Scotland on their way down the course. Henley Women's is a big deal for these junior athletes, Ted. I have to say, it's one of those events that is bucket list, and to win it at a junior age is incredibly significant and prestigious, and it does set you up for a really important career. I don't know what you think of that, Ted, but that would be my take on it.
I agree. I think bear in mind as well, of course, that a lot of these sort of championship level crews that you'll see tomorrow morning targeting events like the Forley Challenge Cup, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. Some of these very, very top level J16 quads, especially, that we'll see coming down the course in around 15 minutes, will be targeting those events as well. But for the more junior crews, this is the sort of the pinnacle of their season. They go through national schools, they try and do as well there as they can. And Henley Women's for them is sort of the crown and the jewel.
The jewel in the crown. And it's interesting to think about how they sort of taper for this event, because I'd imagine at junior 16 level, these girls would be more focused on, actually Glasgow Academy on shot there, these girls would be more focused on the National Schools Regatta, which of course was 3 weeks ago, and some of these girls would have raced and perhaps medalled. But Henley Women's is such a unique event and such a different sort of proposition, and it's great to get them blooded in preparation for the Junior 18 events, which of course will be happening tomorrow and onwards into the weekend. So this is a great experience for these guys, if nothing else. And the chance to win silverware, the fact that Henley Women's Regatta cater for Junior 16 athletes, is such a fantastic sort of milestone in their sort of quite young and youthful career.
It is, and it's that opportunity to, I mean, if you're down on the bank this weekend or two, you'll know that the atmosphere here at Henley is very, very different to what you'd get, say, at Dorney Lake or at Nottingham. The atmosphere here is very exciting. It's very kind of Henley-esque in its own way. So for these athletes who have to race, as you can see now in the setting sun in the Henley Valley, is, yeah, like you say, is a wonderful experience.
Setting sun, Henley Valley. Ted, you're painting pictures for me here that I just can't cache. It's a beautiful image here on the Friday evening of Henley Women's Regatta, and we can see there on screen, it looks to me like that's King's School Worcester, potentially. Sometimes a little bit difficult to tell who is on your screen and who isn't, but that looked like King's Worcester to me, and this looks to me like Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in their distinctive black kit, yellow boat, Azra on the side of their boat, so indeed it is. Time trialling, of course, for the privilege and pleasure of racing side by side tomorrow. And someone asked me, when I told them about my commentary rotor, someone asked me, well, why is it so late in the day? These girls have been at school. A lot of them have been at school. They might be off on study leave for exams, for GCSEs that are ongoing at the moment. But for most of them, they'll have been at school today. This is their way of rounding off their week, which if you think about balancing, a full school day, obviously rowing and academia tend to go hand in hand. It's an extraordinary achievement for some of these girls to be out there rowing in the evening, having just completed a full, day at school and dealing with exams and the pressures that come with that. It's amazing how, I suppose, dexterous these girls are mentally.
Yeah, it comes back to what we were saying earlier on, where I think we saw the 8s from Brooks and UL come down the course, and we were saying that, you know, often they travel post lectures, post labs to the course to complete their training and then turn up here to compete. And it's exactly the same for these junior girls, and in fact, you know, spread out all over the country, coming together is quite an achievement, especially with, like you say, exams ongoing at the minute. And you look at many of these girls' crews, and you take away the age category they're in, and they wouldn't look out of place in some of the academic and aspirational categories that we've seen racing early today. These are very, very high caliber, and I'm sure that there are at least a few athletes in these crews that will be racing championship level events at Henley or Regatta in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, Godolphin and Latimer on the course there. Such a beautiful shot, that one, framed by the Henley Church and the Oxfordshire countryside sprawling like a tapestry. And there's Sir William Perkins coming down the course. If you are tuning in for the first time today, you are joining us at the tail end of proceedings. We are going to be coming off air in about 20 or so minutes once these 2 Junior 16 time trials have concluded, and we'll be back on air bright and early. I'll be with you from 8:15 till around 10:30 to bring you all of the time trials for the Saturday morning. That will be the last head racing format that we have for the weekend. The rest will be just side by side all the way through to Sunday's grand finals in the afternoon. And I think on screen at the moment that looks to me like Monmouth School for Girls, potentially, Ed? Yes, it is. Hab, I think, referring to the haberdashers prefix that sometimes applied to that particular institution. But as we say, sort of J16 offers the opportunity for crews from all over the country, not only sort of in the Thames Valley. We often see kind of, you know, that kind of nesting of that sort of concentration of talent from around the country in the Thames Valley, but we've got all sorts of crews here heralding from all over the UK to compete. Surbiton High School there in shot now, a program massively on the rise, one a name to watch as the rest of the season unfolds. Very, very successful over the last couple of renditions of this regatta.
Yeah, what a fantastic boat club Surbiton are. They've done some amazing things, haven't they, as we see Putney High stride onto screen. But coming back to Surbiton, they have done some incredible stuff on the junior rowing scene. Basically were a non-existent entity 10 years ago and have risen up to become arguably the 3rd, maybe 4th best boat club on the junior women's side in the country, which is a remarkable achievement in just a decade, Ted.
I think bearing in mind as well the scale at which Surbiton operate. I spoke to their head coach just a couple of years ago now, and he was saying that the trouble they're having is finding enough races for their crews to enter. They have such a huge program going on. They're having to trail boats overseas to compete in regattas in Europe because there simply isn't enough capacity here in the UK. So a huge concentration not only of sort of top-level rowing talent, but also of broad ambition and excitement around the sport, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, junior rowing on the rise here at Henley Women's Regatta. Categories galore for girls under the age of 18 to compete and to enjoy. And we can see here, I think, the last trappings of the junior 16 coxed fours. Surbiton on screen, that's Surbiton B. Slater is the bow person in that boat, and this is Fulham Reach, the final crew, 381. The final crew in this time trial. Fulham Reach, another boat club who deserve all the plaudits for the remarkable work that Steve O'Connor and his team have done in the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years, from nothing to becoming not only a boat club that give opportunities to people who may not usually have them socioeconomically in London, but also a boat club that are starting to actually put out performance crews at the highest level, not just give opportunities for those who've never rowed before to get on the water. They're starting to develop real talent.
So just look ahead now. So Fulham Reach being the last of the J16 fours. Being the last of the J16 fours to come down the course. Coming up in just a second, we'll have the J16 Cox quads, the Nina Padwick Trophy, starting from 7 p.m.
Coxless quads.
Coxless quads.
Is that what you said?
I think I said quads.
You said coxed.
Did I say coxed?
Yeah.
I
Get your bloody
apologise.
facts right.
Coxless quads. The Nina Padwick Trophy for J16 girls, coxless quads. Well, I think a solid sort of 25 crews racing down over the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, Ted and I were with you right up until the close of racing in about, let me have a look at the time, 20 minutes time. Fulham Reach on their way down. Ever punctual, aren't they, the guys and girls who run the Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. There doesn't seem to be too much of a delay to proceedings. Things always tend to get underway pretty sharpish, and that's certainly true here. We are on time and slated for a 7:20 finish. And that's the scene. That is the setting sun over Henley. And it's a town at fever pitch at the moment. It's a town waiting for the biggest 2 weeks of its year. And actually, if you think about the Henley Festival, the biggest 3 or 4 weeks of its year. It's a time when this quiet little portion of Oxfordshire countryside really comes alive. And Henley Women's Regatta is sort of the curtain call, the sort of inaugural moment where people come from all over the world to celebrate the sport of rowing. And Henley Women's and Henley Royal are obviously the two leading lights, but we also have Henley Masters Regatta and then Henley Town and Visitors a little later in July. So a festival of rowing to look forward to. And Henley Women's is the sort of the debut, and there's this sense of excitement, I think, amongst people. We were mingling on the bank earlier today, Ed, and it feels like a really good atmosphere out there, helped, of course, by the incredible weather that we've had this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you say, the atmosphere that you get at Henley Women's Regatta is very friendly. It's very unique. It's a great place to be, sat on the bank, enjoying the rowing. If you're at the right place on the course, you're within touching distance of the blades as the crews come through. It's almost quite an intimate experience compared to perhaps rowing at some of the Olympic class venues such as Dorney, Nottingham, Strathclyde that we have in the UK, where you can feel a bit detached from the racing. Here you can see there in shot spectators, fans, friends and family of the crews racing, waiting to see the crews come down, and yeah, with a hop, skip and a jump you'll be in the boat. So it's a very intimate, enjoyable place to be racing. But now we move over to the J16 coxless quads for the time trial, and I think the first crew coming down there is Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. Yeah, the Nina Padwick Trophy, always fiercely contested. Junior 16 quads on both the boys and the girls' side. Got to say, a pretty leisurely style there from the girls from Stratford-upon-Avon. They don't look flustered, don't look at all perturbed by the fact that they're the crew to lead out. A bit of an armada here. It is crucial, of course, to get your tactics right in a time trial. You don't want to go out too slowly because you're going to leave yourself a lot to do in the second half. And this course is not long for these girls. They're going to think or be used to racing 2,000 metres, and they're going to all of a sudden get to 1,000 metres and realise they're basically into the last sprint. So they need to go out with some purpose and try and stamp their mark on proceedings, as we see Lee Rowing Club, crew number 383, sculling past our static camera just at sort of the close of the island. Of course, the difference here between the time trials they'll do this evening and their senior counterparts tomorrow morning and their side-by-side racing is the space they have on the course. We said it earlier that it's a little bit deceptive from the bank. It can look even tighter than it actually is. But even then, having the whole course to yourself, Tom, having that space to really be able to flourish and show off what you can do is something you don't always get in the side-by-side format. Completely.
And it also means that you've got the ability to steer wherever you want. I mean, there is obviously an optimal line on the Henley course, and the girls, I'm sure, will have been told what that looks like as we see Kingston Rowing Club on their way down the course. But it is important to make the best of all of the space that you have on the river in these time trial formats. It's a strange thing, actually. I was never really sure when I used to row whether I preferred time trials or whether I preferred side-by-side racing. I think it depends what sort of person you are, whether you are motivated by your own compulsion or whether you find motivation from those around you, and you sort of the sort of person who always is looking at what others are doing. So for me, I think I was always more in touch with head racing, but that was just me. As we see Lee Rowing Club sculling down, I think it was what looked like Putney High School were on the camera on the screen just before that. Results, by the way, will be available on the Henley Women's Regatta website, and I believe their Twitter feed has been very active today, tweeting out what's been going on. So keep up to date on there if you are looking for up-to-date results. We don't have any laptops in front of us at the moment, so can't bring you live results there as we watch Stratford-upon-Avon taking an interesting route across the course. Just correcting themselves there. You can see flanked by the orange of Lee,
who seem to be taking the same course.
There must be a shark in the water. Strange one, that. Kingston coming into shot. A few of the runners and riders here expecting good showings from crews like Marlow, Rob Roy, Henley, always competitive in this category. We've even got a composite to come down a bit later. Molesey Boat Club and Walbrook Rowing Club. As we see, I think that's St Andrew Boat Club, isn't it, Ed? Looks like to me, from Scotland.
Yeah, St Andrews there, the distinctive blades can't be mistaken for any other crew. And then Putney High School there in short as well. Putney, I think, another club that's been on the rise over recent years. A huge team of girls running out of there on the tideway every week. It looks to me like Stratford-on-Avon have taken their rate of striking up a little bit.
Bedford Modern. I
Bedford
recognise
Modern,
those blades. I grew up in Bedford. Definitely Bedford Modern, that one. Stratford-on-Avon are the leading crew, I think, out there. And this is American School in London. It's a bit of a guessing game, isn't it, these time trials, Ted? It can be a bit difficult.
Can be. Luckily, Tom, with your vast experience of rowing, we can separate the wheat from the chaff and understand what we're looking at.
Ed, we are supposed to run a website that is partially dedicated to junior rowers, so our ability to ID these crews should be high. And that is Wallingford Rowing Club, I can tell you that for sure. On their way down the course.
Tom, talk me through the mentality of these crews when they're coming down the when they're coming down the course. What are they thinking? How are they trying to extract every last second from their lap time?
If I were to tell you that, Ed, then I would have to give you an NDA because this is my coaching clinic, my coaching masterclass. Realistically, I don't think time trials are as complex as people make them out to be. Go hard. You need to try your best. You need to go as fast and as hard as you can. I don't think there's much point in trying to put a strategy in. Rowing is, as Paul O'Donovan famously coined it, a simple sport. Your man says go, and then your man says finish, and you want to be as fast as you can between those 2 points. I think for these girls, side-by-side racing is what it's all about at Henley. These time trials late in the evening are great and a wonderful experience, but they don't really compare to the side-by-side racing, the dynamic, the crowds, the sort of atmosphere that you get from that sort of competition. So these girls will desperately be wanting to show up and have a good race and be able to do some side-by-side competition tomorrow as we see St Paul's Girls' School. But I mean, in terms of mentality, I realise I talked a lot around the houses there. I think it's just race as hard as you can. Be as competitive as you can. Don't obviously go too hard too early, but this course is shortened. It's 1,500. These girls will be used to racing over 2,000 metres plus in the head racing season. So 1,500 is not a long course, so they'll be over before they even really realise. It's probably 5 minutes max of racing. So in realistic terms, this is a sprint for them.
Absolutely. And I think you see there with Marlowe coming through the shot there, one of the home favourites, obviously just from down the road. You can see that some of the girls you might be able to see in front of them, they've got little boxes. Their stroke coaches, rowers will be very much familiar, and they'll be counting down how long they've got to go, the speed at which they're travelling, their rate of striking, their strokes per minute, and all kinds of data they can use to sort of fuel and inform their decisions. Because as Tom said, in time trials it's a very bland strategic thing, but when it comes to racing, there's a little bit more give and take strategy involved.
St Paul's girls just on their way down the course. Pretty close to the booms there. And that looks like St Mary's School, Cambridge. 192. 392.
St Mary's School, part of the trifecta of City of Cambridge Rowing Club, Homerton College and St Mary's that share a boathouse, share resources, share boats, hence the CAM branding on the side. Royal Roy Boat Club there, sit just next door in the boathouse to City of Cambridge. Hoping to make a splash after a B final finish at the National Schools Regatta earlier this year.
It's amazing. All of a sudden you come alive in the Cambridge crews, come on screen. Do you live in Cambridge by any chance?
I actually live in London, Tom.
Oh, well, you study in London. What do you study? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. 393, Rob Roy. Ed is definitely an expert on these girls. Is this your home club, Ed?
It's my home club, and in fact, all of these girls I coached last year in their first year in rowing. This is all of these girls, their second year in rowing, having started last year. It's an exciting day for them to be down on the course.
And your plan, I assume, is if they qualify, you take credit, and if they don't, it's nothing to do with you?
It's pretty accurate, yeah.
Fair enough. And this is my hometown, Bedford Girls' School, making their way down the course. Always love the colour of their blades. Really nice shade of purple. We can see there's St Mary's School from Cambridge, another hotbed. We were talking earlier, Ed, on our shift this afternoon around these sort of cultivations of rowing talent. Nottingham, I think, was the one we were referencing at the time, but Cambridge is definitely another one. Cambridge and Oxford, of course, go hand in hand with rowing. Whenever someone says the word rowing, the first thing you think of is the boat race generally, but both cities have done really well to cultivate talent and to develop the squads and the clubs and the institutions that continue to broaden and expand our sport.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super exciting to see. We saw there, I think Cambridge in particular, you've got Rob Roy with perhaps the strongest junior program in the area. You see a shot there then coming through. Obviously, all girls have done phenomenally well to come out from having not rowed previously to a couple of years ago to now time trialling at Henley Women's. You've got Canterbury, you've got City of Cambridge, you've got 99s. Obviously, then you've got 30 plus colleges rowing in town bumps this week, and you've got the university as well. So a real hotbed, Tom, like you say.
Henley Rowing Club on their way down, and Ted, this boat needs no introduction. They're always very, very fast at all age groups, basically. You can't really rule them out at any stage. So expect a competitive showing from the Henley girls. They've not quite been as razor sharp this year as in previous seasons. So I don't want to be too aggressive in my predictions about them potentially being very competitive here. But Henley under Leon Redman have come on leaps and bounds, and I expect the very best whenever their crew's boat, which I suppose is testament to the quality of the programme. As we see Bedford Girls' School here making their way down the course. I think the crew after Henley was Bryanston School, pronounced that poorly, my bad, Bryanston School, under Richard Bolton, formerly the lead coach for the Great Britain Junior programme, trying to turn around that club and re-establish them as a leading contender. And that looks like Twickenham Rowing Club, who we've seen a lot of this weekend actually, Ted.
Yeah, Twickenham's an interesting story actually. Obviously, I think as we were saying a second ago about Henley, they're always potent, but the level of that potency is somewhat variable throughout the season. Henley back in shot now, dedicated coaches to each of the age categories, which means they can really invest. When they come in, some of these girls come into Henley, I believe, are kind of J12, J13 levels. They have rowing in their blood from day one. And coach after coach, as they move through the age categories, they move through sort of up the pecking order. By the time they reach J16, they're at a very potent level, very similar to Headington we see on screen now. Ryan Domain's program, supported ably by obviously Chris Hermes. Another program that's always at the front of junior women's rowing.
Yeah, success breeds success, and Headington and Henley, clear examples of that. This Headington quad, nice clean start, efficient, powerful, composed, all the things you want to see from a quad scull. And synchronicity, when a quad is moving well, it's one of the most beautiful things in rowing, and that Headington quad was certainly efficient and effective at both ends of the strokes, as we see here. Bryanston School making their way down the course. They probably got, there's the barrier, so probably 1,000 metres left of their time trial. Yeah, Headington and Henley, rivalries renewed here on the Henley Straits. Of course, this is Henley Rowing Club's home water. They boat from just downstream of here.
I think worth mentioning, Tom, even at this sort of fairly embryonic stage of their rowing career, you see those styles emerge. You see the sort of very distinctive Headington style emerge. You see Henley coming to the fore, which means that by the time they get to sort of Prince Philip Challenge Cup level J18 racing at Henley Royal in a couple of weeks' time, it's that very distinctive style that they grasp onto for the rest of their careers.
Yeah, it's the coaching handprint, right? It's what the coach wants them to do, it's what the coach has told them to do, and it's what the way they've been told to race. And that's true of certainly Headington and Henley, who do, as you rightly point out, Ted, have very distinctive styles. And Kingston Grammar School, another club on the rise, very competent junior 18 quad on the circuit at the moment, and these J16s will be looking to replicate the lofty heights that those girls have scaled. Pressing the boat away, just leaving behind the safety and security of Temple Island out into the big bad world of Henley. And there are Headington sculling rather well, it has to be said.
Yeah, they look fantastic for a J16 crew, I think. Definitely. Obviously, we can't see the times, haven't got any telemetry on these crews at the minute, but I think Headington, alongside the likes of Henley, always favourites coming to this time of year. And then keep an eye out on the powerful up-and-comers, the likes of Bedford Girls' School, the likes of Rob Roy, the likes of Stratford upon Avon, the ones that are going to break into those categories and ruffles and feathers.
That was Godolphin Latimer on your screen just a moment ago, and this is Kingston Grammar School, the crew immediately before them. Crew number 400. Coming towards the end of our time trials here at the Henley Women's Regatta for the Friday me have a look. 4, 5 more crews left to go past our static camera position. And there you can see George Watson's college on screen, rowing away in there. Felipe Hull, crew from Scotland. Kingston Rowing Club leaving the start line, sculling really well actually. Good, powerful start.
These crews, of course, the ones that qualify, will be back on the course tomorrow for their racing. Just to run you over so the qualification numbers, how far we're slimming down these crews. The J16 coxless quads, the Nina Padwick Trophy, has an entry of 24 crews. We'll see 24 boats go down the course this evening. That will be slimmed down to 8. So about a third of these crews will qualify. 2/3 won't make it into the regatta proper.
Brutal.
So a huge car.
Yeah, 2/3 of these boats will not be seen again at Henley Women's Regatta, so the only experience that 16 crews will get will be racing the time trial. But then that is the way it falls, unfortunately, in junior quad sculling these days. The fall in the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal Regatta are two of the most competitive events on the roster, and the numbers are savage. I think this year in the Forley we've got 70+ entrants, 24 into the main regatta, so you lose a chunk, a bulk, before you've even started on the Tuesday at 9 AM. Oh, looked like a bit of a car crash there for one of the crews ahead of Kingston Rowing Club. And here we can see, to round out the time trial for the Nina Padwick Trophy Junior 16 quads, it is Shiplake Vikings. They've got 2 boats here, Blomfield and White respectively, 404 and 405, and this is 404 making their way down the course.
Thanks, Sarah. I know. Thank you. I suddenly realised when I heard you talking that they were J16. Okay? I suddenly realised when you were talking that they were J16.
There we can see Kingston Rowing Club under the stewardship of Josh Burrows, formerly a junior at Kingston himself. And, interesting fact, the first ever writer at Junior Rowing News. First ever writer I brought into the team. Beyond myself, obviously. Interesting little factoid for you. I'm not sure he'd appreciate that being told on camera, but there we are. Shiplake Vikings sculling down the course, approaching the barrier.
Looking like a very strong crew there, actually. Shiplake, of course, have been hugely on the rise as a women's program in the last few years, culminating in a huge success for Shiplake.
Yeah, winners of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup in 2021. In fact, I think they swept all of the races that year. They were undefeated, indefeatable, indomitable, one of those words. They could not be beaten, is what I'm trying to say, in 2021, under the stewardship of Dan Safdari. Dave Curry, of course, the master in charge of rowing there, and Hugh Matwell-Praed, the first aid coach on the men's side. But Dan is the lead women's coach, and he took those girls to lofty new heights when he swept all of the events, Henley Women's, Henley Royal, National Schools. They won them all. It was a very strong season for Shiplake, and that has certainly affected the programme moving forward, although I'm not sure if this is I don't think this is Shiplake College, of course, Shiplake Vikings, so it'll be interesting to see how these girls perform. But Shiplake, a school, a club, an area on the rise. So that concludes racing for today. That is everything here on the Friday of Henley Women's Regatta. We have been delighted to take you through all the racing, and we'll be back bright and early at 8:15 AM tomorrow morning for a block of time trials, around 2 hours worth, before we move into side-by-side racing. And then it is boom-related contests all the way through to Sunday finals day. Really looking forward to a fantastic weekend of racing. We hope the weather holds out. If you are in the area, do come down, spend some time here. It is a wonderful atmosphere. These girls, these women have worked all year long to put on their best performance here, and you can see there Henley Island just dappling off in the sun. Looking forward to a great day of racing tomorrow. Ted, thank you for your time. Really appreciate all the effort you put in today. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:15.